Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch, we don't just play, we live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displate. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displate.com.
This is Sloan Beaumont speaking.
Yes?
From the commercials. Listen, I was given the chance to run a massive research project out at the local park. So, no leaks, no teams, just calm, cool science. It's gonna be amazing.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer Metal posters at Displate.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
The cost may be high. One day, I know you'll be mine. 'Cause I'm yearning and yearning for you.
Celebrate the beauty of capitalism by pre-ordering today.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Let's see your best then, eh?
Swordplay is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch, we don't just play, we live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displayed. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displayed.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer metal posters at Display.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Let's see your best then, eh?
Swordplay is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch, we don't just play, we live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displate. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displayed.com.
This is Sloan Beaumont speaking. Yes, from the commercials. Listen, I was given the chance to run a massive research project out of the local park. So, no leaks, no teams, just calm, cool science. It's gonna be amazing.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer Metal posters at Display.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
The cost may be high. One day, I know you'll be mine. 'Cause I'm yearning and burning for you.
Celebrate the beauty of capitalism by pre-ordering today.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Let's see your best then, eh? Swordplay is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
Hello, everyone. Oh, thank you so much for coming today. Welcome to the main theater. I'm very excited for this. Hi, my name is Jesse Cox. Thank you. You might know me from around the internet, doing streams or YouTube or podcasts or whatever. You also might know me as the producer of the indie game series Monster Prom. Thanks for buying it. But today, I am here with you all for a very fun panel, story time with Naoki Yoshida. I realize you are not here to see me, so we're going to move this on very quickly. So, please put your hands together and let's get loud. Ladies and gentlemen, Naoki Yoshida.
Good morning, PAX West. Thank you for coming today, and thank you for watching the live stream. My name is Naoki Yoshida, video game director, game designer, and also sometime producer working on the Square Enix. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
緊張してる?
Are you nervous?
Me? Oh, terribly. I don't want to screw this up.
めっちゃ緊張してますよ。
よかったです。
Are you nervous?
No.
吉田さんは？
だって今日は別にそのゲームのなんだろうこう細かいお話をしたりとかスケジュールの話しなくていいから。
I mean, I'm not nervous because we don't have to go into details about the game, or we don't have to worry about talking about schedule and whatnot. So.
Cool. All right. Okay. Well then, let's go back to the beginning because this is story time, and I want to learn more about you. That's what this is all about. So, how did you get involved in video games? More importantly, as a fan, as a player, where did the love start from?
じゃあもう本当原点から始めましょう。吉田さんが、ビデオゲーム業界に入るきっかけというよりもビデオゲームが好きになったきっかけを教えていただけますか？
もともとそのきっかけはファミリーコンピューターのマリオブラザーズをプレイしたのがきっかけです。1983年かな？
I think the very first time I got into like the love for video game was when I saw Mario Brothers, like OG Mario Brothers, on the Nintendo or family computer system. I believe that was 1983 it was released in.
プレイしたことある人？
Anybody here played the OG Mario Brothers?
あ、さすが。
To be clear, you don't mean Super Mario.
スーパーマリオにノットスーパーというのはちょっとあれですけど、オリジナルのマリオブラザーズ。
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to say not Super Mario, but yes, OG, like original Mario Brothers.
Okay.
で、それがそのもともとそれよりも小さい頃に、アーケードのゲームラリー X とかそういうのは遊んでたんですけど、実際その僕が当時住んでた家の向かい側に住んでいる友達、同い年の友達が俺は新しい遊びを手に入れたっていう話をされたんですね。
So even when I was younger than that, I would go to the arcade center and I would play like games like Rally X. And I had a friend who lived across the street from me, and one day he told me, I got this new way of playing games.
で、実際にそれ何って聞いたら、家に遊びに来たら見せてやるよって言われて、遊びに行った時に初めてテレビモニターにそのマリオとルイージが映ってるのが僕のそういう意味だと原点になってます。
And I was wondering, like, what do you mean a new way to play? And he says, well, just come over, and I'll let you see. And when I got to his house and started to see what he has set up, it was this TV monitor, and in it you can see Mario and Luigi on screen.
まずそもそもびっくりしたのが、僕にとって当時10歳かなの僕にとってテレビっていうのは見るものであり映像が流れるものだと思ってたんですけど、その赤と白のマシンから出てるコントローラーを持つと、なんとテレビの中のものが動かせるっていうのがもうとにかくめちゃくちゃな衝撃だったんです。動くんだこいつと思って。
And what surprised me the most was I was about 10 years old at the time, and of course, I thought TV was something that you would watch. It's a screen where a picture would play, and that machine, white and red, connected to this TV, moved the things that were on TV, and that was such an impact.
まあね、もうみんなにとってはそんなの当たり前じゃん、だってビデオゲームなんだからって思うかもしれないけど、僕みたいにもう50歳過ぎたおじさんにはね、当時衝撃だったんです、本当に。
And I mean, nowadays, video games have become more of a norm, so you would think nothing much of it. But I'm 50 plus, and back then it was almost shocking.
で、さらに、まあマリオをねご存知の方はとにかく敵を土管から出てくる敵をパンチしてひっくり返してキックするっていうシンプルなルールで起き上がって動いているそのカニとか。カメとかにぶつかるとやられてしまうというすごいシンプルなゲームデザインのゲームでした。
And of course, with Mario Brothers, you would try to attack the enemies that come out of the pipes by punching them or kicking them, and there'd be like crabs or turtles that you would attack. It was a very simple sort of gameplay.
で、一人で遊ばせてもらった時、もちろんそのルールをちゃんと知るために遊んで、今度友達が2人で一緒に遊ぼうって言われたんですね。
And of course, I got to figure that rule out while I was playing by myself. And eventually my friend would say, well, okay, let's try playing it with the two of us.
で、当然、じゃあ、直樹がパンチしてひっくり返してくれ。俺はキックするから。なんか、ちょっとお前ずるいなとは思ったんですけど、まあそういう役割分担でプレーをスタートしました。
And of course, my friend would say, okay, Naoki, you go and punch the enemy so that they roll over and I'll kick him off the screen. And I was like, okay, why does he get to do that? But I was like, okay, I'm going to play along.
で、まあやって、最初のうちは順調にね、僕が次々とひっくり返して、まあ彼がどんどんキックして、うまくやってたんです。で、交代しようぜ。俺がパンチするから、直樹は次キックしていいぞ。
And of course, we were doing our co-op play smoothly. I would flip over the characters, and then my friend would go and kick them off the screen. So we were playing for a while, and then we said, "Okay, let's switch. Let's switch the roles. I will flip the enemies over, and then you kick them off the screen."
ここまで聞くといいやつに聞こえると思うんですけど。
And of course, you would hear that, and it's like, "Okay, we're switching turns. Okay, what a nice guy. He's giving me a chance to do that now."
で、まあ彼がパンチしてひっくり返したので僕キックしに行ったらあいつもう一回パンチしてモンスターを起こすんですよ。
So he would punch from underneath and flip the enemies over, and then I get ready to go and approach the enemy to kick it off the screen, and then he would punch the thing again to reverse it so that they're revived.
初めての PVP ですよ。
That was my first experience with a PvP.
いや実際ね何がすごいかっていうと一人で遊んでる時のゲームデザインのベースルールと二人で遊んでいる時のゲームのベースルールが全く一緒なんですよ。何も違わない。
And what's really incredible is that the gameplay rules are the same if you play it by yourself or with another person.
で一人で遊んでも楽しいし二人で遊んで協力プレイもできるし今話したように PVP もできる。この遊びのデザインが本当に素晴らしいっていうのが僕にとって当時ものすごく衝撃的で僕はその日その家に帰る時にまずその友達だと思ってたあいつがめちゃめちゃ嫌なやつだっていうのに気づいたのと僕は将来絶対にこの ビデオゲームってものを作る人になるんだっていうふうに、根拠はないんだけどそういうふうに思ったっていうのが本当にスタートラインです。
So with the basic rules in place, you can enjoy the game by yourself, and then you can play it with another person, and you can do co-op like earlier, but then you can also turn it into a PvP if you wanted to. And just, it really amazed me by how such game design could be like conceived, and it made such an impact on me. And so that day when I was going home, of course, I hated the guts of my friends because I found out how much of a jerk he is. But then also at the same time, I thought to myself, I would love to make something like that myself. Like I had no foundational knowledge or reason to believe that I'm going to be a game creator, but I wanted to make video games from that time on.
だから彼にはね、若干嫌なやつではありますけど、一応感謝はしてます。
So I mean, he's a jerk, but I still thank him in the end. I'm very grateful for the opportunity.
So without reading into this too much, I can assume that your entire career trajectory is some sort of payback for this one moment where you were PvP'd by your friend.
なるほど。ちょっと深読みしすぎずに言うと、結構この嫌な思いっていうか、それを見返すような感じでビデオゲームをどんどん作っていったっていう感じなんでしょうか。
僕は皆さんに楽しんでもらいたくてゲームを作ってるんで。
No, I want the players to enjoy what they're playing.
So, this love of gaming took you to I want to be in games. What was the next step? How did you actually get a foot in the door?
で実際にゲームが好きになって虜になってで実際に業界に入っていくにあたっての次のステップっていう部分はいかがですか？
とにかく僕はその12歳の時に小学校卒業する時の日本でいうと作文卒業の将来の夢みたいなものを書く習わしがあったんですけど、もう僕そこにはゲームプログラマーになるって書いてあったんですよ。当時ゲームデザイナーなんて職業もないし、もうアーティストっていう職業もなくて、プログラマーが全てドットも打ってたし BGM も打ち込んで作ってたしっていう形だったんで、僕はゲームプログラマーになるって書いてたんです。
So yeah, I really wanted to follow that passion, and in the 12th when I was 12 years old, when I was about to graduate grade school, Japanese elementary schools have you write an essay about what do you aspire to be when you grow up. And so that time I remember writing in my essay that I want to be a video game programmer. Back then, there was no such thing as a video game designer, and we had less specifications of the different disciplines. There was no artist, so the programmer would basically do everything from making the sprites to programming the background music and things like that. So in my essay, I wrote, I want to be a video game programmer.
ただ僕は本当にバカな子だったし。世の中のことなんて全く分かってないので勉強大嫌いだしスポーツ大好きだったしビデオゲームプログラマーになるって書いたはいいけどどうやってなったらいいかなんて考えたこともなかった。
And of course, I was not a very smart kid in school, and I did not know anything about the outside society out there. I hated to study. I was always into sports, and so I had no clue as to how to get into the video game industry.
で、実際高校を卒業する近くになってからあれちょっと待ってよどうやってゲーム業界に入るんだっけと思ってプログラムの勉強をし始めたのが一番最初ですね。
And I was approaching graduating high school, and I stopped in my tracks, and I was like, oh, wait, how do I get into the video game industry? So that's when I started to study about programming.
でその頃には例えば「ドラゴンクエスト」とか「ファイナルファンタジー」を遊んで僕もビデオゲームで物語を提供したい自分が考えた世界とかストーリーを表現したいっていうふうに思ってたんですけどただゲームデザイナーの前にやっぱりゲームデザイナーって正直僕誰でもなれると思っていて。
And so by that time, you would see titles like Dragon Quest, Dragon Warrior, or Final Fantasy, and I got to play some of those games. And I started to kind of focus in on delivering a story or like a narrative, something that I create expressed through the means of the video game. But I still was kind of unsure of like what a designer does.
だって例えばこのパックスウエストにねを楽しみにシアトルに集まってくれてる皆さんに、まあ、今日この会場でもいいやインタビューしたとします。
So yeah, for example, like say we all gathered here at PAX and are sitting in this panel looking forward to like the event and the game developers and the games itself.
あなたはどんなゲームが作りたいですか？
And I would interview you saying, well, what kind of game would you like to make?
必ず何か答えてくれると思うんですよ。こういうゲームが作りたい。あんな感じのゲームが作りたい。何でもいいから。でもそれがもうゲームデザイナーのスタートなので。
But I'm sure you would have your idea of like, okay, I'd like to make this kind of game, or I'd like to tell this kind of story through the gameplay and things like that. And that's actually what gets you started as like a game designer.
だから何か一つ自分ならではの武器がないとやっぱり仕事にはできないんじゃないかと思ってたので、僕はプログラムのかける分かるビデオゲームデザイナーを目指そうと思ってプログラムの勉強をスタートしてます。
So I felt that I need some kind of like weapon or some kind of strength to bring to the table as a video game like creator, and so I wanted to aim for a video game designer that can also do programming.
ただそこまでは結構適当に生きてもうまく生きてこれたんですけど、初めてその日本のプログラムの国家資格っていうのがあって、そのテストを受けたんです。多分まあ大丈夫だろうと思って。
And I was going about this very casually, and there is a sort of, I guess, like a national test in Japan that you can pass to get certification for programming. So I thought, okay, maybe I'll try to get that, and I went into it like thinking, okay, everything's going to be fine.
テスト、まず問題に何が書いてあるかさっぱりわからない。
And I get the test questions, and I have no clue what the questions are even asking.
ほら勉強嫌いだからさ。
I told you I hate studying.
で結局それでこのままじゃダメなんだってようやくそこで思ってゼロから本当に一生懸命プログラムと対話するための言葉を覚えて一つずつステップバイステップでプログラムを書くようになっていったっていうのが、まあそれが結果的にそのハドソンソフトという会社に一番最初に入ることになったんですけど、僕はプログラムが分かるゲームデザイナーを目指してます。でも本当になりたいのはゲームデザイナーでも基本的に何を聞いていただいてもプログラムは答えられるし書けますって言って入社させてもらった。
So that's when I came to realize that, okay, I need to do something about this. And so I tried to start from scratch to learn programming, to learn how to converse, understand the language of what goes into programming, and then tried to go from there step by step. And fortunately, I was able to join Hudson Soft. And when I was going into that job, I would let them know I am aiming to be a game designer, but I understand programming as well. So if you have any questions, I can always answer what in terms of like programming, and I can also write code as well.
それでその最後の面接の時にその面接の偉い人が最後の質問で、もし今年ハドソンソフトに受からなかったら君はどうするって聞かれたんですよ。嫌な質問ですよね。
And so when I was doing my interview with the company, and one of the interviewer asked, and it was one of the last questions that they asked, like, what if you did not pass this interview and cannot get into Hudson Soft? What would you do then? What a mean question.
言ったんですよ。来年も来ます。
And I told him, I will come back next year to try to apply again.
そしたら言われたんですよ。来年も落ちたらどうする？
And then they follow up with, well, what if you fail next year too?
じゃあもう来年も落ちたら他のゲーム会社に行って僕を採用しなかったことを後悔させてやりますって。
And so, to that follow up, I said, well, in that case, I will go find a job at another gaming studio, and I will make you regret that you did not hire me.
バカですよね。
I mean, the gall, gosh.
いや、そしたらその質問をしてくれた偉い人がめちゃめちゃ大笑いして「お前本当バカだな」って言われて、でも面白いからじゃあ取ってやるよって言われて採用してもらいました。
And that guy was a higher up person too, and so I was like, man, you are dumb. But I mean, he enjoyed it. He was very he thought I was interesting, and so I got hired on.
まあプログラムの勉強はいっぱいしてたんですけど、最後はあんまりプログラム関係なく取ってもらったんで、まあ良かったです。
I mean, I studied really hard to learn how to code and programming, and in the end, the interview didn't really care about my programming skills, but sure, it worked out in the end.
So from there to now, let's get like into it. What do you think has changed in the gaming space on the developer side over the last many decades?
結構じゃあ昔から今に移ってでそのゲーム業界における変化っていう部分をお話ししたいんですけども、何十年か経っているのでその開発者目線でこの変化についてどう見られていますか？
僕がちょうど30今年1年目なのかな、ビデオゲームインダストリーで仕事をするようになってですけど。
So yeah, I've been in the video gaming industry in terms of a professional in that industry for about 31 years at this time.
何回かそのターニングポイントがあって、僕が入った頃の一番のターニングポイントはやっぱりディスク容量っていうかその容量の拡大がやっぱり一番でかくて、僕が働いたスタートした時だって5インチフロッピーディスクですよ。
And of course, there were a few turning points throughout the years, but I think one of the bigger ones is just the capacity at which our media can hold data, so to speak. Like back in the day, we used like 5-inch floppy disks.
Yeah. それが 2.5 インチのフロッピーディスクになり、
which became into a 2.5-inch floppy disk.
MO って知ってます？皆さん。
We used a media called MO in Japan. I wonder if anybody here is familiar.
光ディスク、わかる。
It's like an optical media. Oh, yeah, I see some hands.
昔の使用書とか資料は、よしすごいバックアップできるぞって言ってそれに入れてたんですけど、もう今全く読む場所がなくて昔の資料を取り出せなくなってる。
So a lot of our people behind the scenes would love just how much capacity it has. So they would save their documentations and things like that as a backup on an MO. But they have no readers anymore, so they can't pull out their documents nowadays.
で、まあそれがプレイステーションによって、CD、ロム、まあその前にNEC から PC エンジン、こっちだとなんて言うんだろう。PC エンジンのね。ディスクロムってシステムがあって、まあ、それによってやっぱり大容量のゲームが作れるようになったっていうのが1回目のポイントだったと思います。
And of course, with the rise of PlayStation, the original PlayStation, we started to see games being printed on compact discs, CD-ROMs, and also the NEC's PC engine. I'm afraid we're not familiar if that's the same name that they went with in English-speaking regions, but they had their proprietary like disk-based sort of storage system, and that allowed for more data to be saved.
まあそれによってやっぱり作るゲームの規模とか、グラフィックスをたくさん使えるっていう意味では、ここがやっぱり1回目のすごい大きなターニングポイントだったと思ってます。
And so by having that sort of space available, we can, of course, scale up in terms of like the size of our game and the scope, and then also put in a lot more like graphics and things like that. I think that was one of the major turning points.
で、それとほぼ同時期にやっぱりインパクトとして大きかったのが、グラフィックスが 3D になったことですね。実際ポリゴン、頂点とかポリゴンとか 3D っていう概念が出てきた時ですね。
And around the same time, of course, graphics have transitioned from 2D to more 3D graphics. We've got your polygons, we got your like points and things like that.
で当時もう働いてましたけど、日本のゲームセンターにバーチャファイターっていうゲームが出たぞって言って見に行った時のもう衝撃は本当に凄まじかったですね。
And so by that time, I'm already in the gaming industry, and then I heard news about Virtua Fighter becoming available, and so just looking at that was also a great impact on me.
でちなみにこのタイミングで 3D ポリゴン頂点いわゆる数学的要素がものすごくビデオゲーム業界に入ってきた。特にエンジニアの皆さんはここでまさか学生の頃に散々嫌いだった数学と勉強を改めてしなきゃいけなくなるとは思ってもいなかった。
And by the way, with the transition into 3D and polygons and different points and peaks that you have to be aware of, it's a lot of math. And I think it applies to a lot of engineers that had hated math would have to like deal with all of these mathematical like geometries and things like that.
まあでも実際ここでやっぱりそれまで活躍してきたエンジニアの人たちがその数学的要素 3D っていうことによって対応できなくてやっぱドロップアウトしていった人たちも多かったので、ここは技術的にもかなり大きなターニングポイントだったんじゃないかなと思います。
And of course, with all of this sort of transition into more 3D elements in the game, and engineers who had been like in the forefront and could not deal with that transition, I saw drop out of the industry as well. So I think it was also a turning point in terms of like a technological perspective as well.
で、そしてやっぱり大きなインターネットですよね。
And then of course another big one is the rise of internet.
僕は当時ハドソンで働いてた時にディアブロ1が発売されて、これを会社の先輩たちと一緒にアメリカからダイレクトに予約して買ってたんですけど、
And while I was at Hudson Soft, Diablo 1 came out, and my colleagues and I would order it from America and play it.
でもうこのディアブロがまたやばくてですね、ディアブロで遊んでる人たちは僕も含めてですけど半年ぐらいほぼ仕事してませんでした。ディアブロをやりに会社に行ってた。
And Diablo was, man, it was so, for the lack of better words, like so bad. Like we were barely working for a good 6 months. We would just go to the office to play Diablo.
でまあその1年後には今度ウルティマオンラインが出て、
And then about a year from that, Ultima Online came out.
やっとディアブロを卒業したと思ったら今度みんなウルティマオンラインをしに会社に行ってた。
And so just when you thought we finally got over Diablo, now people are going into the office just to play Ultima Online.
まあでもやっぱりその時にまあディアブロやってる時にやっぱりなぜその街の中でスペルを使うプレイヤーがいるのか、ゲームでは禁止されてるのにだったり、そのアイテムのデュプリケーションのバグがあったりして、なぜアイテムはデュプリケーションするのかとか、これをすごい先輩のエンジニアたちとプレイをしながらどういうプログラムによってそれが引き起こされているのかっていうのをすごい勉強させてもらったんですね。
But that said, we were also looking at it from a developer's perspective. We would wonder why, like say somebody would cast a spell inside a town in Diablo when you're not supposed to, or there'd be like a duplication bug, or like any sort of issue that happens within the game. We would play with the engineers and we would look at it and we would try to find out, I wonder why this issue is happening.
でウルティマオンラインをプレイしているときに今度はもう3000人で一つの世界を共有できるっていう、まあ、さらに次のテクノロジー、インターネットを使った次のテクノロジーを本当ベータテストから目の当たりにして、これもまあ、本当ちょっとディープな話をしますけど、 一旦ここまで訳してもらっていいですか？
So, and then with Ultima Online, because internet, it took advantage of the powers of the internet. You'd be sharing this world with 3,000 players at the same time, and we've seen that from its beta testing. And I wanted to get really deep into it.
ちなみにウルティマオンラインプレイしてた人います？
And I'm curious to know, like, how many of you out there have played Ultima Online?
結構いる。
Nice. Yeah, there's quite a bit of you.
昔サーバー境界線っていう見えないラインがゲームのフィールドの上にあったの知ってます？あったんですよ、そういう概念が。つまり一つのフィールドに見えるんですけど、右側は A というサーバーで処理していて、左側は B というサーバーで処理していて、この A と B の間が実は見えないけど線があるんですよ。
So those of you who have played may be familiar with this, but did you ever notice like a border between like where the servers kind of split in the field? There was like that sort of like invisible boundary between like server A and server B. Like you can't see it, but you can tell like one side is being processed by one server and one side is processed by another.
これがですね、ウルティマオンラインプレイしてると時間がだんだんサーバーがリフレッシュされて時間が経ってくるとその見えない線にモンスターがずっと並んでるんですよ。
So as time passes by in the server's refresh, you notice that there's like monsters lined up on that invisible barrier.
なぜこれが起きるのか、その境界線がその A のサーバーで処理する部分と B のサーバーで処理する部分の間に処理できないほんの薄いラインがあるんですね。こうやって複数のサーバーでこの巨大な世界を分散して作り上げてる、まあこれテクノロジーなんですけど、そういうことをやっぱりものすごく勉強させてもらったんですね。
And that got us thinking. It was very curious to see that there's that sort of invisible like boundary between there, and we would look at it. And we're really going into like deep tech stuff, but it's like how do they process it, and how do they split up those servers? Because you can kind of get a glimpse of where it's not processed fully. So it was very curious, and I got to kind of learn from that as well.
まあだから僕にとってその頃やっぱり特にインターネットを使ったゲームっていうのは確かにハドソンの皆さんには申し訳ない、あまりにもゲームに夢中になってあんまり仕事してなかった時期がありますけど、僕にとっては非常に大きなタイミングでした。
So in my case, these online games, internet games, have been such a big impact. And I'm sorry to say to the people at Hudson Soft, I was playing a lot of those games while I was on the clock. But it was a good learning experience for sure.
All right, let's talk online games for a minute. One of them, Final Fantasy XIV. Right now has an event called The Rising, which is a yearly celebration of the game, and more importantly, it literally features you showing up in the game to thank players, to express what you think will happen in the years to come, and then you disappear into the ether. And I guess my question for you is, as someone who's been into gaming,
Oh, sorry, we're going to get a translation in between. Sorry.
All good.
ネットといえば、オンラインゲームとして14、ファイナルファンタジー14がありますが、今まさに実施中のシーズナルイベント、新生祭があるんですけれども、本当に毎年恒例の、吉田直樹がゲーム内に出てきて、プレイヤーさんに直接お礼を言って、今後の展開について少しコメントいただくようなイベントが行われていますけれども、でそれを伝えた後にふと消えていくというイベントですけれども、Okay.
So the question is, why do you feel the need or desire to insert yourself into the game to say thank you to the players when you already have a wandering minstrel who could do the same?
吉田直樹がキャラクターとしてゲーム内で光の戦士に直接お礼の言葉であったりその言葉を述べるようにした理由というかその重要性その違法の詩人という プロ棋士じゃないですけれども、そういった存在がいるのにもかかわらず、その吉田直樹として出てくる重要性について教えていただけますか？
まずちょっとワンダリングミンストレルの話からしたい。
Actually, I want to touch upon Wandering Minstrel first.
あのキャラクターは実はそのバージョン 2.0 からではなくバージョン 1.0 を僕が担当するようになって途中から、作られたキャラクターで、要は旧14にも存在してます。
So I do want to mention the Wandering Minstrel has existed not prior, but like he's been around, prior to 2.0 when Yoshida was kind of brought onto Final Fantasy 14, like midway of the old like 1.0 Final Fantasy 14. So it's been an existing character.
で、もしかしたらちょっとがっかりされるのかもしれないですけど、そのキャラクターをゲームに登場させたいって言ったのは当時のリードゲームデザイナー、今も同じくリードゲームデザイナーとして頑張ってくれてますけど、彼がその 1.0 のすごく難しい状況でも本当にたくさんのプレイヤーの皆さんが我々を応援して支えてくれてるから、なんとかお礼を言いたいと。で、お礼を言うキャラクターを作りたい。で、それをなんか吉田に似せたキャラにしたいって言い出したのがスタートです。
And I don't know if people were expecting it, or apologies if I disappoint anybody, but the person who kind of got that idea started of the Wandering Minstrel is the lead game designer of that time. And I mean, they're still on board and still working as lead game designer. But it was when we were going through really rough times with the original 1.0 Final Fantasy 14, and we just wanted to show a token of our appreciation for those players who've been with us and supporting the game. And it just so happens that they wanted to make it similar looking to Yoshida.
で、正直なところ僕はせっかくのビデオゲームの世界、ファンタジーの世界にあまりリアルを持ち込むのが正直好きではないので、どうなんだろう、せっかくその世界に浸って遊んでいるのに急に現実に引き戻されたような感覚になるから、正直最初僕はその話をされた時反対したんです。
And to be quite honest, I don't like an element of like the real world kind of being brought into a video game, and so because it breaks that sort of immersion, like they're in this realm, kind of immerse themselves in the game world, and it feels like you get pulled into reality like abruptly. So at first I was against the idea.
で、ただやっぱりその開発チーム、僕だってその皆さんにありがとうっていう気持ちはすごいとても強かったし、開発チームのみんなが彼を含めてそのお礼をなんとか伝えたいっていう気持ちはでもとても大事なので、じゃあその吉田直樹ってキャラクターを出したりするのは嫌だけど、なんとなくそれっぽいキャラクターを出すのは OK だよ、その代わり感謝のテキストは僕もちゃんと書くよっていうところからスタートしてます。
But at the same time, the development team, me included, wanted to convey some sort of like thanks to our players because, yeah, we did have that sort of deep gratitude towards our the people who have supported us. So I responded back while I was initially against the idea that we don't want to have somebody that's specifically Naoki Yoshida go into the game. He will allow that sort of Wandering Minstrel, like a proxy to be inside, but that said, let me help write the text of appreciation.
で、だから違法の詩人がよく吉田に似てないって言われるんですけど、僕ディレクションしてないもん。僕のせいじゃない。
So some people might actually take notice that Wandering Minstrel is not at all similar to Yoshida, but that's because I did not direct that character.
で、それが 2.0 になって、じゃあさっきの質問にあるようになぜ今吉田直樹ってキャラクターでご挨拶しているのかというと、申請っていうカムバック、リターン、リボーン、それを本当に果たすことができたのは、本当に光の戦士のプレイヤーの皆さんのおかげだったので、1年に1回その 次元の狭間っていうエオルゼアでもそのリアルでもない場所であれば年に1回はちゃんと皆さんにお礼を言おうというので今のが続いてます。
But once we were able to come back as a realm reborn and experience that sort of being reborn again, we still wanted to continue this tradition of reaching out to the players directly to kind of thank everyone for their support, because we couldn't have done it without the Warriors of Light and our players. And so we've decided that, yeah, we'd make it like a yearly tradition where a Naoki Yoshida character appears. But that's it. It's in a sort of interdimensional rift. So it's neither Eorzea nor the real world. But yeah, he would come once a year to say his thanks to the player.
まあでもカットシーンをチェックするたびにこいつ似てないなとは思いますけどね、今でも。
But every time I have to review the cutscene that is produced, I think to myself, man, that's not me. That doesn't look like me.
まあでも本当に長らくプレイヤーの皆さんありがとうございます。これからも頑張るので、ぜひ一緒にですね、14を作り続けてくださると嬉しいです。
But yeah, I wanted to take a moment here to just thank everybody who is playing Final Fantasy XIV. Your support is definitely appreciated, and I hope to continue making Final Fantasy XIV together with you.
So we'll definitely get into, well, hopefully, time is flying. When you get feedback, be it Final Fantasy XIV or Final Fantasy XVI, just in general, on a personal level, how do you process feedback? When you get, applause and love for 14, or when someone has a critique or a question about the game or anything that you've worked on, how do you process all of that?
本当に時間が経つのは早いもんで、実際にプレイヤーさんとやり取りしていく中で、14なり16なり作品に対してのコメントが寄せられると思うんですけれども、吉田さん個人として、その受け止めたコメント、フィードバック、それが称賛であれ、結構厳しい評価であったり、疑問であったり、どのようにして処理されていきますか？
一応人間ではありますけど、プレイヤーの皆さんとかゲーマーの皆さんのコメントとかフィードバックっていうのは、拝見するときは一旦自分のなんていうんですか、個人はちょっと消してまず超フラットに見るように、心がけてはいますね。
For sure, and of course we're human, but whenever I do receive comments or feedback from players, I try to be as objective as possible. Like I try not to bring out my sort of self at that time when I initially receive it.
で、僕は昔から言ってますけど、やっぱりプレイヤーの皆さんとかゲーマーの皆さんと僕たち開発者って確かに立場は違います。皆さんは気に入ったゲームにお金を払ってプレイをしていただいてますし、僕らはそのいただいたお金で新しいゲームを作る立場は確かに違う。
And of course, for a long time, I've always been cognizant about how players or gamers are in a different position from game developers, because the players would pay money to play a video game, whereas the developers would take that money and produce the video game.
ただ、ビデオゲームが大好きで、僕ら開発者だってプライベートになればゲームたくさんやってるので変わんないんです。
That said, I think the love for video games that we have is the same. Like we make games, but we also love to play games as well.
自分の作ったゲームじゃないゲームをプレイして、なんでこれこうなってんだよみたいなの ありますからね、僕らも。
And sometimes when we play games that we did not work on, there are those times we have those like critiques, like why is this like this?
だから僕はでもやっぱりゲームが好きだっていう共通項で言えば。全員一緒だと思っていて、同じコミュニティだと思ってるんです。立場は違うんですけど、だからできる限り皆さんの考えとか価値観とか 全部知りたいんです。なぜ仲間だし、もっと友達になりたいと思うから。
And so, because we have this love of video games, and I think we're in the same community, like we're on the same boat. We have that same passion for video games. And so whenever there is comments being directed towards us, I try to understand where they're coming from, like what they are trying to tell us.
だから一回自分の考えは置いておいて、皆さんが言っているポジティブもネガティブもフラットに全部一回受け止めて、あ、なるほど、僕はそう思わなかったけど、例えばネガティブフィードバックで、あ、こういうふうに考える人もいるんだな。で、僕は一人でも多くの人にやっぱりゲームを遊んでもらいたいし、一人でも多くの人に満足とか面白いって言ってもらいたいから、それを自分なりにフラットに受け止めて、あ、じゃあ自分の考え方をこう変えたら次のコンテンツではとか次のゲームではもっとみんなにこのネガティブなことを言ってるフィードバックに対しても喜んでもらえるんじゃないかっていうのを考えるためにも自分は一回置いといて見るようにしてます。
And so that's why I try not to let my own sort of subjective views get in the way, whether it be towards positive or negative feedback that I receive. And I try to look at it from the perspective of, oh, I did not think of it in that way, but I realize now that there are people who think in this other way. And my goal is to get as many people to play a game, as many people to enjoy what we deliver to them. And so I try to be very fair in what comments that we receive. And if it was some kind of criticism or a negative feedback, I try to look at it, okay, so what can I change in terms of the way we approach it or the way we think about it so that it would improve and allow to kind of not encompass but like embrace those people who had a negative view of it, and how do I make it so that they can enjoy it. So I would kind of put myself aside at first and then look at it.
もちろんね、ポジティブなコメントにはやったーよかった、もっと次も喜んでもらうぞって思いますし、
And of course, positive feedback is great, and it's a great motivator to have me like aim to continue making those players happy.
まあ繰り返しですけど、だから僕らもこれは多分世界中のゲームを作ってる人たちがみんなそうなはず、僕だけじゃなくて、みんなやっぱりプレイヤーの皆さん、ゲーマーの皆さんを仲間だと思ってるし、やっぱりできるだけ仲良くしたいっていうか友達になりたいです、全員と。
And again, I think this applies to creators all around the world, but we see gamers as like allies or friends, like even. I want to become friends with the gamers out there.
だからまあこれからもよりお互いを知るためにたくさんコミュニケーションをしたいと思うし、だからこそいろんなフィードバックをまたもらえるとすごい僕らも成長できるし、皆さんも僕たちのことを理解してもらえるようになると思うので、これはまあこれからも続けていきたいと思ってますし、まあそういう考えでいつも拝見するようにしてます。
And so I want to continue that sort of mutual understanding, or like trying to get to know what players are thinking and have the players also understand where we come from as well. So I would love to continue receiving feedback, be it good or bad, because that will allow for us to continue growing. And in return, we will try to also deliver so that players would understand where we're coming from as well.
ただ一個だけ
There's one thing though.
僕らも、ね、さっきも言ったけど人間なので、
I do want to re-emphasize here that there is a person behind the games.
厳しいフィードバックはまあいいんですよ。
And while I understand some like harsh criticism might be necessary sometimes,
こう的なね、そういうのは本当に人間としてやっぱり傷つくので、どうやってフラットに見ようとしてもこれは本当に皆さんが大好きでゲームを作ってる我々本当世界中のビデオゲームインダストリーで働いてる人たちがでも本当に傷ついてゲームを作る気持ちをなくしてしまうと結果的にいいゲームが 出てこなくなってしまうので、結局皆さんが損をすることになるとも思ってるので、できるだけ友達になるために、もちろん悪いとかは悪いって言ってもらっていいです。ただ本当そのね、暴言だけはそれで心を痛める開発者もすごく多いので、そこだけエンターキーを押す前にちょっとだけ思い出してもらえると嬉しいです。
And of course, there's a person behind the games that you enjoy. And if you have that sort of harsh criticism, I think we would want to have it to be constructive. Some players, I know you want to express the frustrations, but I think like very harsh words sometimes will hurt the developers very deeply, and I think this applies for any creator in the video game industry. And some of the harsh words that were thrown at some of them, like it could potentially demoralize them so much that they don't want to make video games anymore. And I think in the end that would, we as in the gamers would miss out on good works that these people could have potentially made, because people have thrown these very harsh words, like non-constructive criticism at those people, that it just becomes such a negative environment. So I think, again, we just want to be friends with the gamers. We just want you to enjoy what we're producing. So whenever you are drafting your post, before you hit enter, you might want to reconsider.
All right, so before we started, we had some questions from the audience. And I'd love to go through some of them right now if we could.
じゃあこれからファンのクエスチョンを答えていきたいと思います。
Okay, this is a Final Fantasy XIV question. What is your favorite theme that you've explored thus far in Final Fantasy XIV, and what themes would you like to explore in the future?
Themes as in like environment, or?
I think themes as in emotional, or like the resonance of the story rather than, autumn.
Right. 14の質問なんですけれども、最も好きなテーマって言ってたので、それがその環境なのか、その物語のテーマなのかっていうところで、ジェシーさんは物語というか、なんだろうな、感情に訴えるところの方でいきましょうかっていう。
わかりました。あんまりね、今日はゲームの質問がないと思ってリラックスしてたのに、急にちょっとナーバスになりましたけど。
I was expecting no talking about specific games today, so I'm a little nervous now.
でもそうですね、なんていうんだろう、14全体としては、これ14チーム一人一人に聞いたら微妙にもちろん違うとは思うんですけど、プレイをしてログアウトした時に、今日も良かった、楽しかったし、いろんな要素が14あると思うんですけど、また明日も頑張ろうって思ってもらいたいっていうのはすごい、根本的なところとして、僕ゲーム作る時全部そうなんですけど、基本それはすごく強く思ってます。
So just an overall part of 14, and it might not necessarily be a theme, but we always want to have the players kind of log into the game, play, and then once they log out, get that feeling of oh, this was a fun experience. I want to work hard tomorrow as well, or what's the good way to put it in English? I still have hope for tomorrow. I think that's a really strong theme. And of course, it might vary slightly depending on who you ask on the development team. But I think generally speaking, we always want to aim for that kind of feeling.
特にエンドウォーカーまでは、たとえ世界がいずれ宇宙が終わると言われたとしても、お互いに価値観が違うものがぶつかり合ったとしても、お互いにお互いを理解しようとして希望を持って前へ進んでいこう、明日をねちゃんと繰り返していこうみたいなのが、よりちょっとさらにフォーカスするとそういうテーマだったかなと思います。
And up to Endwalker, we've been kind of facing this similar theme where even if the world ends, and in the case of Endwalker, even if the whole universe had potentially come to the risk of ending, and even if we have different views and values, we want to like understand each other and still have hope to continue doing what we're doing.
で、まあ今はこれからのスポイラーはあんましないですけど。
And then now, and I'm trying not to, I'm trying to make this spoiler free.
まあ今現実自体が自然、科学、そしてデジタルっていうところがミックスされてどんどんね未来へ向かっていると思うんです。
And so we see like the reality is kind of like a mix of like nature, but science and the digital is all kind of like mixed.
でその中で死ぬっていうのはどういうことなのか、そして生きていくっていうのはどういうことなのか、それらを考えてまた一歩一歩明日を迎えていこうみたいなところをちょっと考えたりはしてます。
So with that, we are trying to explore the themes of like, well, what is it to die? What is it to live? And how do we sort of not address that, but like how do we live our lives with that kind of thinking? So that's where we're kind of like looking towards right now.
なので14は結構ね tomorrow という単語がよく出てくると思うんですけど、それはそんなところから来ているんじゃないかなと思います。
And so you hear the word tomorrow referenced a lot, and I think that's where it kind of comes from. We're always looking to tomorrow.
Okay, that's a pretty good answer.
Next.
All right, next question. This is one that I wanted to ask. I'm so glad it's on here. When you're not working, what are you doing for fun? What are you playing?
お仕事をされていないときあるかわからないんですけれども、何をされていますか？ゲームを遊んだりとかどんなことをしていますか？
もちろんゲームはたくさんプレイするんですけど、やっぱもうゲームをプレイしてる時にもどうしてこのゲームはこういうゲームデザインになったんだろうなとか、このインターフェースはどういう仕様を経てこうなったんだろうなとか、こう直せばもっとなんかスムーズだなとか考えちゃうんで、やっぱどうしても仕事は抜けなくはなっちゃってますね。まずゲームをプレイするときは。
Yeah, whenever I'm playing a video game, and I play a lot of games, but yeah, I tend to go back into like work mindset, like, oh, I wonder how they made that game design, or what kind of thought process went through creating this interface, or like, oh, if they fixed this part, it would feel a lot more smooth. So yeah, whenever I'm playing a video game, I do tend to like, it kicks in sometimes.
で、それ以外の時は、だいたい家に帰るのがどうしても夜中なので。
Outside of that, whenever I do return home, it tends to be pretty late at night.
大谷翔平さんのハイライト、メジャーリーグベースボールのハイライトをずっと見てるのがだいたい寝る前のルーチンです。
I love Shohei Ohtani's gameplay. So like, whenever I get home from work, I would watch like summaries and highlights of his games, and that's kind of like my routine before I go to sleep.
で MLB のシーズンが終わるとちょうどウィンターシーズンが来るので Winter has come
So whenever the Major League Baseball season ends, it's the winter season. So winter has come.
そう冬が来たらもうひたすら仕事スノーボード
So I love winter sports. So whenever I'm done with work, I would go out to do snowboarding.
実は今年言っていいのかな、3月にシアトルのクリスタルマウンテンで実は滑らせてもらいました。
I actually had an opportunity to visit Seattle in March, so I went to Crystal Mountain to snowboard there.
なのですみません、皆さんゲレンデで見かけたら声かけてください。
So yeah, if you see me on the hills, yeah, feel free to say hi.
Okay, do we have time for one more? I think we can do
one more.
Right.
Yes.
People are getting nervous.
What do you consider most important when creating a fantasy RPG? The story, the dialogues, the engine, or the gameplay?
No one question. Too many things.
You said one more. That was the question.
そうですかね。ファンタジーゲームを作るにあたって、どの要素が重要なのですか？例えばストーリーであったり、シナリオであったり、ゲームエンジン、ゲームプレイのその全体のゲームシステムか。
これは例えばファイナルファンタジーのようにシリーズの歴史が深い、つまりファンの皆さん一人一人にもうすでにイメージがある程度存在するそのファンタジー RPG を作るか、全く今までその世に登場してない新しいファンタジーゲームを作ろうとするかで、全く変わってくると思います。
So this kind of varies because if we're talking about a fantasy RPG in the same vein as a Final Fantasy, where people already have a general idea of what they can expect, versus like a completely brand new RPG story or like a fantasy story.
例えばやっぱファイナルファンタジーの場合ってものすごくストーリーっていうところを世界中の皆さんそれぞれのタイミングでそれぞれのシリーズを遊んだ時に深く思い出に残ってるのってやっぱりそこだと思ってるので、ファイナルファンタジーをその新しく作ろうという場合にはやっぱりストーリーをどうするかというところは一番最初に考える。でそれによって世界観をどうするかとか、それに合わせたバトルシステムとしてはどう作るかっていうふうにどんどんこうつながっていくので、アプローチとしてはやっぱそうなるかなと思ってます。
So, for example, if it was a Final Fantasy, a lot of players already know that Final Fantasy is a very story-driven sort of game, and so I think you would think about, okay, so where would or not where, sorry. I think the first thing we would approach is the story and narrative. And then we would think about the settings and the lore, the world building around it. And then based on that, what kind of battle system would make sense in that lore. And so I think it becomes connected. It becomes linked to each of the elements.
で逆に全く今シリーズではないオリジナルのその RPG ファンタジーゲームを作ろうと思う場合は、その世界でやっぱり何を体験してもらいたいか、何を驚いてもらいたいかっていうことから考えるべきかなと思います。要はだから世界のルール、結果それが世界のルールになるはずなので、そのゲームの。
And then on the flip side, if we're looking at a completely original piece of work, then we would think about, well, what do we want the players to experience in that realm? What kind of surprises we want to deliver to the players? And that kind of becomes the establishing rule of that universe.
例えば、これは例えばですよ。
And so let me give you an example, and this is hypothetical, of course.
毎日シングルゲームであっても毎日ゲームを起動するたびに世界の情勢が違う、戦う相手も違えばそのストーリーも自動的にある程度進行していて、毎回違ったそのシチュエーションが提供されるっていうものを作りたいって思ったら、やっぱりまずそれが最初にあって、世界じゃあそのための世界観設定としてはどうあるべきかとか、それに即したキャラクターはどう作るべきかって考えていくことになるので。
And so, for example, say you wanted the players to experience something different every time they logged in, be it the situation of the realm or the story, and like you were fighting different bosses or different enemies, and you'd want that sort of different experience every time the player starts up the game. Then you would think about, okay, so how do we provide that experience? What kind of world building do we need? How would the characters behave in that sort of environment?
さっきゲーム業界のテクノロジーの進化っていう質問が途中にありましたけど、やっぱり今クラウドゲーミングって、キーワード出ると思うんですけど、僕はそのクラウドサーバーの世界中の使い方を単純に映像をストリーミングするんじゃなくて、もっと毎日違うゲーム体験を バックエンドでシミュレーションしてこうプレイヤーに提供できるみたいなクラウドの使い方の方がよりさらにゲームデザインの可能性が広がると思っているので、それを作ろうと思ってから世界をどうするかをやっぱり考えたりした方がいいのかなって。
And we were talking about how games changed, and from a technological perspective, I'm sure cloud gaming was something of people's interest as well. And I feel like there's such potential in utilizing those servers, like not just for streaming the same video or like picture over like multiple locations, but then what if there's a way to have like simulations of different scenarios happening on the back end and delivering players with different kind of content on like a daily basis. Like I feel like game design possibilities would expand with that kind of technology, and then you would think about, okay, so how do we kind of contain that in a universe and things like that.
でこれ以上喋るといろいろね、自分のアイデアあれねあれなんで。
But yeah, I don't want to go even further into details because yeah, like it's one, I don't want to share like too much to get people to like speculate on ideas, but then yeah, it's just again possibilities.
みんなも最後のセクションは聞かなかったことにしておいてください。
But yes, please pretend that you didn't hear anything from me at that last second.
No, no. No speculation, no confirmed snowboard job. But really quickly, before we wrap it up here, a reminder that on Sunday in this very room at the exact same time will be another great panel featuring Yoshida and Minagawa-san to talk about art direction. So please come back for that. They would love it. Really quickly, I may thank you so much, as always. And I'm going to leave it with Yoshi P to wrap us up. Do you have any final thoughts before we get out of here?
はい、締めくくりの最後の言葉をお願いいたします。
まず本当こんな大きな場所に呼んでいただいてですね、とりあえずお前のことを喋れっていう機会をこう与えていただいたのは本当にPAXの上の皆様に感謝しています。
But yeah, first and foremost, I want to thank the PAX organizers just allowing me to sit here in such a large venue to just talk about myself. Gosh, yeah, it's really wonderful. Thank you.
そしてですね、何より今日、北米、西海岸だと金曜日の11時という、ウィークエンドでありますけど、まだね、金曜日っていう時間にもかかわらず、本当に数千人を超える皆さんにお集まりいただいて、本当に皆さんにも感謝しております。ありがとうございます。
And of course, it is, I believe, it started at 11 a.m. Friday. Like, it's West Coast time. It's technically the weekend, but I mean, it's still early in the morning. So I'm really appreciative of all of you. I guess there's thousands of you that are here. So I really thank you for coming here as well.
そしてですね、やっぱりストリームをご覧になっている皆様も、特にアジア圏だと午前3時スタートとかいう時間なので、本当に世界中の皆さんストリームを見てくださってありがとうございます。
And then we also had this is being live streamed, and I'm sure people in the Asia region had to stay up until like 3 a.m. to watch the stream. So yeah, thanks to all of those who are around the world who are watching on stream as well.
そして素晴らしい MC をしてくれたジェシー、ありがとうございます。
And then thank you, Jesse, for such a wonderful, being such a wonderful host.
最後にですが、本当に30年以上このゲーム業界で働いてきて、まさかこんな場所でね、こんなお話ができるとは、本当にマリオブラザーズをプレイした時には想像も本当にしてませんでした。
And finally, I've been in the games industry for 30 plus years, but I never would have imagined to be in such a large venue and talk about my career and my life. And I'm sure the little me who was playing Mario Brothers back then would not have imagined it.
なので改めて任天堂の宮本さんと、赤い帽子にひげのおじさんであるマリオと、そして、僕の友人が、お前はマリオじゃなくてルイージを使えって言ってずっとルイージを使ってたんで、緑のおじさんにも本当に改めてお礼を言いたいです。
And so I also want to thank Shigeru Miyamoto for creating the Mario Brothers with the red hat and the mustache. Mario, you know, my friend made me play Luigi all the time, so I wanted to give a shout out to Luigi as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess that's it. Yeah.
Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
あと街で見かけたら普通に声かけてください。
And if you see me outside, like on the street or whatever, just come by and say hi.
はい、ありがとうございました。
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch, we don't just play, we live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displayed. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displayed.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer metal posters at Display.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Let's see your best then, eh?
Swordplay is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
Hello. Hello.
Wow.
How's everybody doing?
What a...
Okay, all right.
Welcome to PAX, everybody.
Yeah. Right? We're doing it again.
We just keep doing it.
Here, hang on a second.
What's this? Okay, so we can't hustle. It costs a lot of money to hustle. I'm not going to lie to you.
It costs a lot of money to hustle, generally speaking, but then if you're doing it daily,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, it'd be one thing if we hustled every now and then,
right?
Every day, you know what I mean? Here, so I've gotten this from Laura. Apparently, it says, "Hi guys, it's me, Laura from work." Okay, I know who that is. No,
yeah.
We're all big fans.
We love Laura.
I had a sound transit joke planned, but it's not going to be ready until 2035.
Oh, come on.
Whoa. And then there's also no questions.
We have no questions.
So,
yeah.
I guess we're just going to go out and ask the people, which has historically been a very safe thing to do.
Doesn't work out well, usually.
Sometimes people just end up donating to cats.
Yes.
Historically, that's been the thing. I mean, Ronya, is there anything that you'd like to say?
Oh, hey, it's Tony.
Okay, Ronya says I need to
oh
zip
my
up my
God,
fly.
dude, your ding dong is hanging out.
Oh, Jesus. Here.
Just fucking...
No, I'll fix this. I'll fix this.
Does this happen at home? Like, does he not understand how pants work? You figure it out? Nice job, bud.
It was rough. I hurt myself. Here,
well,
now.
Sorry about that. It's a mature panel now.
No, listen to this. So, during PAX, when we were setting all up our Metro design, Dave, one of our designers, started by making essentially like a corporate branding. And then we had our friend, Tony Touch, come and ruin it with real graffiti.
Yeah, all the awesome graffiti you see around. Tony's the man. And a lot of our tattoos, actually, are Tony.
Yeah, a non-trivial amount of our Acquisitions Incorporated tattoos are also by Tony.
Yes.
Oh, but here,
You know that this place was in 2 different buildings?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did not.
Sorry about that.
It's very surprising. Is this why you're slicked and greased with sweat?
A little bit. Well, luckily they can't smell me, but you guys can see it probably.
Here, no, absolutely no. So this is for us. I hope this has.
Yes.
Okay, because it looks like an ammo crate.
Well, I had one job to do. I've been looking for the place to be, but I was stuck in the other building, came over here, but we finally got there.
Listen, it's all to the G. Thank you very much. Tony Touch, everybody.
Tony Touch, everybody.
All right, you good? You safe? I think so. Be safe, be fun.
I would watch out, dude.
Okay. Yeah, you guys just.
All right.
Yeah, you're looking for him, right? Yeah. No,
No, you want him.
Here, you go that way. No, here, you got to go this way.
I'm sure he's fine. Okay.
He seems fine. Don't catch whatever they have.
This question.
I love how hard they're selling this.
They are undead. They're working very hard.
Yeah. Right, so what do you got?
Surprise, surprise. Questions. Here we go. Zach, a.k.a. Mr. Movies, asks, I think I asked this to Jerry and Chris a while back, but not Mike. Oh, that's me. So, what are some of your favorite local food spots in Seattle? I don't come to Seattle except for PAX. I live where you can park.
You travel for work?
Yeah, I do. I travel for work. Yeah, no, I live way far, like 45 minutes away from here, where you can park in parking lots and go to stores and stuff like that.
Wow.
So
Perverse.
I don't come down here, but I'm sure there's lots of great places to eat.
All right, here. No, so
Jerry, what do you like?
Let me deploy my PAX hacks for your benefit. First, I think that you definitely have to take full advantage of the NYC Deli, which is just like a block away from the Sheraton. It's sort of like between here and the hotels. It has everything, including like sandwiches to order and filthy, nasty coffee. But it will revive you. You don't want to drink it, but you will. The second is I figured out the other hack, which I brought you along last time, Tender, which is just whatever restaurant, don't worry about the first part. If it ends with hot pot, go in. And because they're going to give you a big pot of like 3 different soups, and you're going to give meat a bath in the soup, and then you're going to eat it. Last time I was there, they brought out like a golden calf, like the sort of thing like the Israelites would have worshipped, except it was covered in meat. And you can have that. It's fine. You don't go to jail. It's reasonable.
I'm going to read another question. I really like Taco Time. I mean, I know it's not fancy, but I can fuck up Taco Time. Here's the question.
Is this from you?
Yeah. Do you guys think that Taco Time tater tots are seasoned? Yes, I say they are seasoned.
Of course they're seasoned.
I've been told that they are not seasoned by people who don't like Taco Time.
They're deeply seasoned.
That's what I thought.
I'm not going to stand this kind of hate on my TL.
From Cookie Moms, Cookies Dickensian Labor Center?
Dickensian.
Let's say that. Modifier.
It's a
modifier to the next question.
Oh, boy.
Do the opposite of your next modifier. I'm confused.
Here, we'll keep this one out.
Yeah, keep the modifier out.
Nevermore, from a future PAX, asks, what is one video and or board game that wasn't super popular that we all need to play?
Oh, that wasn't super popular, but we all...
I mean, your crazy one is like Wetrix, right?
My God,
That's like your OG...
Yeah,
I've never met anybody else who played this game except for you in the apartment.
If you played Wetrix. Oh, that's not cool, man. My grandma did it. There's like a dozen people that played it.
I bet your grandma sucked at it.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's not cool. I'm sure his grandma's a nice lady. This came out around Dreamcast era.
Yeah.
And it's a puzzle game where water is falling from the sky, and you have to construct like you pile earthenworks to contain the water, and the more water you can contain, the better your score. You have
to just like real life.
Just like in real life, yeah. Check out Wetrix.
And the game that I think everybody should be playing, and I mean, I don't think that they are, because it's a Wetrix situation. It's me and my friend Dabe that play it. It's called The Bazaar. And at first, see, this is what I'm talking about. There needs to be more than 2. It is like playing a slot machine on acid. And I mean that like I consider that a compliment. That's something I would like to do. And the Bazaar reliably gives you that experience. Like, I don't even know if I could explain. It's like a deck builder, kind of, but it's also a thing that goes bling, bling, bling. Wah, 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 wah.
I saw you guys playing it, and so I was like, oh, that's interesting. So I looked it up, and it looked like you just are, like, managing a backpack?
Yeah. Yeah, and you can get new toys in your backpack all the time.
Okay. But it's just like a backpack.
Yeah, but maybe you're a robot, and you have a backpack that has a dinosaur in it.
Nope.
Well, here, I
you got one. Okay.
Here. It's all right. It's for you.
Oh.
This says Density 2 from Thrallway in the Shattered Throne asks, will you publish your Destiny fanfic, please, pretty please?
I did write a little Destiny fanfic, and I do have a Reddit account that I post a lot of Destiny fanfic under that is not my real name. But that was a long time ago.
Right.
Yeah, I could post it. It's been a minute. You know, I actually grabbed Destiny Rising on my phone.
Is it cool?
No, it's terribly written, and really badly executed.
Well, see, I played the game so that I could read the little things on the guns.
Yes.
Like that's my Destiny career is just about these little pieces of text.
Yeah, Destiny always had some really interesting lore. It was sort of hidden, a lot of it, but it had good lore. And this is a mobile gacha game that looks like it was translated not well.
No, I mean, this is the thing. Like, the story of Destiny is about like a frenemy type relationship between a circle and a triangle. And I played it for a decade.
Yeah, no, me too.
They made me believe that a triangle could love a circle.
Yeah. All right, Scott from a seat next to Artie asks, how was your first Gen Con? Was it worth it to go? So, I went to one Gen Con.
Yeah.
And it's probably not appropriate to talk about other shows. But it's a shithole.
Gabriel.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sure.
I'm going to go there next year. I'm going to go to Gen's Con.
I know you are.
And this is, I'm going to have to contend with this.
It was one of the most horrible experiences I've ever had. There's no one there to help you. And it smells so bad. It's wet. Why? How is the show wet?
It was wet.
Yes, I told you how moist it was.
The show was wet. And then you become wet as a result.
And I don't want it to be like, oh, it's sour grapes. He doesn't like their competitor. I don't think it's a competitor. No, I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm just...
He's not trying, folks.
I had a horrible, horrible time.
It just happens. It's a natural phenomenon. No, it is wet. And,
The voice of reason.
No, listen, we can agree on this. But what I'm saying is that you did a panel, and they were like, you have to have tickets. And you're like, what?
Yeah, they're like, people are buying tickets to your panel. And I'm like, why the fuck would people buy tickets to my panel? And then they're like, well, now you have to stand at the door and take the tickets. And I was like, fuck off. No, I don't. I'm going to stand up on the stage and talk to the people, but I'm not taking tickets at the door.
But then you didn't know what to do with the tickets.
No.
At the end. So here's what I'll say. I don't agree with Mike on any of those things, except for the sweat.
Okay.
Sheets.
Yeah.
Of sweat.
Well, that's not what your text messages from the show said, but we'll leave it at that.
Carrie from PAX Carrie asks, did you pour one out for the Penny Arcade forums when they closed? No, because you can go to coin-return.org where the forums live on to this day. Eventually we wanted them to own it. I mean, the truth is that it's always been there.
It's like never been really a part of Penny Arcade. I never thought of it that way.
No, it's theirs.
Yeah, I mean, very early on, I remember I deleted the entire forum because they said something I didn't like. I was like, fuck it, why do I even have a forum? Delete.
Well, no, and I remember, and the best part is that I got into an argument with someone once, and I'm like, I just went sort of into the user account, and I could see it, and then I just put their IP on the blacklist. And that's how you win an argument.
Yeah. Yeah. Turns out.
That happened in real life. Ooh. Guelph Dandrick from Poughkeepsie. Poughkeepsie?
Poughkeepsie?
Poughkeepsie? Kip? Kip? If you say so. Ooh, this is hardcore shit. Willow, Labyrinth, or Hook. See, now I'm not sure I could put Hook in that mix. I like Hook, but I don't think that Willow or Labyrinth. I mean, people are going to die in this theater. I haven't seen any of those. Mike hasn't seen any of those.
Now, to be fair, you told me to watch Willow, and I did try. What
do you mean
I got pretty far.
You didn't. What about those like rat dogs?
Yeah, I don't know.
And they're like, "Arr."
I think that if you were young when it came out, it was probably pretty cool.
I watched it last week. It continues to bang.
Yeah.
Labyrinth.
Now, is that the one where like with the devil?
No. That's
the one with
Legend.
Tom Cruise?
No. Anyway, no.
I'm thinking of Legends of the Fall. Is it the same movie?
All right.
Like the devil's like a fly fisherman in Montana? I don't know. I haven't seen it. Pick one of those movies, and I'm going to ask another question.
Here. So here's the thing that I thought was interesting. When I was a kid, I saw Labyrinth, and I was like, it's like Never-Ending Story or Willow.
That's a great fucking movie.
Yeah.
Now, that's a good movie. I picked that one.
Yeah, see, there you go. See, now he's in the mix. But I will tell you that if you are... I watched it with boys. We rented it from the rental place, and we watched it. And I don't think that we were watching the same movie that girls our age were watching. Because you will mention Labyrinth, and I know grown women that their breath will catch. They're thinking about that contact juggling, right? They're thinking about that Goblin King. I'm telling you, it's real.
Jerry. Oh, this is from Sand Cauldron from Candor, Massachusetts?
Candor?
Jerry, with ACK Int gone, at least for now, how have you been coping suds-wise? Are you still drinking, or are you doing okay alcohol-wise?
I'll put it this way. I was with the Polish delegation last night, and this is like a skill that would be on their character sheet.
Drinking?
Oh my God. I thought that I was good at it.
I thought you were good at it.
I was considering going pro.
Yeah.
No, sandwiched between the Japanese delegation and the Polish delegation, I saw...
You couldn't do it. Couldn't keep up. Fucking how crazy is it that you are sitting with heads like Steve Hobbs?
I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know
How
why.
did that happen?
No, so Steve Hobbs, he loved the video game.
Did you know that Jerry went on a trade mission to Japan with the Secretary of State from Washington? Yeah, that's crazy cool.
But it was really, the thing was actually super cool. So yes, obviously drinking did occur. But because we had the Japanese delegation there, and a lot of Polish indies had their laptops open and they were showing off their like hot new shit. I saw this game called Sacrifier, which is sort of like a JRPG plus super hot, which is as good as it sounds. You want to check it out. But the Japanese delegation, it's like they didn't really have a sense of how powerful and important and fundamental Japanese artistic output is to this entire medium. I was explaining it to them. I'm like, look, they did this bad katakana here because they are trying to get back to the games that made them love games when they were growing up. And those are Japanese, a lot of Japanese role-playing games. But the whole room was just full of this, like, international love letter via art. But they didn't really understand like the power that it continues to have. It was really, really wild. I had to tell them about Japan.
That's awesome.
All right. Cryman Devil Baby from Wait What asks, do you have an address where I can send you outfits I'd like you to wear?
No.
It's not over. I just want to spoil you, baby.
I don't like that
I'm not sure if we want to wear these outfits.
Yeah. Now, I do have an address where you can send Gundam cards. Ryan with an R from Ballard asks, how much do you love Enforcers? So much. This is what I was saying
before.
There's no one at these other shows to help. I get lost or I need help with something, and there's nobody to help you with these other shows.
We ask Enforcers for help.
I ask Enforcers at this show, help me. I need help getting somewhere. Where do I go?
And it's instant.
Instantaneous.
No, they are the spine of the show.
They
this
are
is
the
why we,
spine
this
of
is
the
why
show.
we call them that. If you go to a show that doesn't have Enforcers, it's just not as nice.
Yep.
Stephen M. from Chehaliswa asks,
I think it's pronounced Chehalis.
Chahala! No stopping me. In a world where there are no health consequences, I'm loving this one already.
So far, I'm interested, yeah.
What foods would you eat every day that you normally have to consume in moderation?
So I have not eaten an Oreo in 2.5 months.
Hi, no. Typically, this sort of thing begins with, "Hi, I'm Mike."
Hi, I'm Mike. I had a real Oreo problem. I would do sometimes a row a night.
No, this is how I knew it was fucked up. Is because you had a term.
I do rows of Oreos?
No.
Do other people do rows of Oreos? Yeah.
We had rows, but at one point you started calling them sleeves.
Yeah, I could do a whole sleeve. For sure.
It's just if you have a term for it, that's where the problem comes in, I think.
But yeah, I'm trying to eat better. So no Oreos, no 10 to 15 Oreos a night. Instead, I have one 70-calorie Fiber One brownie. It's okay. It's pretty good. Yeah. So I would eat a lot of Oreos if there were no health consequences. I would eat a lot of Oreos. God, and they just released this new Reese's Oreo. It's killing me.
That's twisted.
I know.
That's like a kickflip, on your tongue. Christ air. No, so Stephen M, I just try to imagine me moderating. Look at, just gaze ye upon my works in despair. 7 with one blow from over yonder asks, what is the biggest animal you could fight naked? Assuming adrenaline and no weapons.
Naked, no weapons.
Naked, no weapons.
But juiced up on adrenaline.
But goosed.
I think that I could fight hand-to-hand a possum to the death. I'm not saying who would die.
I was hearing that Wrath of Khan music.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. No.
I think that's about the right size and speed for an animal I could take.
Here's what I'll say. I think we'd have to see. But the raccoons...
Raccoons are wily.
Dude, the raccoons in my neighborhood,
yeah.
I thought it was a fucking kid.
Did he have pants on?
It was no.
Oh.
It was late.
Yeah.
And...
the way they lumber around, yeah.
He was crossing the street.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I hope he gets home okay. And then I'm started to lope.
And then he got up on 2 legs and stumped they're weird creatures.
They had a gun.
A lot of them carry knives. Christmas Spooktacular from Valentine's, Patrick's Day asks, if I had one day to go anywhere within driving distance, but not in Seattle, the city, where should I go? Well, that's pretty good. You got an hour?
You may be under some misconceptions about our bridges.
Within driving distance, what is driving distance?
Any place you can get in a car.
Well, I mean, you can drive anywhere in a fucking car.
Yeah, you could drive to Boston.
I mean, I would recommend driving over to the east side.
Well, no,
Okay,
it can't be Seattle.
It can't be Seattle.
Any lake?
Go to Lake Washington.
That's in Seattle.
No, it's not. Lake Union is.
Oh.
Lake Washington is not Seattle.
We like to think it is.
Well, anyway, when I was moving over here from Spokane, Jerry lived in Seattle. Like, you lived in Wallingford, right? Pretty much? Fremont. And I came over here, and he was like, you got to come live in Seattle. And I was like, I'll come check it out. And I fucking hate this area over here. And I was like, I could never live here. And then I drove to the east side, and I was like, a normal fucking town. This is great. I could live here, and that's where I live.
Right here. Now, Ben from 98101 asks, what's the next Helldivers 2? I think it's still Helldivers 2. I mean, they just dropped all this new shit.
Yeah,
I mean, I was never able to pull you fully into its vortex.
It did not click with me. I did not get it.
And you tried playing it with the boys?
I tried playing it with my kids, and I love them, but not that much. It's the same thing with Magic. Like, they love Magic the Gathering right now, and they play Magic constantly. And they're always like, Dad, play some Commander. And I'm like, no, never. Like, you don't understand. Like, I was sick of this game before you were born. Like, before you were born, I was tired of this shit.
Yeah, Magic, the thing that bothers me about Magic is that when I first got into it, I was getting like, I could buy the packs. They were like $2, I think.
Yeah.
I could get them with my dishwasher tips, right? Cross the street from Chapter 11, which was the name of the restaurant. I don't want to, spoilers, but it didn't work out. Just shake your fist at God, I guess. Across the street, go to the Dragon's Den.
Yep.
Get the Magic cards. I didn't really understand the idea of deck building. And so I just had all of these first edition Magic cards in a juice pitcher. Like a plastic, like a Tupperware juice pitcher. And then to shuffle them, I would just shake it really hard. And I know for a fact, we weren't thinking about, we didn't think that like a, Mana Lotus or whatever, we didn't think that was going to be like a Ken Griffey Jr. rated rookie.
No.
We didn't have any idea. We thought it was a toy.
Yeah.
And every time I open a pack, I'm like, I just shook like $100,000 and I don't even know where it is now.
Yeah, no, I love that they're playing it, and it brought them together, like, in a way that they had not
I was
really
just going to say,
hung out before.
That can be tough.
Well, yeah, brothers, right? But they're playing Magic, and I love that for them.
You like that over there?
Yes, and I will play Gundam.
Yeah. Dude McCool from Around asks, sup? Laura, that's not, I don't know about that one.
Not much, I guess.
I'm not.
Doing a show?
Just answering not questions. Carrie from PAX Carrie asks, Div X, Charles Frank, Randy, The Fruit Friend, Anarchy, Cardboard Tube Samurai, Broodaxe, Lookouts. PA Comics used to have a lot more recurring original characters. Not a question.
That's just a dig, I guess. Yeah, sorry.
Hey, you fucks.
Yeah. Well, I will say that I am working on something Lookouts related right now.
I have it installed on my phone.
Yes.
Oh, now, what?
All right, real quick.
On your phone?
A step tracker.
Jerry, what are you talking about?
A step tracker that lets you explore the Ironwood. That's what we're working on. My eldest and I.
It's pretty fucking sweet. God, this motherfucker's back again.
Who?
On track again. He's back with more hate, I suppose.
Oh.
In your August 15th comic, The Undertaken, the concept of a statue of Gabe is mentioned.
That's right.
What would be the best or most logical place to have a statue of Mike Krahulik?
I don't know that that's necessary, but
You know what I would like?
What?
I would love it. I would love, because it has to be like as he lived. You know what I mean?
Sitting on a couch with a bag of Oreos?
No, well, no. But it has to be in public. It has to be living in a way, right? It has to invite the viewer. I can just see it like at the cookie shelf in the grocery store, but like as though he's choosing between new Oreo flavors. Right. He's like hunched a little bit and like looking close at the price.
Yeah. No, that would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I will say that when we were visiting Spokane, we took the boys and we're like, we're going to show you around our old haunts, you know, and like, this is the apartment 26, where Jerry and I created Penny Arcade. And I really do think a little plaque there next to that shithole apartment, which is still there somehow, would be excellent. Like, in the year 1998, 2 guys made a comic strip in this apartment, and it got kind of popular. That's all it has to say.
You were telling me that you took them to like some of our old haunts, which is like Zips.
Oh my God.
We like Zips. Zips has a crinkle fry. To me, that's very important. But you said that while you were there, a man came in and used the soda fountain like a bird bath.
Well,
he came in and just like went back and forth underneath it.
Spokane is a weird place. Most of it is abandoned, and the places that still have people are
abandoned it.
Yeah, are pretty filthy and nasty. But I did try to take my boys to a Zips, which is just like a burger place. And good guy on something. I don't know what he was on. He was having a good time. He came in.
He's on Mr. Pibb.
Yeah, and he got under that soda fountain and he went crazy for like a good 10 minutes. And it wasn't water. It wasn't like he was trying to take a shower. It was soda. Like he was sticky and sweet smelling when he was done. Coated with Coca-Cola. It was not Hilliard. This is on Division.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. See, so I am from Hilliard. I am from that place.
Yeah.
You can escape. You can rent. At least I could rent at that time for $280. Yeah. But one did often hear gunfire, and so you win. I think it's still a net bonus. Michael's Crafts. Yes. From Joanne's Fabrics, R.I.P., asks, who is your Sesame Street crush? That's easy.
Who's my Sesame
Street crush? That's easy, baby. It's Slimy Worm. Slimy Worm. Every time, just my heart leaps every time that worm gets on stage. He's going nuts.
Okay, I'll say Cookie Monster. Garfield Lasagna from John Coffey asks, Mike, are the various food fairies in love with each other, or are they more like siblings? So when drawing the comic on stage here at PAX, I do often draw fairies.
And they tend to be show specific.
Yeah, so we have a hot dog fairy that we draw at PAX.
Right.
Cheesesteak fairy.
In
Philly. I was drawing a lobster roll fairy when I was going to East.
In the Boston show.
Yeah, I honestly haven't thought about the world building behind the fairies a lot.
Dude, should we?
Yeah, we probably should.
I think taking things that should never be taken seriously, very, very seriously indeed, is our aesthetic.
Well, now it makes me want to do something where they like all get together and form a group. I think, and kiss. All right, we'll see how that goes. Angus McDonald from chat asks, what's the latest interest/hobby that's got you all fired up?
Oh, well, this is Mike Core.
Hobbies are my hobby.
Yeah.
Currently, I am, I guess hiking, like, it's got to be, it's all the same thing. My brain gets into these like things where I get hyper obsessed with stuff, right?
Yeah.
And right now it has been hiking.
Moving your physical husk
body, which is weird. But Gundam, the Gundam card game, building Gundam again, that got me back into building the models.
Right.
That's my current.
Well, no. And then there's going to be a war game.
There's going to be a war game coming out.
Yeah. No. It's crazy.
What about you? Is there something that you're obsessed with right now?
I can never answer questions like that because I don't know. I just have normal, regular interests.
Yeah,
only other people know if I'm obsessed with them.
Well, you are very good at liking a lot of things at a smart, like a good amount. Like you don't, like I jump into something, I go all in 100%, and then like a month later, I'm like, what was I fucking doing that for? Like, now I got all this shit sitting around. I don't even use it anymore. Like
it's underfoot.
Yeah.
No, I get the benefit of seeing your adventures.
Yeah.
Right? It's like you got so hard into fucking Digimon, dude.
Yeah, I did.
Like you had like the fucking watch.
Yeah. Yeah, Digimon is a good one for the brain weasels. Really gets them going. It's very easy to get obsessed with Digimon.
Well, there's a lot of Mons, I understand. Yeah. Cookie Mom from Cookie Mom's Cookie's Ethical Child Labor Plant. Yeah. If you got to put the ethical in there, please give your top 5 chips. This is a potato, tortilla, chocolate, ram, the chipmunk.
So like
chip.
Types of chips, but not like sour cream and onion chips, cheddar cheese chips.
No, I think that is acceptable given the framing.
Oh. I guess I like sour cream and onion chips.
Okay. Well, I like Cool Ranch.
It's a good flavor of chip, man.
And then just sour cream, Cool Ranch, sour cream.
Yeah.
And that'll be all 5.
Chips.
Yep. Now, April from Albuquerque asks, Hi. I am new to PAX, and I have really enjoyed watching you two play the characters Omen and Jim. Aw.
I've had fun playing it.
That's very sweet, April. Here, now, I was wondering what other characters you like to play as. What would motivate you to make that choice? Well,
all of my characters are Jim. Every time I've tried to play another character in some other game, it ends up being a version of Jim.
Yeah.
Which is really just me.
Yeah, so it's mice.
I'm not like, it's not like I shaved the serial numbers off. Like,
No, and it's like, but April, if you have enjoyed that, we have a bunch of other stuff on the YouTube. I would definitely recommend the AV Club, which is our sort of like 80s movie homage. That was a lot of fun. Seattle by Night is also very, very
Seattle
good.
by Night was very fun.
No, I don't think your character Vampire is not Mike.
Tom?
I don't think Tom is Mike.
I tried to make it. No, he's still me.
Is he?
Yeah. I mean,
he's just big.
I am always that person who is there and is kind of to screw things up. I'm there to throw the wrench in, right?
Yeah. But also, it's like we're not like actors or performers. Like we're still like, essentially, when we're doing that, we're just like writing. The same that we would like write a strip.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we're just sort of like writing fast.
Yeah, exactly. But no, that is not. Yeah, that's just something that we do for fun. And people always say like, "Oh, I like the Acquisitions Inc. It feels like a home game." It's like, well, that is our home game.
That is when we play Dungeons and Dragons.
That's when I play it.
I've been told you folk have stopped disclosing this information publicly, so I thought I would come ask in person.
Oh boy.
Just between you and I, asks, is your hustling of a near daily nature? We
don't hustle anymore.
We already went over that. We covered that topic. George from Be More Baby asks, during Acquisitions Incorporated, the series, Season 1, who stole the belt of giant strength from the Horn Enclave if it wasn't the Zents or Acquisitions Incorporated?
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying for years. No, here's the takeaway. I mean, you have to ask Chris.
Yeah.
Like, if it's not specifically stated or happens on stage, we don't know. They never tell us anything about these games.
We don't know what's going to happen at all before we get on stage. And when I leave the stage, I completely forget everything that happened that was on stage.
Well, in order to do that, like for us, that is
the hardest thing I do at PAX.
That's
not my job.
I basically, in order to do it, I have to disappear.
Yes.
It has to just be the line.
Yeah.
It has to just be like whatever I'm going to be saying next. Because there can't be any pauses in it at all.
Yeah, I just have to look at the people at the table. With the lights, I can't really see the audience and stuff like that. I just focus on the DM.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we're not actors.
No.
And sometimes people have been like, oh, is any of that stuff scripted? And it's like, it couldn't be. I could not perform it.
Oh, you'd know right away.
You would know right away. It would be horrible.
No, you would never wonder. Because it would become stilted and wooden.
Yeah,
but that's
very
what
quick.
Acting is just doing the things that we ordinarily do bad. Like we can't do that.
Yeah.
Jeff Raven from the Ether, but also Club PA, asks if you could go back and rewrite one early Penny Arcade strip with your current skills, which would you pick and why? Now, we've done this a couple times.
Yeah, every once in
We've
a while.
done like directors, like remasters.
Director's cut, yeah. I think it would be fun to go back and do Claw Shrimp again, or I Hope You Like Text. I think I could do a better job
actually,
on that one.
those would be perfect.
Yeah, those would be fun.
They're still in the mix. All right. Fluxo the Wizened from a dubious location between the cupboard and the fridge asks, hey lads, help a wizard out and move the fridge a bit so I can get out.
It's just a bit? We're just a part of this guy's bit?
No, it's like, can you imagine the power they have
over us?
Over us, these perverts?
All right, this is more Cookie Mom's cookies from Cookie Mom's Cookies. I really don't have anything here. I just want you guys to have a good day. Thanks, Cookie Mom. I'm having a great day so far.
Yeah, it's turned out okay.
The Mario of my friend group from Snack Mountain asks, the Honorable Guy Fieri from Flavortown shows up at your home and demands the best meal you can make.
Oh.
I sent you a picture of food. Like, I never send you, because I don't cook. Like, I'm not good in the kitchen, but I'm trying to get better.
Yeah.
And I made...
You did, like, Instagram... Like, send me a food.
I was so proud. Like, I took a picture of this food I made and sent it to you. And I had made, it's not difficult. I made a Saboro bowl, which is just rice, like chicken sausage, scrambled eggs, and then chives. Like, it was really good, but I made it myself. Like,
no, it's crazy.
I was proud of myself.
No, it's so what's the thing that I can make? Oh, okay. Apparently the birria is good. I'm getting a lot of votes for birria. What's the... Oh, okay, so Christmas, I don't know why this started happening. Christmas became like tamale time in our house for some reason. After we have the turkey, one of the prime uses for the turkey is to make 50 tamales. Apparently they are craved by the youth.
You're actually good in the kitchen. You know what you're doing in there.
Thanks, pal. No, I like it. I think it's really, really fun. And then you get to eat it. Audience Surrogate from Devil's Advocacy asks, AC Inc. is tomorrow. How would you summarize the story up to this point?
I couldn't. I absolutely could not. I know that there was... You guys tried to tell me that there was a switch and I was playing a different gym at some point. And I was like, okay, cool. Is that still... I don't know. Maybe that's a thing. I honestly barely know how to play the game even. So I could not tell you what has been going on.
Acquisitions Incorporated is a series of interdimensional OSHA violations. Gathered friends, our time allotted has disappeared. But there is plenty more PAX for you to enjoy. Welcome and enjoy yourselves.
Thank you guys. Have fun.
Hey, you guys, we're gonna get started in just a moment. I just wanted to come out and see you guys. I'm Randy. I founded Gearbox. We make Borderlands. You guys hype about that? Yes. I am so excited to be here. I am so excited to be here. Now listen, I've been on this stage, PAX West, PAX East, talking about Borderlands for a lot. I've done it many, many times. And every time I've come out here, I've said, I am so excited to be here. But right now, with Borderlands 4, you guys, I am so excited to be here. Are you guys excited? Yes! Yes! I want to feel that energy. I want to feel that energy. I'm going to go to backstage. I'll be out here later, but we're going to get started in just a moment. Just a moment. Keep it pumped. Keep it pumped, you guys. Woo! I can just give the guns to the players.
Chief Communications Officer, Dan Hewitt.
Amazing. Hello, my friends. What's going on, PAX West? I am so excited that you're here. Thank you for joining us. And whether you're joining us here in the hall or you're watching online, you're a part of our incredible community, and we're so appreciative of all the time that you took. Now, we have enforcers who are going down the aisles. We are handing out Ripper masks. Please, please, please make sure you get one. We're going to be doing a family photo, and we want to make sure that everybody can be a part of that. So if you're getting a mask, just hold on to it for now. It'll be great. While we do that, who has never been to a Gearbox PAX West show before? All right, right here in the glasses. Stand up. Come down here. Let's see, is this on? Can we turn this on? Let's turn 9 on. Yeah, come on down. Hey, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Peter.
Steven? Very nice to meet you, Steven. This is your first Gearbox panel?
Sorry, it's Peter, actually.
Peter.
Sorry.
Steven, Peter, Steven. Peter, is this your first Gearbox panel?
Yes, it is.
And I'm so appreciative of that you're here. Now, just to give you an idea of what you're in for, we're known for giving away a lot of loot during our panels. Is that right, y'all? So we're going to do a little bit of a choose your own adventure. You have two options. One, we can play a game. Or two, I can just skip to the end and give you the loot. What do you want?
I'm in the mood for an adventure.
You want to play the game?
I'd say so.
Are you sure?
I've been doing this since Borderlands 2, at least.
What?
Yep.
So you absolutely want to play the game?
Let's do it.
I don't have a game. I'm just screwing with them.
Oh, okay.
How about we just give you the loot? How about
That'd be great. That'd be awesome.
Can we get that? So thanks to our good friends at Nerdvana Games, we are going to give you a free copy of Bunkers and Badasses. Thank you. And thank you, Nirvana Games, for your support. We greatly appreciate it. And I tell you what, for everybody who didn't get a copy, what you can do is right now, there's a QR code behind me. Scan that, and thanks to the generosity of Nirvana Games, you also are going to get a free copy of Bunkers and Badasses. If you're watching online, grab that QR code. You also can get a free copy of Bunkers and Badasses. A round of applause for Nirvana Games. Thanks, everybody. So we have got a fantastic show lined up for you today. We've got so much to talk about. We're going to be hitting Risk of Rain, talking about the new DLC 3. There we go. I know that you all are excited about it, but also Is anybody excited about a game coming up? Is there anybody knows something good that's coming? September 12th, y'all, Borderlands 4 is going to be out. I gotta tell you, I have worked at Gearbox for years, and I've never seen the morale as high as it is right now. So many people are pumped. Early press reviews are extremely positive. Content creators and streamers love it. I mean, so many people want to be part of this Borderlands moment. As a matter of fact, Butterfinger, you all know that crispity, crunchity deliciousness. Butterfinger has partnered with Borderlands, and they came out with a new bar with marshmallow. Cash the check, y'all, I'm doing it. They came out with marshmallow, and it is a fantastic flavor. I've actually been eating these all morning. But we are going to put in a Butterfinger skin for the Echo 4 bot in Borderlands. And you can see an example of here. You can see an example of the Echo skin here. There we go, the Echo 4 bot. That's going to be available, and if you want to get that, you can get it from a Butterfinger content creator. And so be sure to follow those folks, and they're going to be giving a shift code for that specific skin. Now, as excited as we are by the incredible response from press, from content creators and streamers, we're also heartened by the incredible outreach from cosplayers. You all know how important our cosplay community is to us and how honored we are that people put so much time and effort and money into these incredible creations that take hours and hours and hours to build. Now, we do have new cosplay guides available at borderlands.com. So if you want to go get the cosplay guide for one of the new Vault Hunters or Moxie or any of the characters that we've got in Borderlands 4, please go ahead and download that now. We have so much going on, a lot of games in development that I'm not even going to get into because I really love my job and I don't want to spoil those. But I do want to talk about one thing that I'm particularly excited about. This winter, we're going to be coming out with a brand new audio series. It's called Borderlands Dead Echoes. And what this is it follows Watts. Now, Watts is a disenchanted doll echo operator, and he doesn't get paid much, and he's looking to develop a side gig. And so what he does is he supplements his pay by sifting through undeliverable echo logs, and he's looking for secrets, and he's selling those secrets to the highest bidder. He ends up partnering with a character named Junie, who is a curious stranger with a secretive past, and together, Watts and Junie go on a Robin Hood type mission, but they end up attracting the attention of evil corporations, Doll's lethal accounting department. It's fantastic. It's going to be available anywhere where you get podcasts. So this winter, be sure to take a listen for that. All right, that was a lot. So why don't we get started talking about games? How's that sound? I want to bring to the stage one of my best friends at Gearbox, Noelle Pugh. Noelle, come on out.
Yay! Hello.
Hello.
Best friend. Hey, everyone. So I am extremely excited to be here today to talk about Risk of Rain. So Risk of Rain we absolutely love. It's super near and dear to my heart because when I started at Gearbox 7 years ago, it was one of the first games that I actually helped to launch was the Risk of Rain 2 early access, which is crazy. So today we have a couple of things that we want to talk about. First one is from a company that also loves Risk of Rain as much as we do. Nerdvana Games has the Risk of Rain board game live now on Kickstarter. So it is fully funded, which is really incredible. It went live and 30 minutes later, it was done. So this is definitely happening right now. It's over 1,000% funded, which is incredible. The game is a co-op miniature game where you are working with your friends to try and get through the different scenarios. And it will be up on Kickstarter until September 9th, which is incredible and fun. And so if you guys really like to play your board games before you actually buy them, there is a stage that you can play on Tabletop Simulator before you back it. But remember, you want to back it before September 9th because that's going to be the best time. Now, for the video game. So at PAX East, we announced Risk of Rain 2 Alloyed Collective, which is the third DLC for Risk of Rain. Our DLCs feature new stages, new enemies, new bosses, new items, and of course, new survivors. So I'm not going to be sharing the new survivor today, but you'll be able to watch and learn about the new survivor on our Survivor Twitch stream on the Gearbox official account. And whenever we do our survivor streams, we also do a dev diary, so you'll be able to see a lot more information about the brand new DLC for Risk of Rain 2. So, the other thing that I want to share with you guys today is kind of a surprise. So, there is a new update for Risk of Rain Returns that is live today. It will be going live now. For those that like to play Risk of Rain on the go, this is going to help it so that more of us can play Risk of Rain on the go. So, for a taste of what is coming, here we go. So I'm super excited. That is coming out today. Really exciting. Now, I have one more thing for you. Actually, I don't have anything else for you. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring back out to this stage the founder of Gearbox Entertainment, Randy Pitchford.
Hey, you guys! Hey, did you guys get masks? You guys got masks? Can you put them on? Put them on. We're gonna get a selfie together. Okay. Noel, can you help me? Yeah. Oh heck! Oh my God, that looks so good. Oh heck yeah, this is so cool. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna pose. And let's do the 4.
You guys all look so awesome.
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Yes. You're all gonna be on somebody's socials. Heck yeah! How you doing? Guys, okay, so we're going to talk a lot about Borderlands 4. I'm going to bring some friends out here in a bit, but before, I think some people know that it's sort of a tradition for me to do a magic trick. Some guys know that before I became a video game developer, I was a professional magician. And in here, in this envelope, I have a secret story that we're going to reveal in a bit. But we're going to create a story together. We're going to create a story together. So I'm going to need some help. In fact, everybody, you have your masks. If you look at your masks, some of you, actually 4 of you, will have a mark on the inside of your mask. And I know what the mark is. And if you have this mark, you'll know. You'll know. If you don't think you have it, you don't have it. But if you have it, you've got it. I want those 4 people, wherever you are, to come right here, come up to the front of the audience and meet me right up here. We're going to do something, and I'm going to bring your masks. There should be 4 of you, and I want you to join me right here in the front of the audience right here. And we're going to build a story together. And also, in addition to these 4 people who are going to be our players, okay, good, there's at least one. I was backstage with one of my magic friends as we worked all this thing out for a while. We got 2. There's a 3rd person. There's got to be a 4th one. There's got to be a 4th one of you. Yes. Come on, come right here, you guys. Come right here. Hi, welcome. I'm Randy. Hi. Nice. Now, we haven't met before, right? Okay, cool. Awesome. This is going to work. And yes, let me see. Okay, cool. Yes, you're legit. Okay, keep your masks. Oh, this is going to be great. What is your name?
Reggie.
Hi, Reggie. Nice to meet you. And what about you? Alice. Nice to meet you. Raymond. And? Matt. If I forget your names, forgive me. Yeah, so I'm going to ask you to come up on stage. So unfortunately, there's no stairs here. So if you can meet one of our forces over there, they're going to bring you around the backside. You can join me on stage, and we're going to play a game. You guys. This is going to be fun. I got 4 Vault Hunter players, and we're going to play a game. And we are going to figure out what the secret story is that I've predicted or I've written in advance. Okay, you guys. As you can see on stage, I've got 4 question marks on banners, A, B, C, and D. Now, in a moment, when we get our players up on stage, I'm going to ask each of them to pick one of these banners, and that's going to be their territory. Because what we're going to do is we're going to get each player in a zone, in a location in Borderlands 4. We're gonna have Vault Hunter selected, and then they're gonna pick their weapons, and we're gonna see what happens. Right up here, you guys. Yeah, you can actually come right up to me. Come right up to me. Cool. Yes. Perfect. Sorry, what was your name again? Matt. I've got A, B, C, or D. What do you want, Matt? B. Can we turn B around here? And you can just take a spot to the right of B. Yeah, see, there's tape there. Here, you know what? Can you help me turn this around? Sweet. Where are you going to be located, Matt? You are in Carcadia Burn. Matt's in Carcadia Burn. Hi, remind me your name again.
Alice.
Alice. What do you want, A, B, C, or D?
Ooh, let's do C.
C. Let's go to C. Can we see what C is? Perfect. You're in Terminus range. Great. And where do you want to be? Okay, D. And let's turn D around, and guess what? You don't get a choice. I'm sorry. You're stuck right here. And we can turn, and there's Dominion over there. That's where the timekeeper's hanging out. And let's see what we got here. And of course, our last zone, the Fade Fields, everybody. I know what that is. I didn't have to look. Kind of worked on the game a bit. Okay, we got 4 players. Now we need to pick Vault Hunters. We need to pick Vault Hunters for our 4 characters, and you're going to help me. Can we get our beach balls out here? I want this to be as fair as possible. So go ahead and let's throw those beach balls out into the audience. Let them bounce around. Knock them around. And we're going to start some music.
Oh, wow.
And let's get our Vault Hunters. On stage. Please welcome to the stage some incredible cosplayers, our Vault Hunters. Oh my God, right? Yes. All right. We got our Vault Hunters on stage. Okay, now I'm going to go left to right. As soon as the music stops, somebody grab a ball, grab a beach ball. If you got it, hold on to it. Grab a ball, stop it, grab a ball. You're our volunteers. Stand up if you've got a ball. Stand up if you can stay where you are. You don't have to come up here. We're going to do it from where you are. Stand up. We're going to start on the left. So you in the back there. We're going to have over here in the Fade Fields, that's player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. We're going to start with player 1. So you in the back. Which Vault Hunter is going to be player 1? Can you yell out one of these Vault Hunters? Their names are they should be on the side. They're somewhere. We got the name. Yes. Which Vault Hunter is player 1 in the back? Amon. Can you join our player here in the Fade Fields? You had to pick the farthest. Wait, yeah. We're going to go with player 2, Alice, right? Sorry. Oh, what? Matt. Player 2 is Matt, and which Vault Hunter's for Matt? Which one? Vex. You're going to player 2 in the Carcadia Burn. Okay, and you out loud in your loud voice. We've got Harlow or Rafa for player number 3. That's Alice. Which one? Rafa, you're going to go to player number 3 with Alice. Now that leaves. Hold on a second. You can sit down. You didn't get a choice. That's not really fair. So I'm going to give you an option. You could send Harlow to the Dominion, or you could trade Harlow with any of these other Vault Hunters. I'm going to trade Harlow for Vex. Let's trade Harlow. Can you go to Carcadia Burn? Vex, you're going to go to Dominion. Amazing. Okay, we've got some Vault Hunters here. You know what? I feel like you guys, part of playing Borderlands is to choose your Vault Hunter. Let me ask you, what's your name again?
Raymond.
Raymond, you've got Amon. Are you happy with Amon, or who are you going to main? What would be your Vault Hunter if you were to?
I like playing Siren, so I got to go with Vex.
Okay. Do you mind if we switch? Sorry, Amon. Can we? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Can we switch? Can we switch? Matt, right? What do you think? You want to keep Harlow or do you want to switch?
I'm sorry, I'm going to switch.
You're going
I'm gonna be a problem. I'm going to go Rafa.
Sorry, Rafa. We'll switch. What about you? Are you happy with, you want to stay or you want to?
Actually, I'm pretty happy with it.
Yes, Harlow. You know, I'm going to start with, and dude, do me a solid. Do him a solid. Are you happy with Amon? Or look, I want this to be as fair as possible. Are you happy with Amon or do you want to switch?
I actually have no arguments here.
Yes, okay. So we are locked in. Now you got to pick guns. Player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. I want you all to think of a number between 1 and 24. Lock it in, don't say it out loud, lock it in, because we have 24 guns. Go ahead, let's review them. Lock it in. Between 1 and 24, 1 and 24, 1 and 24, 1 and 24, and we're gonna pick these guns. Okay, we're going to pick guns, and we're going to pick them hopefully at random, blind choice, and then we'll be set here. So I'll help you with this one here. We'll get these guys revealed. And do you guys have numbers in mind?
On it. Yes.
What's your number? 1 to 24.
7.
Lucky number 7. Where's number 7 here? So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, perfect. Right on the top is 7. Made it easy for me. This looks like this is a Maliwan sniper rifle. So we're going to give that to Vex. Maliwan sniper rifle. And what about you?
I've been staring at this fantastic jacket. I got to go with 4.
Oh, for Borderlands 4, you guys. Okay, so where's 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see here. This is the 4th one. This is a TDR pistol. Rafa, you're getting Rafa gets a TDR pistol. That turns out to makes a lot of sense. Okay, Harlow and Alice, number between, we've got low numbers. Can you go a little higher?
Yeah, actually my favorite number is 17.
17, lucky number 7. I guess that's also, where is 17? 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. This is right? 17? Yes. So this looks like, this is a Vladov rifle, Vladov assault rifle. And Harlow, you're armed with a Vladov assault rifle. I don't know how you can hold this gun. Okay, you're going to help. Last choice. What are we going with?
I heard big numbers, so I'm going to go with 20.
20. Okay. 19, 20. Okay, this is a Jacob shotgun right here. Jacob shotgun. Perfect. Jacob shotgun. Oh, yeah, we'll give it to, yeah, great. Okay, you guys, we are locked in. Now, here's the thing. We created a story here together. We've got our Vault Hunters. We've got Vex in the Fade Fields with a Maliwan sniper rifle with player 1. We've got Rafa with a TDR pistol and the Carcadia Bird with player 2. Player 3 has Harlow with a, looks like that's the Vladov assault rifle. Can you turn it the other way for me? Yeah. And then that's Terminus Range. And we got Amon with a Jacob shotgun with player 4 in the Dominion. Fair? This is as fair as can be. Here's our story, you guys. Oh, guess what? Underneath all of your seats, I've given you a copy of the story. Reach under your seat. There's an envelope with something inside of it. Take that out right now and prepare to have your minds freaking blown. Can you zoom in on this, what I've got here? Borderlands 4 PAX West story. So you want to hear a story, huh? Have I got a story for you? Live on stage at PAX West in 2025, just 2 weeks away from the launch of Borderlands 4, 4 players chosen at random from the audience got the help of other randomly chosen audience members to pick their Vault Hunters, their favorite gun, and to decide where to set off to one of the zones on the planet Kairos. Player 1 played Vex, equipped with a Maliwan sniper rifle, and explored the Fade Fields. Player 2 chose Rafa, who wielded a TDR pistol and scouted Carcadia Burn. Are you guys seeing this? Player 3 became Harlow, who used a Vladov rifle and tiptoed through Terminus Range. And player 4 was Amon, who took a Jacob shotgun and rampaged around Dominion. Crazy, crazy. The heroes paused and looked out into the audience, and everyone noticed player 1 was the only player who wore glasses. Player 2 is the only one with a hat on. It's backwards. Show. You got a hat on. Yes. Player 3 is the only woman. And what was your name again?
Reggie.
Player 4 is named Reggie, you guys. Player 4 is freaking named Reggie. That's a miracle. That is a miracle. Oh, wait, there's some more instructions here. Hold on, I got to prepare for this. I forgot this phase. This is the most important phase. Player 1, can you take one of these ammo boxes? Can you take one of these ammo boxes? Player 3, can you take one of these ammo boxes? Player 4, can you take one of these ammo boxes? Let me read this last bit here. I don't know if you guys can read this with me. Can we zoom in on this? Every decision was made exactly as planned. The game was a success. And so at the end of the game, all of the players opened up their ammo crates to find them full of grenades, which they promptly threw with great force towards your narrator, Randy Pitchford. Go ahead. Okay. Okay, that's enough. Ceasefire. All right, you guys, we did it. We did it, everybody. We have the Borderlands story. So I am so grateful. Look at these incredible cosplayers, you guys. Aren't they amazing? And thank you so much to our player volunteers. Thank you, player 1 through 4. Take your grenades, take your ammo crates, and thank you. Yeah, if we can, I guess cosplayers can go this way, and our players can go that way. He'll help you off stage. Thank you guys so much for your help. Cheers, everybody. Wow. So thanks. That was, I wasn't sure that was going to work. I was backstage with the magician friend that helped me with that is a gentleman I've known for about 30 years. His name is John Lovick. His stage name is Handsome Jack. And yes, he's had that name since before Borderlands. And I've known him for 30 years. And we gave this about, I think this has about an 80% chance of working. He gave it an 81% chance. And we did it, you guys, we did it. Thanks. But you know what? That was all fun. That was a neat little, it's a trick. I'm not a witch. Nobody's a witch. It's a trick, you guys. It's a trick. But I do have a gift for everybody, including our players. Check this shift code right now. Everybody get a screen grab of this shift code. If you're at home, make sure you got it. This is a killer. This is a killer. This one is 50 golden keys, but 20 diamond keys for Borderlands 3. 20 diamond keys for Borderlands 3 and 50 golden keys for all of the games in the Borderlands family that have golden keys. So get that. I didn't give one away on social yesterday. That's for you for today. That's for everybody who can see this, everybody watching at home, and of course everybody in the room. So grab that shift code and get those diamond keys. That's at least 20 killer legendaries out of that. So yes. Now let's get to the meat. Let's talk about Borderlands 4. I want to introduce a couple of people to join me to help. You guys, we're very fortunate. We have several people here that work on Borderlands 4, including one of my favorite designers from Gearbox. Please first welcome Grant Cowell. He's our Associate Creative Director. Grant, can you come out here? This is Grant. Grab a stool, Grant. Can you grab me one too? And then we got some help. We need a moderator. And we have the best moderator in the world that happens to work at Gearbox. Because before joining Gearbox several years ago, this gentleman you're about to meet was at Game Informer magazine. He left Game Informer magazine. He'd been there for almost 30 years. And he left being the editor-in-chief of Game Informer magazine in order to join Gearbox. And he's been working side by side with me every day on Borderlands 4 and all of the great projects we have in development. Please welcome Andy Reiner. Andrew Reiner. Right on. Can you grab us?
I'll get a seat.
Awesome.
Hey,
Let's
everyone.
take this one. And we're gonna chat about what's going on. We're gonna chat about Endgame. There's been a lot of we've done some tours. I went to Southeast Asia and showed a lot of people the game. We had some other people here in the U.S., in Europe, and we've shown some of the game. There's so much we haven't shown yet, but what we haven't really talked about is Endgame. And Grant and I promised that when we come to PAX West, we would talk about Endgame. So you ready to talk about Endgame?
Yes, hell yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Before we do that, Randy, I just got to know how you feeling right now. We're 14 days away from launch, by the way.
I'm freaking out. We've worked on this game for I've been working on it for over 6 years, since before Borderlands 3 even launched. And we're leaving everything we've got on the field, you guys. Like, I'm literally sweating right now. Our team has, we've just been killing ourselves trying to make the best Borderlands game we've ever made. And I think we've done it. I think we've done it. And I can't wait for you guys to play it. And I can't wait for day one so that I can finally get on the internet and play with random people, because I only get to see what these guys do. I want to see what you guys do. So I'll be with you playing on September 12th.
And we're just 2 weeks.
I'm freaking out, you guys. I'm freaking out.
We're just 2 weeks away from launch, and we have a lot of the game that we haven't revealed yet.
Yes.
We're going to do that today.
Yes.
We're going to talk Endgame, as you just brought up.
Yes.
And also talk about what's coming next.
Yes. And last time at PAX East, I talked a lot, and I didn't let you talk as much. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best to shut the hell up. It's going to be hard, because you know me. I got a big freaking mouth.
Yeah, so we're not going to recap anything. You know what game we're making. Grant, let's say everyone here finished the game. They see the credits rolling.
Yeah.
What happens next?
You go through some new missions that we're going to transition you to the end game. We want you to learn how to get into Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. We're calling it Ultimate Vault Hunter mode because that's the end game that we want players to kind of go through. And you'll have a new mission, takes you through it with new challenges. And this is kind of like an intro to the end game that we wanted to kind of bring everybody into, because there's some lessons from the previous Borderlands that we want to make sure we get right. And we want to kind of explore those lessons and make sure that everybody can go into the end game with nice, smooth transition.
Yeah, you worked on Borderlands 3's endgame with Mayhem mode.
Yep.
What can we expect a little bit from in terms of flow and kind of new experiences within Ultimate Vault?
We wanted to focus on the player experience. The main thing that we learned from the previous Borderlands to this one is that we don't want players to regrind their weapons. So from Ultimate Vault Hunter mode on, you will be using your endgame weapons and your endgame gear that you farm once. And if that's the gear that you want to use, that's the gear you're going to take. And we're going to challenge you to take that gear from when you get it all the way to the last Ultimate Vault Hunter rank.
And we're designing this with co-op in mind, with playing with other players. Dive into that a little bit.
Yeah, so break free in our game, we want players to have so many possibilities to play together, whether it's co-op, whether it's in different modes and different ways. You can join your friends, jump into the game with them, and be able to teleport to them, hit the challenge that you want to hit the boss you want to hit, and there's different modes.
Cross-platform,
and there's different modes that you can jump in and make sure you can play with each other in the matchmaking pool.
Yeah, everybody has their own loot pools. You could be sharing guns.
Yep,
everything. We're really encouraging co-op.
Yeah, we want to make sure that the player expression for what you want to do, there's so many possibilities, and we'll talk about them later on. There's so many possibilities and so many different activities that you can engage in, and no matter what, you can teleport onto your friends and play with them any way possible.
And we have a different leveling system. Like when you're playing the main game, you're getting your standard experience. It's this gold meter that you're filling up next to your player level in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. You can see that little gold blip there. We also have something new called specializations. Dive into that.
Yeah, so specializations are a brand new skill tree that players will have to invest in, like kind of like a remix of what badass ranks were. And when you beat the game and you unlock specializations, specializations are 4 different play styles that players have to invest in, and you gain specializations points by leveling up. And this is a separate experience pool that will accumulate after you beat the campaign.
And if I switch to another character, am I going to have to play through the game again to get those specializations again?
No. Once you unlock specializations on one character, it is an account-wide unlock. So you can play a brand new character or play a second character or third character. They will all have specializations. And when you earn XP for that character, you'll earn XP for the specializations. So that you can play with these end-game abilities at the start of the game, at the end of the game, or in the middle of the game on a second or third character. And as you can see in the screen here.
It's awesome.
Yeah, we're really trying to push the different builds. So with Full Spectrum Arsenal, players can now have ordnance damage be benefited from gun damage. So if you're a gun damage build character and you want to specialize in grenades or heavy weapons, you would want to invest in Brutal and Survivor so that you can equip the full spectrum arsenal, increase your ordnance damage so that you can use all sorts of different weaponry.
It's basically like a whole new skill tree for endgame. It's pretty awesome.
So you said if you want to play it this way, what if I want to change it up on the fly?
You can respec. We have a specialization respec machine. We do want players to kind of stick with their specializations, so there is a cost associated with it, but we do want players to kind of.
It's iridium. The cost is iridium.
Cost is iridium, but you can mix and match and play your style the way you want. We don't want to deter you from playing the way you want to play.
And what can players expect from Ultimate Vault Hunter mode? How do we get into that?
So after you beat the campaign, we'll have a set missions that players can kind of engage in. And then when they go through those missions, they'll be faced with different boss challenges that we curated for the testing of your build. We wanted players to be able to maximize on their damage or survivability to take on some of the harder encounters that we've kind of designed for this next step of ranking up your Ultimate Vault Hunter mode.
You clocking this, right? So you finish this campaign, you've got a level 50 or something, wherever you're at. Your end credits scroll. Oh, and then you get a new mission. And there's tutorials because there's the whole robust endgame system that we want to make sure you understand and can enjoy. And we'll train you as we go.
And it's not just at the first rank, too. We kind of push you to the second rank and third rank, and there's new challenges in every single rank and new replay missions for you to kind of replay through, figure out how to beat that tough encounter with the escalated numbers and health and damage, and use your build to try to escalate the Ultimate Vault Hunter ranks.
What are some of these challenges you're talking about? Like, what are players doing here?
You'll have to travel all through Kairos, fight certain bosses that we've curated for this experience. Some will be straight-up DPS challenges, and some will test you with multiple mobs, multiple ads, and will hit you from every direction.
And am I going to have to refarm gear?
Absolutely, absolutely not. That's one of the things that we wanted to make sure we took care of, which is we want to respect players' time, and we want to make sure that whenever they want to play something that they want to play, they have the gear they want to do it, and they will challenge you, but you will stick with the gear you want, and you will play with that gear that you play with. You won't have to refarm it at every single Ultimate Vault Hunter mode.
Yeah, you don't have to refarm, but of course, if you're like me, you want that perfect drop, and you're going to go hunt for it, and you can absolutely farm as much as you want and get that. You'll find better and better drops. There are, after all, 30 billion guns in Borderlands 4. There's always a better piece of loot.
And I should point out, if you're not level 50 when you get there, you're still, let's say you're level 38 or
Most
something.
people will be in their 30s when they start, when they end the campaign. Some of you guys will grind it out and get max level. Some people will be like hardcore and somehow be in the low 30s. But yeah.
Even when you're in the end game, you're leveling up still, and you're also leveling specialization at the same time.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. And when you do finish the campaign, we'll let you start a new character at level 30. So you don't have to, if you want to just try some of the other player characters, yes. So you can start there, and yes, we got you. We got you.
Yeah, this is the ultimate break-free kind of direction and mantra that we've practiced. We want players to play the way they want to play, express themselves. So when you beat the campaign and you want to try out a new character in game, hop in with a buddy, you can do so, and you can make a brand new level 30 character. You'll have to re-explore the map. You can play it in sort of like a free roam mode, and you'll have to discover all the points of interest again, but you'll be able to kind of take on the whole game at a new difficulty on a new character. No breaks, no obstacles, no nothing.
And what else can we do in Ultimate Vault Hunter mode? There's other things going on there.
Yeah, Ultimate Vault Hunter mode has not only new bosses with different traits and different attacks, we have different farming zones for players to do things, and we have replay missions that players can go and tackle at harder difficulties too. In addition, we have different activities on a weekly basis that players can go tackle.
Yeah, that like the wild card, the weekly wild card.
Yep, let's go into that.
Weekly wild card mission is one of the coolest things I like, because when you complete a weekly wild card mission, you are guaranteed legendary gear, which is dope, right? Like I love that. I love knowing what I'm going for it, and then getting it because I earned it.
What else?
But that's not it. It's just one of my favorites. Grant, sorry, go ahead.
We also have the Encore machine from Moxie.
Yes.
Moxie's Encore machine basically chooses a boss that is a little bit tougher, but has a higher chance of dropping the legendary that boss's specific pool drops. So when players want to farm for a boss that has the loot that they would want the Moxie's machine to kind of pick that one, and that one will be that for the week, and then you can farm that boss like basically farming it with a refarm machine over and over and over, and hope that you get the special drops from it.
We also have a black market.
Oh yeah, Maurice's Black Market's back, you guys. And check this out. Not only will it move around, but the loot you see in your game will be different than what somebody else sees this time. So invite your friends. You want, like, if you get like, oh my gosh, my Maurice's Black Market has some killer shit in it. Get people in there. Tell people about it, because they're going to want your loot and they'll make friends with you to get it.
Let's talk about endgame gear, since we're just touching on that right now.
Well, endgame will force players to want to farm for the best gears, right? So one of the new things that we're offering...
Let's say motivate.
Motivate. Motivate players to farm the best gear. One of the ways that they're going to attain that is through the firmware system. The firmware system is a set bonus that players will utilize to kind of mix and match and increase their offense or defense or utility capabilities across their character. There's exclusive firmware and higher Ultimate Vault Hunter modes, but firmware isn't locked to a piece of gear. You can transfer it, which we'll detail in a second. But firmware, you can mix and match from 5 different slots on your gear. And there's bonuses from having 1 piece, 2 pieces, or 3 pieces. So if you wanted to, you could have 5 single set bonuses from 5 different slots on your character, or you can mix and match 3, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1. There's many bonuses that you can mix and match to kind of promote the build that you want to play in. So in these examples you see here, we have a gun build that favors zoom speed, accuracy, and fire rate, so that players can maximize their gun builds that they want.
And then here's Deadeye.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So this is a 3-1-1.
By the way, go back to that screen.
Can you go back one?
Who didn't open their bonuses here, the rewards?
Oh, no.
26 loot chests. That's where you get all sorts of gear, like cosmetics for Echo 4, for your bike, all that stuff.
Yeah, most of the mission rewards and rewards that we deliver to you are sent directly to the player so that you can open them right there and there.
And we're not going to reveal everything about the end game today. There's going to be other things that you're going to discover as you're playing it.
There are surprises.
But we do have some story stuff going on. Randy, I think we need some new people.
Yes. Let's talk about, because look. The end game's just part of the stock game, right? And you know that we love throwing stuff in there. We're not stopping. But you also know that, like, some of you guys pre-ordered deluxe or super deluxe editions that have bundled with them future DLC and future content that's premium content. So we thought, now's a good time to talk about that too. So let's get some people out on stage to help us out here. Can we get on stage Mario? Let's introduce some people. Mario Rodriguez. Can you? There's Mario. Mario's a senior project producer. Good to see you, buddy. Mario's going to help us with. He's helping with all of the post-launch, the premium post-launch content. So he's producing that stuff up. And also we've got Sam Winkler. Sam, come to the stage. He's on the writing team, our narrative director. Sam's in the house, yo. Sam, join us. And also, I want to bring to the stage Max Davenport. Max Davenport is on the art team. Max is awesome. This dude kicks ass. Have a seat, you guys. And and with them on stage, let's talk about more post-launch stuff.
Let's overwhelm people with a giant slide here.
Yeah.
Randy, what are we looking at?
There's a lot of stuff up here, right? Like right out of the gate, we're dropping some free content, seasonal mini events, Horrors of Kairos. It's going to have some new weapons, some new cosmetics, new weather variant. Because there's dynamic weather on Kairos. It's crazy. You guys haven't seen anything like this in a Borderlands game before, and that's free content. That's for everybody, whether you've done this stuff or not. But our first premium content is Bounty Pack 1. There's a new mission, a new boss, lots and lots of rewards tied to that one, and it's really, really fun and really, really gnarly, frankly. We're going to drop an Invincible and then Bounty Pack 2 before the first story pack. The first story pack is a big campaign DLC. It's awesome. It's crazy. We're going to talk about it a bit. Maybe I'll just shut up there and let us talk about
sit down.
that. Yeah, I'll sit down. I'm sorry. I get really pumped about this stuff.
Mario, let's unpack that first one, the seasonal events. What can players expect there?
Yeah, sure. So seasonal mini events are back. The first one coming in October. We're calling it Horrors of Kairos. And because it comes out so soon after launch, we didn't want to make sweeping changes just yet. So you should expect some tweaked gameplay with some spooky vibes, new legendaries, cosmetics, but only for a limited time, so make sure you don't miss them.
And then invincible bosses. You can actually kill these. They're not invincible, but we call them invincible bosses because they're tough.
Invincible bosses, and as you can see up there, there's 3 S's. So yes, multiple invincible bosses. Our plan for ways to play. And yeah, they live up to the invincible name, so they're going to be tough. So I can't wait to see y'all's builds out there.
And Sam, the story doesn't end with the campaign. You have big plans for what comes next. Let's talk about some of these first little bits of story that people will be able to play.
Yeah, as we noted, we've got the bounty packs coming up, and these kind of content is going to be familiar to anyone who played Borderlands 2. If you remember our Headhunter packs, these are story-focused missions that focus on a particular character and a theme. And our first one is going to be focused on a character named Rush. Some of you may have seen in our promotional, and he's going to be spreading some holiday cheer.
And there's a ton of content in these bounty packs. Max, Mario, do you want to kind of walk through?
Absolutely. You know, we've got a couple mock-ups and concepts of what you can expect. We love to have fun. You know, yeah, vault cards are back here. You know, we're super excited.
This is concept art, you guys.
Super excited to offer, you know, some additional cosmetics for people. You know, we've got, I think each one has 24 cosmetics. You know, we've got skins for characters. We've got paint jobs for gear. We've got echo attachments. And I think my favorite thing that's coming out, each one comes with a brand new vehicle.
Yeah,
new vehicle skin, you guys. Yeah.
They were loved by fans in Borderlands 3, so we were so excited to bring them back. And again, they'll have daily and weekly missions, so you can unlock all those awesome cosmetics. As you can see up there, we're killing it with those cosmetics. I think they're pretty cool.
And we also have 2 giant story DLCs on the way that are kind of mini games in their own right, like fully featured. Sam, Max, walk us through them.
I got to throw to Max.
All right. Well, who here loves Borderlands DLC?
That one guy, yeah.
No, it really is. You know, we're super excited to bring back, you know, the tradition of providing, you know, these really awesome, you know, chock-full experiences for people to dig into. You know, it's a chance for us to experiment. It's a chance for us to explore all the cool new features from Borderlands 4 and, you know, keep things fresh, you know, for the longevity of the game. So, you know, on that, there's a ton of new features. I know, Randy, there's some cool new stuff in the game.
Yeah, cool. So our one of our creative directors, Josh Jeffcoat, who I've been working on Borderlands with for 20 years, he pitched me on the story for this, and it's pretty cool. You might get to kill somebody you've really wanted to kill for a long time. I'm just going to leave it at that. Oh, my God. What you want? No, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Our first DLC is going to be reminiscent of Guns, Love, and Tentacles from Borderlands 3. We are leaning forward, some fans. We are leaning forward into cosmic horror. It's going to be bloodier, darker, and I mean, we might hear from like a familiar character or two.
Familiar and favorite, if I do say so myself. And I should, considering I am the titular character in this here DLC, otherwise known as Mad Ellie and the Vault of the Damned. Now, I'd like to continue interrupting this here sausage fest and introduce to you my 4th favorite writer and also voice of me. Everybody give a big howdy to Jamie Markey.
Hey, Jamie.
Hey.
Oh, hi.
How's it going?
It's weird. It's good though.
So Jamie's been part of this franchise for longer than I have, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But recently, well, actually a couple years now, we brought you on as a writer. How did that happen?
Well, perseverance is important, and I think also it's lovely when a company can look at you and be like, "There's something wrong with her." It's just validating, you know. It's nice to be appreciated.
Is that my line?
I don't know. Well, okay. We went through this. Okay, that's what Jamie's been up to.
Yes.
What's Ellie been up to?
Ellie has found herself a little uneasy
where she is. She's in a spookier area, not feeling quite herself, in a frozen tundra wasteland.
That's right. And it's not only Ellie that's experiencing some strangeness. This brand new map zone is going to offer players brand new challenges, new enemies, and a ton of new gear and loot to collect. So we're super excited about that.
Yeah, and we're working on it right now. Like we pencils down on Borderlands 4, and we're like, okay, let's go, let's make this stuff, and it's so much fun. Like we're really good at some of us have been working on Borderlands for 20 years. We're starting to get pretty good at it, and when we ship a game, we really know everything about it. So that's one of the reasons why campaign DLC for Borderlands tends to be really, really great, because we are cooking at all cylinders. And in addition to the campaign DLC, at the same time, we're launching a new playable Vault Hunter. Yes.
That's an actual silhouette of this character.
Look, we didn't do it in Borderlands 3, and some of you guys hate us for it. Because you know, some of you, like Krieg and Gage, were some of your favorite characters in Borderlands 2. And you want to see what else we've got up our sleeves. So this silhouette here, this guy literally has a lot up his sleeves. And I cannot wait to introduce him to you. We are working on him right now. I think we just settled on his name last week, right? And that's the smallest part of the work. I'm really excited about this character, and I think you will be too.
Well, that's it for our Q&A. Randy, anything else you wanna note?
Oh yeah. What have I forgotten? Oh, you know, this is cool. So a week ago, exactly 1 week ago. How many of you, look, I know this, like, I'm not from Butterfinger or anything, like I'm not trying to do a sales pitch here, but just out of curiosity, how many of you have pre-ordered Borderlands 4? How many of you have pre-ordered? Wow, yes, wow. Look, because of you guys, a week ago, Borderlands 4 topped, like 3 weeks before launch, it topped the charts. It was so Borderlands 4 is already a #1 game, and it's not even out yet. It's because of you guys coming with us, showing your support, and pre-ordering the game. And that's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. And a week ago, I noticed this. I posted about it on Twitter. My handle's @DuvalMagic. If you're curious, if you want to see me go off the rails, follow me on Twitter. And it was astonishing to me because this is the only incentive. There's no reason to pre-order, but just to get this pack up here that's on the screen, what we call the Gilded Glory Pack, which has some new skins for each of the Vault Hunters, a weapon skin, and a drone skin. Some cool cosmetics exclusive to pre-orders, but they're cosmetics. And this is all you had to motivate you, and you did it. And you made Borderlands literally #1 game in the world before it even launched, which is amazing. And I promised a week ago, it's like, you guys, I think we owe you something. I think we owe you something. So I promised we're going to sweeten the pot. And today I'm going to tell you how we're sweetening the pot. We have something really, really cool. Some awesome people worked really hard to create some new stuff. So now, for all of you people that have pre-ordered, you don't have to do anything. You've already done it. You're going to get some gear, and it's freaking cool gear. It is kick-ass, cool-ass gear. First of all, before I talk about this, well, let me tell you a little bit about the gear. We've got there is an SMG that's a Maliwan SMG. It's a level 1, but it's actually pretty useful at level 1. It'll actually be helpful even up to your first boss fight. So it'll probably be good. It'll be good even if you've got some other gear along the way between start of the game to the. But here's what's really cool about it. For the rest of the game, it also makes fireworks happen and explosives. It's basically like, so you'll keep this level 1 gun forever because you can only get it if you're pre-ordered, and it's the celebration machine. You're online with a friend who's having their birthday. Bring this baby out. Fireworks, fireworks. You want to propose to your girlfriend in the game? Fireworks, fireworks. It's awesome. It's so much fun. You'll have a blast. Now, earlier we were talking about, hey, when you complete the game, you can create new level 30 characters. We've got a couple pieces of level 30 ordnance. We've got a level 30 grenade and a level 30 rocket launcher, and these are kick-ass. I don't want to forget the details. So yes, the Sidewinder rocket launcher. It has pretty fast regen time, ammo regeneration, and relatively fast fire rate. It is a pretty straightforward old school rocket launcher, but it's badass and will be immediately there for you when you start that next character at level 30. And the transmitter, which is the Ripper grenade, it's insane. It spawns extra grenades, shredding through everything. It is a very, very powerful grenade for level 30. Highly recommend it. Both the rocket launcher and the Ripper grenade come with some pretty badass God Killer firmware, which you'll figure out what that is, but it's awesome, and that's baked into those level 30s. And then I think the coup de grace is a unique, legendary, level 50, peak level rifle. That guy right there, you're going to have that before you even start. It's waiting for you at endgame. And it fucking kicks ass. This fucking gun is so badass. You're going to shred with it. So it'll get you right going on endgame. And of course, and the other thing too about that, we're also going to throw in this Psycho Head. So every Vault Hunter can wear the Psycho Head. It's a customization, so it's not just the gear, it's also that. So that's a free added gift for everybody that's pre-ordered. I can't stop you from pre-ordering now if you do want to get in on this, if you haven't pre-ordered yet, but this is a gift to show everybody our thanks for making Borderlands #1 before we've even launched. Thank you guys so much. Yeah.
That was a fantastic. Anything else you want to raise? Any words of wisdom or final thoughts?
Oh shit! I can't believe this. I'm such an idiot.
One more thing.
Grant, can you go get one of those guns?
I got it right here, Randy.
Oh, you got it? Okay. So last time when Grant and I were at PAX East, some of you guys caught me teasing something. I don't want to be a tease. Grant's been working hard. Also, like some of the other folks have been working so hard. Jasper Foreman and Neil Johnson back home. These guys, the reason why you're getting that pack and the reason why this game is so solid is because of these guys. Lawrence Nash has been helping out with the production on that. These guys are badasses, and the team of the people that surround them make this possible. But Grant here has been working overtime, working late on Fridays because turn that gun over and move it a little bit. I don't know if that means anything to anybody, but the skin looks a little pearlescent, wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you say it looks a little pearlescent? Pearlescents are back. Pearlescents are back, baby. Pearlescent, and it's because of Grant and the guys on his team. And listen, it's not going to be easy. The droplet rates for when they can drop, it's less than 1%. So if you get one of these, you're lucky. You're lucky. But they're going in the game. So let's see where. Around when Bounty Pack 2 launches, which is in Q1 2026, that's when the Pearl Essence will be added to the game. And it's free for all. Go for it. Go for it. Pearl Essence added to Borderlands 4.
Amazing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you all. So give them a round of applause.
Yes.
That was a fantastic discussion.
Hey, you know what? We're going to go over it because, hey, if anybody wants to meet us, I think we're going to go somewhere to sign autographs. Dan's got some really, really important, cool stuff. Don't leave yet because you definitely want to hear this. But we're going to get off the stage so we can go meet you over there and be ready, okay?
Absolutely.
You got this, Dan?
I got it.
Okay, he's got some cool stuff to close you out. Thanks, you guys.
Everybody.
Thank you guys. We'll see you in the Borderlands on September 12th.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Couple things that I want to give you a heads up on. First, if you are here at PAX, be sure to stop by booth 403. You can play all 4 Vault Hunters this weekend. You can also participate in the Rage Room. I did it. It's amazing. You can break all kinds of things up, really work out some issues, which I kind of loved. Also, if you are in Dallas, if you are coming to Dallas, if you've ever wanted to go to a launch party, come to our launch party on September 12th. You are cordially invited to join us at Gillies and just have a great time with the team. Meet your favorite developers, scan the QR code, and it will take you to a site that will let you know how you can get your tickets. If you're watching online, same invitation goes for you. You are more than welcome to come party with us. Finally, we're going to still be hitting the road. Coming up, we're going to be going to Tokyo. We're going to be hitting Tokyo Game Show. And then later in the year, we're going to be hitting PAX Australia. So if you're planning on going to Japan or Australia, come see us and say hi. And with that, grab a poster on your way out and head over to the autograph signing. Thanks, y'all.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch, we don't just play, we live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displate. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displate.com.
This is Sloan Beaumont speaking. Yes, from the commercials. Listen, I was given the chance to run a massive research project out of the local park. So, no leaks, no teams, just calm, cool science. It's gonna be amazing.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the Father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer Metal posters at display.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
The cost may be high. One day, I know you'll be mine. 'Cause I'm yearning and yearning for you.
Celebrate the beauty of capitalism by pre-ordering today. Play it day one with Game Pass.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the Father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Let's see your best then, eh?
Sword play is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch. We don't just play. We live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displayed. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displayed.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer Metal posters at Display.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Let's see your best then, eh?
Sword play is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch, we don't just play, we live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displayed. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displayed.com.
This is Sloan Beaumont speaking. Yes, from the commercials. Listen, I was given the chance to run a massive research project out at the local park. So, no leaks, no teams, just calm, cool science. It's gonna be amazing.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer metal posters at Display.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Celebrate the beauty of capitalism by pre-ordering today. Play it day one with Game Pass.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the Father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Let's see your best then, eh?
Swordplay is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
Whoa, I can hear you, but differently, louder, better. Hi, everyone. How's it going? You guys want to learn about Nintendo? Can we get our slides on the screen? Oh, we have them on the side. Great. Yeah. Okay.
We're flanked.
Hi, everyone. I'm Frank Cifaldi. I'm the founder of a nonprofit called the Video Game History Foundation, and thank you so much. Appreciate that. And who the hell are you?
I'm Jenna Stever. I'm on the internet. I'm a video essayist and streamer, formerly of Polygon and currently of the internet. And you can find me there or in person here right now. Woo! Fun. Yeah, clap for in person. Yeah.
So you are under oath right now. Have you seen any slides in this presentation?
I've seen one or two slides.
You have no idea what's going on right now, really?
No, I definitely have no clue. Well, here's what I'll say as a little sneak peek. Every single slide I've seen so far has been about Rob. It's like, I don't think the whole presentation is, but I have no evidence to the contrary at this moment.
Well, let's get rolling because there's like 80 slides. So today we're going to talk about the launch of the Nintendo Entertainment System, which happened. That's what happened. That's what it sounded like. It was 40 years ago. 40 years ago this year was the launch of the NES in the US. I think a lot of you probably heard about the test market that happened in New York. We're going to talk about the events that led up to that, the weird history of how it launched, and I promise there will be time for Q&A. So let's talk about the entire history of existence up to the NES. I think we could skip Big Bang. Do you want to guide us through the evolution of species?
Okay, yeah. So we all came from the sun is our first form.
Right.
If we were Pokemon, you would say that our first form would be the sun, and then eventually we became dinosaurs.
And then skulls. Ended up with skulls.
Yes.
But point is, we became humans, and humans beget society, and eventually someone invented the television, and there's really not much else to talk about when it comes to history. So, all right, we got a TV. What do we do with this TV? Well, this guy thinks maybe we'll play games on the TV. Maybe it's a good idea to play games. This is Ralph Baer. If you don't know that name, you should. What's wrong with you? Ralph had some ideas. Not all of them were great. He thought maybe a video game was pumping water into a bucket with a pump.
I mean, I've played Indica, so it is kind of...
Yeah, Indica, my game of the year that year.
Yeah, Indica.
But he had some good ideas, too. This was his best one, probably. Sort of a table tennis simulation. So this idea evolved into what became the first video game console. Do you know the name of the first video game console?
Pong.
No. This is the Magnavox Odyssey. But here's this guy. This guy's Nolan Bushnell.
He wouldn't spring for the Getty license.
I'm not paying Getty.
No, that's totally fair. You really shouldn't.
So Nolan got a glimpse at this game, and he thought it was a good idea, and he thought, hey, that's actually my idea. So yes.
My idea now.
So Nolan Bushnell starts a company called Atari. They release a game called Pong, and that is the first, arguably, video arcade game, which spawns an entire industry of Pong-like games. What's your favorite one?
Ooh, Gomp.
You like Gomp?
Yeah, I love Gomp.
I'm a fan of Crash by Video Games out of Germany over there. So Atari decides, okay, we'll bring the Pong arcade game home, kind of full circle, back to Ralph Baer's invention, which kind of spawns another home industry of play-alikes of the Pong. But eventually, I'm obviously narrowing down our history.
Oh, are you?
From
the Big Bang, you're kind of, would you say you're funneling us towards maybe a point in history?
I am. So Pong clones, of course, eventually evolve into this concept of, hey, maybe game consoles should have interchangeable games, right? Maybe we can have different games that you buy separately that are contained on their own ROM chips. Atari didn't technically invent this, but there were multiple companies doing this. So Atari didn't really have the money to launch this thing, so they sold the company to the Warner Brothers and their sister Dot, and launched what we now know of as the Atari 2600, the home console, which was part of a larger movement of home consoles in the 80s. Meanwhile, in Japan, a company called Nintendo. You heard of Nintendo?
A little company called Nintendo. Yeah, let's get a woo if you've heard of Nintendo. That was fewer than I was expecting, but I get it. It's not a crowd interaction panel.
So Nintendo sees what's happening, and they get into both the arcade and the home industry in Japan. At this point, they're just kind of doing kind of Pong-y games, and that arcade game is actually an Othello game. The chairman of this company hires his son-in-law, because nepotism, to run the American division of Nintendo. And Nintendo of America at that time, in the early 80s, primarily what they did was they took Nintendo's arcade games and they marketed them here, and as well as the Game & Watch, these tiny little handheld guys. But in 1982, they have a massive hit, this Gorilla game.
Whoa!
Anyone want to woo Donkey Kong? Can we get some donkey woos?
I'm taken, so I won't woo him.
They should make a new Donkey Kong.
I don't know. Is anybody even into him anymore? I'm kind of more into this little guy at the bottom.
Donkey Kong, huge hit. So Nintendo doesn't have a home presence at this time other than, Game & Watch. So they licensed Donkey Kong to other companies, including Coleco. So Coleco has the home rights for their ColecoVision console and any other console, as well as what was called the handheld rights. So this is arguably a handheld unit, which kind of leads us to this weird situation where the video game console Power Rangers come together to sell Donkey Kong back to you. But that's Coleco. Back to Atari. Atari actually has the home computer rights to Donkey Kong as opposed to the home console. There was a distinction there. As this is going on in Japan, Nintendo goes, hey, maybe we should make our own interchangeable cartridge system. And that finally brings us to today's presentation.
Don't forget to unmute your computer.
Well, thank you, but it's not time.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I was excited about the audio-visual part.
All right. So we're going to kind of do a timeline of what led to the NES, starting in April of 1983. So the Famicom doesn't exist yet. This is something that's still in development. Like I said, Nintendo doesn't really have a home console, especially in the US, presence, right? They are, of course, a very old Japanese company, but they're not really equipped at Nintendo of America to sell a video game console in stores. They just aren't. They're a coin-op company primarily, and they make some toys. And they have a couple dozen employees. It's a pretty small little company. So they decide, hey, we're creating this home system. Let's approach Atari, right? Atari is the largest video game company in the U.S.
Yeah.
So they
Kings.
said, what's that?
The kings. The kings of the industry.
The kings.
Never to be felled. Reigning still.
About to die horribly. But spoilers. So Atari goes, oh, heck yeah, let's see what you're working on. So they fly to Kyoto, they see a prototype. It might have been this exact prototype, we're not sure. So at the time, they're not really sure if they're going to license this thing because they're also talking to another company, a company called General Computer. They're making a system that would eventually come out as the Atari 7800. But at this point, Atari's like, I'm not sure what we're going to do. Let's just kind of stall them, right? Let's keep talking. They have a more formal meeting. I can't believe this photo from that meeting exists. Isn't that amazing?
What a great get.
So May 83, they have a more formal meeting in Japan, and they start negotiating terms. This is a real thing that's happening.
Yeah.
There was actual conversation that might have resulted in Atari releasing the NES, which would have been a very, very different timeline.
A radical breaking point in our reality.
Yes.
A notable nodule on an alternate reality split.
Unfortunately, this is what led to our current timeline.
Well, I don't think it's just this thing. In fact, I feel like if Atari were still around in a powerhouse, things would be somehow worse.
There's literally an Atari booth here at PAX.
I love and respect them, and they're doing great work still. But it's a different Atari.
Atari's
than this
literally
Atari.
on our lanyards.
Love and respect to any Atari.
You're absolutely correct. Different Atari. So they start negotiating terms. The deal is Nintendo is going to kind of sell Atari like the guts of the system, the internal PCBs, the microchips, etc. Atari would take that, 2 million of them. They would do their own plastic shelling. They would do the packaging, stuff like that. Nintendo would develop games for them, and they would give them the resources that they need at Atari to make games for the Famicom as well. And though they didn't sign anything there, they weren't quite ready, Nintendo agreed to start porting 4 of the games that Atari had the rights to the Famicom so that this could happen by Christmas. That's how close this was. This is approximately what that Atari system would have looked like. This is the shell.
Sleek.
Yeah, not bad.
That's a sleek doorstop.
This was the system that, the shell that they were attempting to fit the Famicom into. They did actually end up shipping a product using this shell. It's called the 2600 Junior, if you look it up. Yeah, that's May, so things are going well. It's June, time for the summer CES. Atari is pissed.
Why?
Why is Atari pissed?
Frank, why are they pissed?
Well, on the show floor is Coleco, who own the home console rights to Donkey Kong. They are premiering a computer called the Coleco Atom, and they're showing Donkey Kong on the Coleco Atom.
Okay.
Atari's like, no, that's not right. We have the computer rights to Donkey Kong. Coleco has the home console rights. Now, the Atom is literally like a ColecoVision with a keyboard attached to it. But, semantics, it is a computer. So Atari's mad. I don't want to speculate what might have happened here.
It sounds like that's a thing you say before you speculate about what happened.
I'm going to let this speak for itself. The next day,
wow, the turnaround.
Nintendo signs its next hit across all systems in existence, Mario Brothers. That guy that you liked from earlier.
Oh, that guy?
He
That's
spun
him?
off into his own game. Yeah.
Wow, that guy had spunk. I was into his vibe.
There's a book called Game Over. Came out in '93, I
A
think.
great book. If you're interested in video game history, I cannot recommend it enough.
Absolutely. It is the first and last time Nintendo talked to anybody. And there's a story in there that Yamauchi, the president of Nintendo in Japan, threw a fit and yelled at Coleco and as sort of a show of force with Atari. So I think there's some truth to that. But I think the more important takeaway that we should kind of understand as we continue forward in this timeline is Nintendo's really trying to make this deal happen.
Yeah.
They really believe in this. They want Atari to distribute this thing.
Yeah.
All right, going forward in time. June 14th, I call this out because the only documentation that we had about this deal happening at all was actually leaked to the internet in the late 90s. It was in this internal memo.
Oh.
And it's been around forever. And I point this out because this is where our perspective from Atari's ends. We don't know Atari's perspective from here at all. But as of this point, June 14th, they're still on the fence. They don't know. They're still kind of stalling, right? July 7th, the CEO of Atari, Ray Kassar, is forced out of the company. He kind of sort of sold a bunch of shares in the company right before announcing a loss.
So they outed him because they were like, there might be some dodgy speculation here. Please don't sue us.
Speculation. He claims it was something a little more innocent. And then in the middle of all this, Nintendo launches a console in Japan. So they're a little too busy to kind of play with Atari here. But somewhere around here, they start going, I don't think these guys are serious. So Arakawa, the president of Nintendo of America at the time, the guy I showed earlier, he makes the call that this isn't happening. Let's just take this back. And they're starting to think about maybe we should do this ourselves, right? Not really equipped yet, and at this point, the video game industry isn't doing great. He's showing the Famicom. Well, it hasn't completely dissolved yet.
Okay.
But he's showing the Famicom to toy stores, asking their opinion, and they're not super into it because things aren't going well. And besides that, they're still a coin-op company. they're still small little startup.
Basically no presence in America.
Yeah, other than Donkey Kong, but they're really like a licensing house for Donkey Kong.
Yeah, and think Donkey Kong itself, Nintendo of America was so small that Donkey Kong released in, I believe, 2 bars in Seattle. Yeah. And that was it. That was like their initial launch. You had to go to 2 physical bars in Seattle to play Donkey Kong, and they were like, all right.
Talk about a test market. All right, so that's, June, July. So August, Nintendo comes back to Atari, like, hey, remember those 4 games? You need to pay us for those. And so at this point, the deal's off for the console, but Atari has to pay up for these 4 games that Nintendo converted for them. And as part of that, Atari had the rights to publish these 4 games for the Famicom. They might still have those rights. I don't know if anyone knows.
Oh, that's incredible. Okay.
They're still kind of mad about the whole Coleco situation, and maybe as part of that, Nintendo gives Atari what's called the right of first refusal for any new dedicated arcade games that they make. Okay. That term, do you know that term, right of first refusal?
It means they get the choice to refuse first.
Basically, yes, very good, very good, very good. Essentially, like, we present it to you before we present it to anyone else, and you have a set term to negotiate in good faith if you want to license the thing.
Right.
So they're saying, like, from now on, we got your back on any of our games coming out. September, in Japan, Nintendo delivers those final games to Atari, and in the US, Atari buries a bunch of ET cartridges in a desert.
Can I tell you, Frank, that's one of my favorite video game history moments. When Atari is just like, we've got to bury our shame in a garbage dump in a New Mexican desert.
Well, the reason they did that is not because it's shameful, it's not because it was a bad game. There was just too much inventory.
You don't think there was an element of shame in that behavior?
I think they decided to throw millions of dollars away because they were ashamed, yes.
Maybe I'm projecting how I think they should feel about it.
He's fine, come on. Okay, this is one of those ROMs delivered from Nintendo Japan to Atari. I don't think anyone's ever seen one of these before. So this is a finished conversion of Millipede for the Famicom. So Nintendo, like I said, they did 4 games for Atari. There were 4 games that Atari had the home rights for. So this is 83. The Famicom just launched. There were only like 3 games, right? It was these 3 games. And they kind of had a house style. When they converted games for Atari, they kind of followed that house style, which was the sort of arcade logo up top, the 2 game modes, 1 or 2 player. You'll note they just kind of changed the copyright to copyright 1983 Atari.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, these aren't like newly discovered prototypes or anything. Like these games actually did come out in 1987, so years from then. So these games were actually, Nintendo didn't make them internally, they were farmed out to HAL. Joust is, as far as we know, Iwata's first game for Nintendo.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
that's Satoru Iwata, future Nintendo CEO and president.
Thank you. I guess I just assumed everyone knew that, but
and just delightful human, just all around good
miss
guy.
That guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, so these games did come out, and if you find box versions of these games, they just straight up say copyright Atari on the box, and in fact, like those copyrights from '83 are still in there. They were unreleased for 4 years. Wow. Kind of interesting. I said there were 4 games.
Yeah, I did notice that.
These are some ROM chips that were located inside of Atari in the 80s. So we already had Millipede, you got Stargate, you got Joust. Can you read the one on the bottom?
Galaga.
So that is Galaga. So that is, unfortunately, so the way the Famicom works and the NES is that graphics and program are 2 separate chips, right?
Okay.
So the program itself has to talk to the graphics chips to get the tiles. How many Galaga chips do we have?
I see. I can't help but notice that there is only 1.
Yeah, so we have preserved the program for Galaga, but if you play it, it looks like that.
Oh, no.
A little bit unfortunate. But I kind of rolled up my sleeves and started kind of plopping in some tiles. Looks approximately like this. I can give you a quick gameplay demonstration. This is where the audio comes in. Yeah, world debut of Galaga by HAL for the NES. So we're going to watch me play Galaga for the next 30 minutes.
Is there anybody in the audience that is like genuinely a Galaga head? Yeah? Some of you? Okay,
5 people.
okay. Is there a term for somebody who's a big Galaga fan?
A Galaphile?
A Galite? Okay.
We're not actually going to watch me play Galaga. I just thought people would like to see a world debut.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, incredible.
All right, literally 1984. So it's January. That's Winter CES. Rumors start circulating that Nintendo of America is looking to bring the Famicom to the United States. And in fact, this snippet is from a magazine called Computer Entertainer, which is, it's actually, don't laugh.
I was just thinking, like, I could maybe instead of content creator, computer entertainer.
That could be your new
could
role.
Be like
you
my new
entertainer.
tagline on my business card.
Computer Entertainer. I don't know if anyone follows the VGHF, but we actually acquired the rights to Computer Entertainer, and it's out there for free.
That's
for
so cool.
everybody.
Yeah, it's very cool.
So you can print and sell that paragraph right now. You can just do
you
that.
can print and sell that paragraph.
But you got to like credit us, I think. So around this time, the NES actually does come to America in arcade form. So this is the VS system. Yes, it is pronounced VS, and it stands for Versus, but it's not pronounced Versus, it's pronounced VS.
Great.
So this was, yes, the home video game industry crashed. Arcade industry, separately from that, also wasn't doing that well.
Yeah.
And from Nintendo's perspective, they decided that making these sort of one-off games using their own like circuit boards and everything and charging operators like $3,000 for a cabinet, they thought that wasn't a sustainable model anymore. And so they and a few other arcade manufacturers started doing what we call kits, right? So buy the cabinet and you can swap games. And so they decided, well, we have all these Famicom games, let's just turn that into arcade units.
Okay.
Kind of a unintentional, I think, downside is that there was nothing for Atari to first refuse anymore because they were just home games. But as this is going on, Nintendo of America is starting to figure out what is an American Famicom like. And so they start designing sort of this sleek, high-tech concept for a video game system. There was this hot new thing at the time called the VCR.
Ah.
People were really into the VCR, and so they kind of like took inspiration from that. You'll notice the thing says infrared controllers. They were going to ship wireless controllers that were like, VCR remote controls.
Whoa.
Terrible idea in 1985. Don't do that.
The tech might not have been there quite yet. That's cool, though.
So they start developing this, and they actually do a little focus test. They invite kids and parents, and they show them some games, and they show them some concepts, and they ask what they think. So at this time, what Nintendo thought would be like the hotness was what they called programmable games and education.
Okay.
Everyone likes educational games.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Now, again, the video game industry is dead. Like, dead.
Yeah.
Literally no one's making console games anymore. Anything that's coming out still is like, we found some leftovers in the closet. And I'm not exaggerating. I need you guys to understand that the industry was dead. So they're trying to figure out how to make something that's not really a video game. And so this was their idea, like programmable games, right? So the focus test, they were really excited by the idea of a programmable game, but the reality of what they showed them was, has anyone played Excite Bike in the audience? Yeah, a few people, yeah.
Okay,
so you remember in
all
Excite
right.
Bike, you could kind of make your own track. So you could be like piece A and then piece 17, then that's what they considered a programmable game. So they would tell people, you can make your own games, and they show them Excite Bike, and they'd be like, oh, really, that's it? What they expected was that they could like draw their own characters and shoot them.
I mean, but it is arguably kind of prescient for like modern games, which are like
Absolutely.
so many of them are like build your own levels. Like it in a way they were right.
No, they
but
were right.
It was just maybe the framing of it wasn't quite there.
We weren't quite at Mario Maker yet.
No,
We didn't
no,
have
not
the
quite
technology.
yet. He was still Jumpman, so
Jumpman Maker.
Jumpman Maker.
He was Mario. Mario Bros. Came out, remember?
You're right,
we discussed this, Jenna.
You're right.
So the sort of temperature read they got was that kids were, still into video games, but they were bored. They were going outside instead. And it's really because, there weren't a lot of new games coming out.
Because there was no video game industry.
I pulled this quote on the bottom here, which is, I'd buy one if I had $500 because I'd still have $400 to spend on something else. Focus tests tell you the truth whether you like it or not.
That's so funny.
So as part of this focus test, they float some names for a system to the people. So here's 3 through 19.
Okay.
Tag yourself. I'm the Fun Factory.
I'm Apogee. Wow, Dream Machine's really good.
You like Dream Machine?
I love Dream Machine.
I like Family Computer. The Famicom.
Fun Factory, Fun Machine. There were some better options. I mean, I will say, much love and respect to the NES.
Yeah.
It's not a particularly exciting name for a console. Nintendo Entertainment System. It could have been Dream Factory.
Dream Factory. Or CVS.
Or CVS. It could have been CVS. Yeah, you're right, Frank.
So
the Imagineer. That's like a guy who would have a rocket pack.
Absolutely.
That's great.
Yeah. So what they decided on was actually the number one is what they went with, which is the Nintendo Advanced Video System. So you see it here. Still.
The fact that it was number one kind of gives the vibe of, I'm tired of looking at this list. Whatever number one is, let's roll with it.
All right, but that was number one. I told you number 3 through 19.
Okay.
You ready for number 2?
Yeah. No! Oh my God.
Pretty good, right?
Okay, but do you have a list of what they would have called the Sega Genesis?
I don't, sorry.
Oh, man.
All right, January 85. The public debut of the Advanced Video System, now christened by the focus group. I don't know that they actually pulled the name because of that. It was 2 months later. But so Winter CES in Vegas. So back then, this was, I was going to say before E3, but we don't even have that anymore. But at the time, there were basically 2 consumer electronics shows a year. There was the January one in Vegas. There was the June one in Chicago. January is when you're like, here's our crazy nonsense ideas. What do you guys think, right? And that would kind of get a temperature gauge on what they should pursue further development on.
Okay.
And then the June show was more of the okay, place your orders, right? Here's the actual finished product. So Pie in the Sky show, you can see an AVS down there on the right. There's someone playing it. The AVS was smoke and mirrors. That is not a playable system. I actually talked to the engineer who set this exhibit up, and what he told me was that they actually imported what was called Sharp Famicom TVs. There were these TVs that had a Famicom built in, and he just built a bezel around it and put a little box in front of it.
That's so funny.
Yeah. This was the AVS. They went all in on the stuff, right? Again, they're trying to say, no, this ain't video games, it's something else, right?
Right. Yeah, it's a keyboard. It's
also a keyboard.
Yeah. Yeah.
2 kinds of keyboard.
Yeah.
They have a wireless gun thing that they called the Light Wand. You like Light Wand? Okay.
Love Light Wand.
Okay, try this one on for size. They have a typing keyboard. There's reference to it being called the Dream Board.
Yes. Oh my God.
You like the Dream Board?
Are you kidding? Yeah.
Right. And then that little guy in the middle, that is a cassette recorder.
Okay.
So that when you program your Excitebike tracks, you can save them to
Oh my
cassette.
God, and send them to your friends.
Yeah.
Check out my Excite level. Oh, that's good.
Okay, some of you in the audience played Excitebike. Did you ever try to save your track? Doesn't work. You can save it, and it flashes, it saves. Nothing saves.
Wow.
It's trying to talk to that tape player. It doesn't exist. Yeah, it did exist in Japan though.
Wow.
So this is a actual press kit that was given out to members of the media at that show. I didn't think any of these survived. We just found one 2 months ago.
Cool.
This was in the basement of Roger Sharp. Roger Sharp, who, if you watch that movie about, I think it was called Pinball. Roger Sharp's the pinball guy. He's the guy who played pinball in a court to show that it's a game of skill, not a game of chance. He was also a member of the industry and reported on games. And I say this in the positive way, a hoarder. And, found
you
this
would
in his
say that.
basement.
As an archivist, you have a gentle...
hoarders.
Yeah, exactly. What a cool thing to have.
I swear to God, like, it was in a moving box that was taped up in 1989 that I opened.
I assume the tape just disintegrated into dust when
No,
you
the
touched
tape was
it.
okay, but
Yeah.
inside the box was literally like his show bag from the show, and I went to pick it up, and that disintegrated. But then I got the stack of folders out, and inside was the AVS kit.
That's incredible to think that he got back from the CES and was just like,
He just put it in a box.
Plop, tape this up
Yeah.
for 30 years.
Yeah.
Incredible.
How many?
40 years. 40 years, Frank.
Okay, like I said, June's the real show, right? They finally have the NES, sort of. This brochure is kind of the missing link in the evolution of the
I'm just excited
of the
to see
species.
Rob. Sorry.
Oh, you're excited for Rob?
Yeah.
That's Rob. That's a good observation. So again, Nintendo's trying to say we're not a video game, we're something else, right? The sort of high-tech thing, trying to talk to electronics stores primarily, that's not quite working for them. So they're like, okay, let's kind of revert to toys, right? This is a toy system. We got a robot, and so. They announced it at the show. It still looks like the AVS in the brochures, and they're still not committed quite to introducing this, but they're talking to everybody. They're talking to retailers. They're talking to Mattel and Coleco are like, don't do it, you guys. Like, I almost died, man. Don't do it. Toys R Us actually is maybe the first champion of this thing. Toys R Us sees it and they're like, I want it now. Like, let's go national. Let's just do this. They're like, whoa, we're not ready. There's like 20 of us. They do another focus test because this is what you do, right?
Yeah. I'm peeking ahead to the rest
Straight
of
up,
this
nobody
bullet
likes the
point.
robot. Nobody likes Rob except for Jenna Steber.
He's a little robot friend. I mean, I wouldn't have had him growing up. Absolutely not. No chance.
So
if I had $1,000, I would buy one and have $900 left.
So kind of like the concept of programmable games, they tell people there's a robot, and they go, ooh, robot, I like that. And then they actually give them Gyromite, and they're like, I don't like this. But parents do kind of admit that the robot might actually entice them into buying it, because that might be a thing.
That's all the robot needs to do.
And at this point, based on the feedback and based on just not liking Rob, this is when Nintendo decides when they package the thing, they're going to include the gun and Duck Hunt as well, because just shipping Gyromite would have been awful. This is an actual quote given under oath by Nintendo's VP of sales at the time. This was something told to him by the focus test group. Didn't go well.
No one with these results has been stupid enough to introduce their product is damning.
Yeah.
It's so funny. They were wrong, though.
Well, that's the thing, and that's what Nintendo thought. And really what it came down to at the time is Arakawa was looking at Japan, and he's like, these kids like it. I don't think American kids are that different, right? Yeah. I think we're just focusing too much on these focus tests. So they start actually going, okay, we're going to bring this thing out. Now, the NES is not a copy-paste of the Famicom. There's several new things that have to happen. So they're re-engineering this in Japan to meet the needs of the American market. The Nintendo has to pass what FCC regulations. I don't really know what that means other than like metal shielding has to be there to prevent leaked radio waves or something like that. I don't know.
Sure.
That sounded pretty good.
Yeah, that sounded believable.
Another thing is that the Famicom had stationary controllers. You couldn't remove them. Arakawa wanted them to be removable so that things could be easily repaired, essentially.
That makes sense.
He also wanted to add audio-video cables, composite cables, because Famicom was just the screw-in RF, because he just thought it was a better-looking video signal. They wanted sort of a more premium product. He thought it is literally a better video signal. But maybe the most important thing is what's kind of on the bottom right here. That is what's called the CIC chip. This is a chip that essentially, like, there's a lock and key system on the NES, right? They wanted to prevent anyone from being able to just make an NES game and sell it without going through them.
Yeah.
So
and why did they want to prevent that?
Because the entire industry just crashed because there were too many games in the market. That's something that they recognized that when they were talking to toy stores and vendors and stuff like that, and Atari even, everyone identified that the cause of the crash was that too many people all at the same time just started flooding the market with product. Some of it good,
of varying quality.
Of varying quality. Even if they were all great, that the industry could not have survived that chaos. And so Nintendo recognized that, and so they asked Japan to come up with a system that prevented people from making whatever they want for the NES. They had to go through Nintendo. So that chip that you're seeing has to talk to a chip on the system, and it's sort of a lock and key system. They have to shake hands, and if they do, then the game boots. If they don't, it resets infinitely.
Yeah, I think it's just like considering Nintendo as a modern company, I think it's incredible to see like how the extent to which they still kind of maintain that kind of control.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not like the literal hardware control as it was for this system, but like that is still such a cornerstone to the company's approach to like who gets to be on the Switch store,
Totally.
who gets to license games and like things like that, which I think is fascinating.
It's why to this day there's no shovelware on the Switch. So that's sort of on the Japan side. On the America side, they are finalizing sort of the look and feel of the NES. This is actually woodblock carving, which is very cute. I don't know if that still exists. I hope it does. You can see the cartridges there aren't quite final. They have these sort of generic little end labels and not the full color labels that we know and love. But things are coming in fast, and October comes around, and they're going to test it in New York. Now, the concept here was we're only going to launch it in a minimum area to see how it goes before we make the commitment to shipping across the country. They started with New York because, according to at least one source, that was Yamauchi in Japan, was like, no, we have to try the hardest one. We have to try the hardest market first and see how it goes.
It's bold.
Normally we say it's the New York test market. Technically, it was the New York ADI. This is a term I just learned.
I don't know it.
ADI means Area of Dominant Influence, right? So what this meant was if you advertise on television in New York City, it's all of the areas around it that get those broadcasts.
Oh, okay.
So that included parts of New Jersey and Connecticut, which I did not know.
They're like culturally New York.
Yeah.
Okay.
They offered pretty good terms to retailers who were scared. There's some debate about exactly what they did here, but essentially, like, at least some retailers, they were like, we will buy back what you don't sell. There's no risk here. All the demonstrations that they did really focused on Rob the Robot, your buddy, and the Zapper games, mostly Duck Hunt. And in fact, the system, like we said, came with Rob, Zapper, Gyromite, and Duck Hunt. You couldn't just buy it on its own.
Right.
You had to buy this giant box that had
Why would you want to? You don't want to buy Rob? You don't want to buy Rob?
No one wants to buy video games. They want to buy this giant robot thing.
Yeah, who can do very little. not a good toy.
MSRP was very cheap. $140.
Not bad.
At some retailers. There were 15 games available as well, including Super Mario Brothers. Super Mario Brothers had just come out in like September 17th, I think it was, in Japan. So like this was just fresh out of the oven, this game. This is their newest game. But they didn't promote it because they didn't know what they had yet.
Yeah.
But they were selling it technically. These are the first NES units being flown in from Japan to the warehouse that they rented in Hackensack, New Jersey. I stole these from a YouTube video. This was Don James, who just retired from NOA. He was maybe the last person there who worked at that time.
Wow.
This was at DICE this year. They gave him a lifetime achievement and very much deserved. And these were photos that were in there, as were these. So this is them sort of demonstrating the system at FAO Schwartz in New York, the famous toy store, where Tom Hanks played the giant
where Big
piano.
was big.
Yeah, when Big was big.
Yeah,
That's
when
right.
the big guy was big, yeah.
These are a couple other shots from FAO Schwartz, technically from 1986, these photos, but good enough. They ran advertising. This was the magazine ad they ran in New York Magazine for the highbrow parents. And as you can see, like, they didn't quite nail, like, they're not saying now you're playing with power yet, right? It's the first to move video action off the screen. A little bit awkward.
It is incredible to see the extent to which they have minimized the console.
It's a robot.
It is like, this is a robot system that can also play video games, but
Also, the robot hatched from an egg.
Yeah, and that is thematically so perplexing.
Do you guys want to watch Rob hatch from an egg? Okay.
Yeah, you do.
This is a 1-minute commercial spot that ran in New York.
Will it be you? Will your family be the first to witness the birth of the incredible Nintendo Entertainment System? Will you be the first to see, to touch, to play with Rob, the extraordinary video robot? He follows the commands you put on screen to help you tackle even the toughest challenge. Will you be the first to raise the incredibly accurate zapper and play games like Duck Hunt and Hogan's Alley? The first to build a library of game packs like Kung Fu and golf, even games like Excitebike that you program yourself. Will you be the first to get all this in one package? The Nintendo Entertainment System, where video technology is more than a game.
Where video technology is more than a game.
It's
not a game.
The vibes of the first half of that commercial are so like alien.
Yeah.
It is, I mean, like the movie Alien, like the splitting of the egg and like the light ominously coming out from it. It is sinister.
Yeah.
I really like it.
They ran another commercial where Rob like came out of someone's stomach.
Really?
No.
So this is a true. Frank. I also noticed everybody got to play the game except the mom. So that's a shame. Because I know moms were out there playing this game when their kids were at school, obviously.
So here's some newspaper ads from retailers that were selling the NES. You could have bought it at Macy's, you could have bought it at Toys R Us. I don't know if you could see, they're both calling it the Video Robot Entertainment System.
I love it. I love it. I love the extent to which, because we take for granted the phrase video games now, but video games as like the standardized term for all of this mess, it came pretty late. It came pretty late in the industry.
This is an advertisement from Brick Church, not a retailer I've ever heard of.
Brick Church?
They may have been the first retailer to sell the NES. I have some reference to that in material that we have, and it was maybe at this show that they had at Giant Stadium where you could chat with Nintendo's 5-foot-tall talking robot.
What was it, though? Because it wasn't a 5-foot-tall talking robot.
We literally don't know.
No!
This is lost media.
That drives me crazy. Thank God there are people out there archiving stuff so that we at least know that this exists. It had to have been like a dude in a suit, right?
I think so.
It had to have been.
Or a real robot. I need you to decide. So these are the cheapest ones I could find. So you could get it for $137.82 if you went to consumers, right? Or $139.95, but you get a free 35mm camera. What's the better deal?
Ooh, I mean, I'm going to take the camera.
I'm going to go for the camera. Not bad, not bad. They also did what they called a mall tour, where Nintendo of America would set up in malls and demonstrate the thing and essentially try to get retailers to notice them. You know, like, look, people are playing this thing. Do you guys want to try to sell this?
I love that. That's a really funny strategy to go outside of a store that does not sell your product and just set up your booth and it's like, oh, wow, look at all these people playing this thing. It's so, oh my God, look at what a great time they're having.
I'll order 10. To sweeten the deal, they licensed some players from the New York Mets. They were the team at the time, not the Yankees, the Mets.
Okay.
They didn't get Darryl Strawberry. He was the guy at the time, but they got Mookie Wilson. And you know, if you went on Sunday, you would have enough time after the 2 p.m. to go to the dinner dance at the Ridgeview Church.
And that's your weekend.
Yeah.
That's your weekend good to go. What were the baseball players doing? Were they just like
signing
hanging out and
autographs,
signing
autographs
next to a Nintendo?
Well, they were like demonstrating baseball. They might have had like a script that they read because they were selling the baseball video game.
Yeah, okay.
And as you can see, if you went, you got balloons and a button and posters. This is actually, we have this, one of the buttons that you would have gotten if you met Mookie Wilson.
What an icon.
During the mall tour. So how did it go? If this were an episode of Drunk History, this is when like the uplifting, swelling music would happen at the end, right? And like history changed forever, but like it's not actually that simple. So they sold about half of what they ordered. I don't really know what the expectations were, honestly. I do have a quote from Yamauchi in Japan who's like, I don't think they did that well, is my memory. We do have some sales numbers. We know that the top selling game was actually Kung Fu. Which kind of demonstrated, I think, that people wanted video games. You know, they were pushing these Zapper games and the robot games, but like the top selling game was a conversion of an arcade game where you kick guys. You know, like I think that says a lot.
Listen, it's a great mechanic. Still love to kick guys in games today. You know?
We have a report from the sales reps at the time that said Super Mario Brothers was a sleeper hit, and they said, hey, you should push this next year. And they did. Retailers were mixed. Some were totally into it. Some returned them immediately, and they're like, "We're not doing this video game thing again." And then they rolled the thing out nationally in '86. It exploded in '87. The rest is history. But kind of if there's a takeaway here, I think there's 3 things that really made this possible. The lockout chip is huge. And the fact that they ignored everyone, I think, and just pushed forward anyway. And then I don't know if there's any way to know if their sort of Trojan horse strategy of making it a robot worked. It might have gotten it in stores, but I think that as soon as people played the games, they're like, okay, these are great. These games are great. I don't need this robot stuff.
I mean, I think it is worth underlining that the Famicom was huge in
absolutely.
Japan.
Thank you for saying so.
It's definitely not they were ignoring traditional feedback, but not because they had a lack of other context. Right. They had context that this was good shit that people were going to want.
Super Mario Brothers sold 2 million copies.
An incredible amount. And that's especially in Japan, which did not have as many people in America. It's just that is an incredible percent. I think there was something if a toy sold was it 10,000 copies at the time, it was considered a huge success in Japan. So to sell 2 million is just whew. So it's they were ignoring feedback, but they had better, more affirmative feedback happening.
What kind of blows my mind as I think back on this period as an historian is I think that the lockout chip and Super Mario Brothers launched on the same day, right? So the technology that defined what a video game console is forever, which is it's a locked garden, it's a walled garden, that you have to go through the console maker to make games on. It didn't have to be that way. You know what I mean? Game consoles could have been VCRs, right? They could have been something that anyone could make games for. But Nintendo, made this technology and it never changed, right? To this day, you can't just self-publish on a console without going through the console maker. That was a new idea in 1985. At the same time, Super Mario Brothers came out, which to me defined what a home video game was from then on, right? These are no longer copycats of arcade games. These are no longer score-chasing games. A home video game is something that is uniquely a home game, something that you finish, right? Something that the goal is to get to the end, not to
pump quarters into.
Right. This
hang
isn't
out drink and play.
This is not the first game to do that, of course, right? But this is the game that really set the tone for what a home console game is.
What does it all mean, Frank?
What does it all mean? But again, Super Mario Brothers really defined it. If there wasn't a lockout chip, I don't know that Nintendo would have succeeded. We might have had Crash 2.0, right? We might not have game consoles at all anymore. We might just be playing on computers forever, right? Someone else might have had that idea. I don't know if they would have succeeded. But here's the thing: someone else did have that idea.
What?
Remember this historical photo from earlier?
Yes, I do.
So Atari's meeting with Nintendo. And Atari goes to Nintendo. We don't know exactly who it was at Atari, but someone at Atari asked Nintendo, hey, there's all these games coming out for our system that we have nothing to do with, and it's giving us a headache. Can you guys do something about that? And Nintendo's like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And they explain it, and then Nintendo's like, oh, we never thought of that. Let me be clear, there's no lockout system in the Famicom. They didn't think of that at all. And but Nintendo's like, oh, I see what you're saying. That sounds bad. We don't have a solution in mind. And Atari's like, oh, okay. But Atari had that idea, and this is Yamauchi, speaking under deposition. After hearing what Atari said, we came to the conclusion that we're not going to sell games in the U.S. unless we can develop a security system.
That's fascinating.
So this is extra fascinating if you know your Atari history. So Atari ends up becoming essentially a licensee for the Nintendo. They make games for the NES. Officially, until they don't. So Atari decides we're not into Nintendo's limitations. Nintendo's only letting us make 5 games a year. We want to make 1 million games a year. We want to flood the market with games.
Yeah, what a great idea. Floods are such a good idea, and that's why we call them floods.
I'm oversimplifying, but Atari really did want to control their destiny, right? And they defeated the lockout chip, and Nintendo sued them for it. I'm not. This is its own panel, honestly. This thing, but it's lasted for like 5 years. They ultimately settled. We don't know the terms of the settlement, but this court case really was the final nail in the coffin of video game consoles being open systems that anyone could make games for. And it's generally accepted that Atari games didn't really come out ahead here. And so, in a way, I think Atari created its own monster, and that monster probably saved video games.
That's an incredible conclusion / thesis.
Thank
but
you.
I think I have to agree with you. Like Atari, they had all the tools, they had all the access, they had all the skills and the hardware and the software and the systems, but they did open the gates that caused the flood that destroyed the video game market in
Not on
America.
purpose, they just didn't think of it.
They
didn't think of it till it was too late.
And that's absolutely fair. Video games were so new as an industry at this time period. It's like, you couldn't have anticipated that this would have happened. And like all of the knockoffs and all of the rip-offs and all of the just like varieties of games causing like consumer confidence to drop is something that you couldn't have guessed. But it is also interesting because it's like all of this is still impacting the way that games are made today.
Absolutely. Yeah.
In every way. And it's just like incredible to think about what had happened if it hadn't have crashed.
We have 8 minutes and 55 seconds for questions. If anyone wants to line up to this middle part. In the meantime, I'm going to give a little pitch. The Video Game History Foundation is a charity. And if you like what we're doing, if you like this presentation, please support us. Or go research stuff for free in our digital library. You are in our video announcing the digital library. Thank you again for that.
You're welcome.
And go follow us on Blue Sky. We're not on that other thing anymore. Thank you so much, by the way. Yeah, let's...
West. Oh, what a fantastic crowd already. I am so excited. I am bursting with excitement to be here today, hosting the debut panel for Magic the Gathering's next set, Marvel's Spider-Man. Let's hear it. Who here in the audience is a Spider-Man fan? All right, I want to get a sense of the mix here. Who here is a Magic the Gathering fan? There we go. And who likes both? Well, that's me too. I'm your host, Blake Rasmussen, and this is a dream for me because my first love when I was 13 was Magic the Gathering. But my second love, not too long after that, was comic books. I was working in a bookstore and I discovered comic books. I could read an entire one during my break and then move on and come back and pick up the next issue the next time it came around. But what really cemented me as a comic book fan was Spider-Man. To be more specific, Ultimate Spider-Man. Bendis' run, yep. So the original Ultimate Universe, I got hooked when, like 20-plus year spoiler alert, when they actually killed Ultimate Peter Parker and brought on Miles Morales. Yep, Miles Morales, still one of my favorite comic book moments of all times is when he saved the multiverse with a hamburger to the Molecule Man. Just absolute peak. But now that I'm a little older and a dad, I have cosplayed as Peter B. Parker. I am currently reading the new run of Ultimate Spider-Man. Issue 20 just came out this week. If you haven't checked it out, check it out. Fantastic rendition. But that really is the magic of Spider-Man. Everyone here can see themselves somewhere in the Spider-Verse. And so we at Wizards of the Coast, we really hope that we have done that magic justice. And so today, we're going to show you a bit from the set. We're going to talk a lot about mechanics. We're going to show you some heroes. We're going to show you a lot of villains. This show's villain heavy. If you love the foes of Spider-Man, we have a lot of them. We're going to show you art. We're going to show you like really cool characteristics of Spider-Man's New York, all of that stuff. And we hope we do it justice. But to do that, I have some friends of mine from Wizards of the Coast who are going to come out here. Now, if you've seen us do a panel before, we're going to do it a little bit different. Normally, we bring everyone out here and everybody kind of talks through their thing. But we're going to be coming and going. People are going to come on. They're going to go off. Some will even come back on. But we're going to talk through all of the amazing highlights of this set as we kick off preview season. So, to do that, let's start with someone pretty familiar to all of you Magic fans out here. Let's bring out head designer Mark Rosewater. All right, welcome, Mark. Have a seat. Oh, all right. Okay. Well, Mark, I already know you, but why don't you give us a little introduction and also tell us a little bit, you know, I give my Spider-Man story. I kind of want to hear yours.
Sure. Okay. Well, this October is my 30th anniversary at Wizards of the Coast, working on Magic. And since 2003, I've been head designer, but that's Magic. Let's talk Spider-Man. So when I was a little kid, I remember I woke up one day, my dad had bought comics from the local store, and he just left them for me to find when he woke up. One of those was a Spider-Man comic. And it started a lifelong love of comics. In fact, when we began doing Universes Beyond, the thing I was most excited about is one day, maybe we would do Marvel. And so the fact that we got to make Marvel Magic has been so exciting.
All right, so beside your boyhood dream, what is it about comic books and Spider-Man that makes it such a good fit for Magic?
So one of the things when we're making a Magic card, we want to make a card that really speaks out and does something and is dramatic and has some really cool effect. Well, Marvel's full of superheroes that have amazing powers and are literally drawn to look as cool as they could look. Like, you know, comics are a visual medium. So like, it was like tailor-made to make cool Magic cards. And you guys are going to see today, like the cards really, like you see the character, like, oh, I know what I'm doing. The cards kind of speak for themselves because the characters are so three-dimensional and have such cool ideas. And then they just make really fun Magic cards.
So let's jump into letting the characters speak for themselves. Mark, where do you want to go first? What character do you want to see first?
Okay, so at San Diego Comic-Con, we showed off the double-face cards. We, for the first time ever, had cards that were both modal and they transform. And we showed off Peter Parker and Spider-Man and Miles and Gwen, but we didn't show off any villains. So our first card up today is a reporter, I believe, from the Daily Bugle. who has a beef with Peter Parker.
Let's take a look at Eddie Brock. All right, tell us a little bit about Eddie Brock here, Mark.
So Eddie Brock, he was not a fan of Peter Parker. A little bit, things didn't quite go his way, and he was kind of really mad at Peter. And it turns out that there's this symbiote from across the galaxy that had a beef with Spider-Man. And the two came together because they learned they had a shared enemy among them, and they obviously became Venom.
Venom. All right, so we see here the front side, Eddie Brock. Let's take a look at Venom Lethal Protector. Mark, tell us about this card.
So one of the fun things, like I said, in doing cards is we got to sort of capture this. And Venom is just such a fun, lovable character. We did do something really cool here, by the way. So Venom obviously started as a villain. He got his own comic for a while. He was a hero. He kind of goes back and forth between being hero and villain. So in Marvel, we do a lot of typo with hero and villain. So he got to be both a hero and a villain. So your hero deck can play him, and your villain deck can play him.
Okay. Well, I promised the fans villains.
Yes.
This delivers a bit. It delivers a bit, but I want to go deep into the villainy of the Spider-Verse. So let's behold the Sinister Six next.
Okay, so in the very first annual of Spider-Man, they were trying to come up with what is cooler than Spider-Man fighting a supervillain, and the answer was 6 supervillains.
I love that they jumped right to 6.
Right to 6. And so the Sinister Six has been, a lot of different people have been in the Sinister Six. You'll see in the art, this is the original Sinister Six that appeared in that first Spider-Man annual. And what better, it's a card that actually references 6 creatures. It reanimates 6 different creatures. This is in my teaser for those that read my teaser on Spider-Man. So anyway, this is make a deck with a lot of villains, put them in your graveyard, and then bring them back.
And we're going to show you those villains. So we're not just throwing this art up here so that you can imagine what playing with these 6 are going to be like. We're going to show you each of these villains. Now, we are going to start with one you might have already seen because we previously revealed it, but he's also the leader of the original.
The leader of the original, yes.
So let's see Dr. Octopus.
Okay, so we did show this off at San Diego Comic-Con. You'll notice that he helps villains. He's a villain typo card, and that's because he is the leader. He put together the original Sinister Six. And Doc, I mean, how can you not do Doc Ock? Doc Ock is such a fun villain. He has a little 8 theme in his card. And obviously, since he controls villains, you want other villains for your deck.
Yeah, like, let's see, Vulture Scheming Scavenger.
Okay, so this is Adrian Toombs, who is an inventor. He invented himself a pair of wings, started robbing people and robbing banks. He ended up becoming a foe of Spider-Man. Though I will point out, you notice he is hybrid. So we're going to introduce, there's a new draft we're going to talk about a little bit later. And in order to help facilitate that, there's more hybrid in the set. And so you'll see a bunch of hybrid cards today. And that really helps sort of, it helps make the limited work better. So this is a good example of some of the hybrid stuff you'll be seeing.
All right, next up we have one of my favorite villains. We're going to see my favorite villain later in this presentation, but one of my favorite villains in this one, Mysterio, Master of Illusion.
Oh, yes. So Mysterio, basically his shtick is he makes illusions, and Spider-Man never knows what's real and what's not. So we made a fun design with him where he literally makes illusions. So that, like I said, a lot of the design, it's not hard. It's like, oh, what does he do? And they really sort of, they lend themselves to cool designs.
Yeah, and I love that this one, it scales again with the number of villains you have for your villain deck.
Yeah, you'll notice also as well, the Vulture also had some villain typo. So the villains all work together.
Yep. All right, let's see our next villain. We've got Sandman. With one of the greatest creature type lines we've had in a while, Shifting Scoundrel.
Yes, good old Flint Marko. So he had an accident. He got turned into living sand. He can turn himself into any shape he can think up. And you'll notice, right, he has a sand creature type. So in Legends, back in 1994, there was a card that made sand warrior tokens. And we've had sand on a couple tokens, but we've never actually had it on a card before. But Sandman, how can you not make Sandman sand? So for the very first time, we had a sand. This is another
elemental villain.
Yeah, this is another card I teased in my teaser that people figured out. So.
All right, 4 of the 6 down. Let's take a look at number 5, Electro Assaulting Battery.
Okay, so Electro harnesses the power of electricity. A shocking villain, if you will. And we did a lot of fun stuff. There's this neat thing where he doesn't lose red mana because we're trying to represent electricity. So he's a very fun card to play.
All right, and then my favorite card of this bunch, Kraven the Hunter.
Okay, so Kraven was a hunter that was so good, he grew bored of hunting. And he goes, I need to hunt more exciting things. And what is the hardest thing to hunt? The most dangerous animal? Man. And so he starts hunting Spider-Man. And you'll see on his card, like he cares about how big the creature is. That really fits in the essence of who Kraven is as a character.
Only the biggest game for Kraven the Hunter. Now, we've gone through the 6, but we're not quite done with the Sinister 6 because we also wanted to show off a promo card of Behold the Sinister 6. You can see it here. This is a promo version. Mark, why don't you tell the audience how they get this card?
There's 2 ways to get it.
Okay.
One is in the atrium every day, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, there's going to be a photo opportunity, and that you can get it there.
Yep.
The second way to get it is to be sitting in this audience right now. So on your way out, you guys will all get.
Don't leave without one. We've got this card for everyone in the audience. All right. So, but if you somehow do miss it, again, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, starting at 3:32 in the atrium photo opportunity. Okay. Well, we're not done with Mark, but we're kind of done with him for now. So we're going to let you go. And we are going to bring out Jadine Clemparents. Come on out, Jadine. Come on out. Welcome. All right, have a seat. All right, so Jadine, tell us about yourself. Tell us about what Spider-Man means to you, all that jazz.
Yeah, I am Jadine Clemparents. I am the play design lead for Magic, which means I work on cards in like the last 6 months or so, working on the balance and the final numbers. I kind of got to Marvel a little bit later than most of my colleagues. I was introduced to the characters and plot lines for the first time with the movies while I was in college. And then I got to dive so much deeper while working on this set. And I'm really kind of kicking myself for not finding it sooner because honestly, I would have loved this as a teenager. And I'm so excited to get to share some of the mechanics with the set with you today.
Yeah, we're going to talk mechanics in this section. Where would you like to start, JD?
Can you pull up Spider-Man India, please?
That's not Spider-Man India. Let's see.
One more.
Almost.
All right.
India with that web-slinging ability.
Yeah, so one of the great things about doing a set all about Spider-Man was getting to make cards for so many different spider heroes and kind of show off the whole breadth of the Spider-Verse. And one of the things we knew we were going to want to do was have a mechanic to represent Spider-Man's webs. As far as superpowers go, the webs of Spider-Man are so unique and just kind of used in so many different ways by Spider-Man, whether it's transportation around the city, rescuing a bystander, or even in combat, kind of restraining the enemy a little bit. And we knew we needed to make a mechanic for this that we could put on many different spider heroes that would kind of capture all of the different ways that Spider-Man uses the webs. So the web slinging ability is an alternative cast to casting a card. It has a different mana cost, almost always cheaper, and you can use that ability and cast it for that cost if you also return a tapped creature you control to your hand. So you're getting it down early, representing some of that mobility of the webs, and at the same time, you're picking up a creature of yours, using the webs to transport it back to your hand, where maybe it'll be a little bit safer, and then you'll be able to reuse it, get any enters abilities it's have, or the set is chock full of different ways to benefit from having more creatures to play. If you take a look at the second line on Spider-Man India, you can see such an effect, a little cast trigger for creature spells that'll benefit you for recasting the thing you just put back in your hand.
All right, for our next mechanic, I want to go into the costume closet. Let's pull up the next card.
Yeah, so Costume Closet here is featuring the Modified mechanic. Modified is a returning mechanic. We've used it before. Creatures you control that are equipped, enchanted, or have a counter on them are considered modified. And we have cards in the set that benefit you for having creatures. It represents all the different ways in the world of Spider-Man to kind of get a boost from having the right gear or to have some technology aiding you. I really love the costume closet here. It's such a great depiction of all of the different suits and just this idea that you can continually get some boosts.
Yeah. All right. We've had two very hero-focused cards in a row, which makes me a little ill. So we're going to move back to villainy. And in fact, we are going to go with maybe Spider-Man's greatest villain. Let's take a look at Norman Osborn.
Yeah, so there is a lot on this card. This is one of the transforming modal double-face cards that we've brought you before and you've seen. Norman Osborn here, the front side of this card, is using the connive mechanic. Connive is another one of the returning mechanics in this set. It is representing the plotting behind-the-scenes nature of villainy in the Spider-Man world. So, you know, while Peter Parker is out in the world doing civilian stuff, the villain are out in the scene planning, and you as the player will get to plot some too when you're using these villain cards. The connive mechanic allows you, and the creature that's performing the action, you draw a card, then discard a card. If you discard a non-land card this way, you'll put a +1/+1 counter on the creature. So you as the player are going to sculpt your hand, get your plans in motion and ready for next, and at the same time, the creatures that are conniving are going to find themselves a little bit stronger as things go on.
Well, and before we see the backside of this card, which I guarantee you can guess what the name of it is, this isn't the art section, but I have to point out, I love this art. I love seeing the Green Goblin in Norman Osborn's reflection there as another aspect of his personality. And of course, it signals what the backside looks like. So let's take a look at Green Goblin.
Here is the Green Goblin. The time for planning is over. It is now time for chaos in the city, represented with the mayhem mechanic. So when the villains are out wreaking havoc on the city, we're representing that form of villainy with the mayhem mechanic, which is new for the Spider-Man set. It is another alternative way to play a card. Cards with the Mayhem ability, while they are in your graveyard, if you discarded them this turn, you may cast them for their Mayhem cost. So Green Goblin here is granting the Mayhem ability to all the cards in your graveyard. Other cards in the set just have the Mayhem ability themselves, and those will often have a lower mana cost on the Mayhem ability than the actual cost to cast the card. So Green Goblin and Norman Osborn here is a really complete package. You can play the Norman Osborn half, get in a few times, connive, and then eventually you'll find a card you discarded that you actually want to cast, and after you attack that turn, you can transform to the Green Goblin, give that card you just discarded the Mayhem ability, and put it back into play. So just a very cool, was really awesome to see us find a way to tie both of the villain mechanics together on this card, and the whole package turned out awesome.
Well, yeah, I love the story it tells. You know, Norman Osborn schemes and connives on one side, and then the Green Goblin takes advantage of the mayhem caused by those schemes on the other. It's absolutely perfect. I love it. All right, those are the mechanics we're talking about now, which means, Jadine, I'm going to swap you for Corey. Let's bring out Corey Bowen, everyone. Come on out, Corey. All right, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, Corey, you know the drill by now. Tell us a bit about yourself and your love of Spider-Man.
Great. Well, thanks for having me, Blake. I'm Corey Bowen. I'm the lead set designer on Magic the Gathering Marvel Spider-Man, and I'm so excited to be here. As for Spider-Man, my experience, I was only like 6 years old when the first Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie came out.
Which is how Corey makes me feel old, but continue.
Yes. But I just grew up with those Spider-Man movies. All of the Spider-Man movies really shaped what I love about superheroes. And even when I was young, I remember going to Free Comic Book Day and walking back home with 3 different Spider-Man comics from different Spider-Man runs. Very, very cool.
Yeah. So, Corey, you're here because we're going to talk about a new draft format being introduced with this set called Pick 2 Draft. So give us the overview.
Right, so Pick 2 Draft is a brand new way that we have to draft. We announced it earlier this year. It's got two main differences from a normal, typical draft. The first difference is that you're picking 2 cards every pick. This makes it faster, more fluid, a little bit more speedy and casual. The second difference is you can only draft, or you get to only draft with 4 players instead of 8. So it's so much more accessible, so much easier to get a pot of 4 people together rather than a pot of 8 people together. And for Spider-Man, this is a set that's designed and optimized specifically to make that draft environment work with all of its little idiosyncrasies.
Okay, so like we all have yelled, 7 in the queue before. That's now 3 in the queue. Little easier to get going.
Easier.
But let's talk about what that means for the archetypes. You said there's 5 archetypes. Let's go through each of them. I would like to start with green-white, please.
Sure. Well, green-white is an archetype where it's where you're going to find all of your spider heroes within the Spider-Man universe. This is where the web-slinging mechanic really comes into play. This deck is all about using web-slinging, and you can play this deck so many different ways. You can tempo out certain powerful spider heroes. You can collect a bunch of spider heroes and play some cards that buff up all of your spiders. Or you can even assemble a strange combo deck that exists within this set where you're constantly getting value out of flipping your creatures back and forth from the battlefield in your hand. And here we have City Pigeon. I was
going to say, you were talking like there wasn't a City Pigeon up on the screen.
Yes.
That we all needed to discuss.
I mean, I said we have to show City Pigeon.
We have to show City Pigeon.
Like, this is a good example. Like, Spider-Man has a setting, right? You see him in all these spider stories in New York very often, and we wanted to bring the tone of the sets and bring it to a New York City setting with a whimsical tone with something like City Pigeon. I stand by that this card is one of the best commons in the set because it's so powerful as a pigeon. I mean, really, it's just a good enabler for web slinging. You can attack with this evasive creature. It gets tapped very easily, and very early on, you have something great to web sling back into your hand, and it makes a hot dog on the way out, which is perfect.
All right. We're not showing the food token today. We'll get to those.
A hot dog.
God, we got to give the people what we want. All right. Next up, though, we are going to talk about the white-blue archetype. What's going on with white-blue?
Right, so white-blue, it uses the modified mechanic that Jadine talked about earlier. Again, a returning mechanic. This really is where all of the characters who are scientifically modified or are geniuses, or we have Spider piloted by Penny here. She has this mecha suit, and it's this is an attachment that helps make her a super formidable superhero. And we have the spider suit here as well. We had to make an equipment that was the spider suit.
Yeah.
So, the spider suit, it's a great thing to equip onto your City Pigeon.
Absolutely. A City Pigeon with a spider suit.
Yes. City Pigeon, underrated, very strong in this archetype as well. You gotta put everything on your City Pigeon and just start defeating opponents.
Absolutely. All right, new achievement that I need to unlock. All right, next up, let's talk about blue-black.
Yes. Blue-black, this is where the Rogues Gallery of Spider-Man's iconic cast of villains come into play. This is more of a graveyard deck. You're getting some graveyard value. You're plotting from behind the scenes. You're using Connive to sculpt the perfect hand to thwart Spider-Man. There's also a lot of villain matters in this archetype as well. You can see on this Prowler here, and when a villain enters, Prowler gets to Connive. These cards work really well with some of the Mayhem cards you'll find in this set as well, because Connive and Mayhem just naturally work well together.
Right.
And Connive, you get to put counters on creatures to benefit your modified rewards as well. So everything works really well together, and that was a really important part about getting the Pick 2 draft format to be very smooth.
Yep. All right, next, let's go to red-green.
Right, so every Magic set needs a place to put its big stuff. And here we have Rhino as a huge 7-drop, and we have Spider-Rex from one of the more recent Spider-Verse series.
Yeah, and also, if you haven't been reading the flavor text along the way, this is a great place to remind you, check out the flavor text, especially for Spider-Rex, but it's been fantastic in all regards. Anyway, continue on.
This deck, it really wants to play large spells. It has a theme about caring about mana value 4 or greater.
Okay.
And with Web Slinging and Mayhem as cost reduction mechanics, you're going to be able to cast spells with mana value 4 or greater without spending 4 mana turn to turn. So this deck really puts those things together and lets us put a dinosaur that's Spider-Man in this set, which is just awesome.
You got it. All right, speaking of mayhem, let's take a look at our last draft archetype, which is black-red.
Yes, this is again, mayhem. It's a very discard-focused archetype. There's so many awesome iterations of Green Goblin or Hobgoblin or different Goblin-adjacent characters. We really wanted to show off more of the chaotic, reckless villains in Spider-Man, and we thought discarding cards and playing them from your graveyard felt very resonant in that way.
Yeah.
So we used the mayhem mechanic, a new mechanic that harkens that back to an older Magic mechanic, Madness, but it's a lot easier to play with. Here we have Green Goblin, fantastic if you're discarding multiple cards in a turn, and Raging Goblinoids is the perfect example of an overcosted creature that you can get out for cheap if you have a great way to discard cards.
Well, and earlier we showed the OG Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. Here we've got Harry. There is another Green Goblin we want to show off at this point for a very specific reason. Let's put Ultimate Green Goblin up here. Yeah, so this is a promo. We're going to talk about that in a moment. But first, talk about this card in the Mayhem archetype.
Yeah, Ultimate Green Goblin. This is a Green Goblin from the Ultimate Universe where he is a big hulking goblin. This is one of our favorite Mayhem cards in this set. It's a very powerful Mayhem card. It's also a hybrid rare, which will be in this set as well. We're kind of using hybrid at all rarities to really help that pick 2 draft format. But this card's great. It's an overcosted creature. It lets you discard a card every turn to make a treasure, but this also lets you achieve your Mayhem turn per turn. And if you already have a Mayhem engine, you could cast this for Mayhem and get some card advantage. So we've had a lot of fun playing this card, and we hope everyone else is going to too.
Yeah. And we're going to show the main set version of this one later, but this promo specifically is going to be available at an event called Magic Presents Friendly Neighborhood Draft. So that's going to be taking place at your local WPN stores September 26th through November 13th, so check with them when they're running it. It's going to be the first official opportunity to play the Pick 2 draft format in stores. All you have to do to get this card is go undefeated at one of those events. That's all. Just don't lose ever.
Pick the pigeon.
You do pick the pigeon. You will then receive a traditional foil of this Ultimate Green Goblin promo card while supplies last. All right. Thank you, Corey. I'm going to send you on your way again. We're going to bring back out Mark Rosewater again, but we are also going to bring out Sarah Wassel. Come on out. All right. Mark, welcome back. Sarah, welcome. Mark, we've already heard from you. Good. But Sarah, why don't you introduce yourself as well?
Cool. Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah Wassel. I'm a senior art director at Magic. I work primarily on the collectability team. So we riff and improvise and make alternate versions of the main set cards, the looking ones.
Yes.
We don't change any of their stuff. I'm really excited to be here to talk about Marvel, to talk about Spider-Man. I love comic book art. I love how accessible it's been. I love any kind of art that people can get in their hands right away. And this set in particular, we have some vintage stuff in the set, and it's unbelievable.
Yeah, this set is really exciting for comic book fans. So we're also going to talk in this section about reprints, about the bonus sheet specifically. So, Mark, what's going on with the bonus sheet in this set?
Okay, so one of the things that Magic has always done is we have really amazing art. From the very beginning, we've really valued being the forefront of amazing art. But one of the things about partnering with people is Marvel is also known for having really amazing art. And so how could we get the amazing Marvel art that people love onto Magic cards? And so the idea is we have a bonus sheet where we took famous reprints and put Marvel art on them, original Marvel art. When I say original, I mean from the comics.
Yeah. So we have 7 cards we're going to show you in this section. They're all reprints, all in the bonus sheet, all with this fantastic art. We're going to play a little game, a little audience participation here. We're going to put up the art first. Sarah's going to talk a little bit about it, and then I want to hear some guesses for what card you think it is. So let's put our first image up on the screen. Sarah, tell us about this.
So this is a big deal. This is the first time that Spider-Man showed up as a character in comic books. This was Amazing Fantasy number 15 in 1962. So this was the cover that said Introducing Spider-Man. And this was from the interior of the book. The character was designed by Steve Ditko, who's like a giant of the industry. But the cover was actually penciled by Jack Kirby.
Yeah, like we're going to have an artist line that says Ditko and Kirby, which is just insane.
On a magic card.
On a
you
magic
can hold
card.
in your hand. Yeah.
All right, it may take you a couple to get into this, but let's hear some guesses. What do we think this card is? I heard it over here. All right, let's see it. Put it up on the screen.
Yeah, one of the things I want to point out, so this very first comic, one of the things Stan Lee did when he made Spider-Man was at the time, superheroes were kind of larger than life. And the idea was making a superhero that was like an everyday guy. Like he had trouble paying the rent or getting dates. And that really, at the time, was kind of controversial, but was a huge hit. And the idea of making like relatable superheroes, this was the real start of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up, let's put our next piece of art up on the screen.
Okay, I hope you can guess this. This is one of my favorite pairings with the card title. It's emotionally very devastating. So this was from 1967, so we're moving forward in time a little bit. So at this point now the comic book is called Amazing Spider-Man. We went from the character being started to now having his own book name. And at this point he's being drawn by John Romita Sr., who was the second in line of Spider-Man artists. One of the cool things about Romita Sr. is that he had kind of a background in romance comics. So he was really good in particular at making the female characters in the Spider-Man universe really like attractive and stylish and beautiful and compelling. So he really like amped up that part of the story a lot.
All right, let's hear some guesses for this one.
I heard it.
You heard it?
I heard it.
Okay, let's throw up Path to Exile. Yeah.
Poor Spidey.
Yeah, so this is from a run called Spider-Man No More, where Peter Parker, it gets to him. There's so much, it's so hard being Spider-Man that he walks away from being Spider-Man. To exile, I guess. It's a path to exile. So.
All right, this next one, I'm going to be really impressed if anyone guesses it. It's fantastic, but it's a little bit more obscure than Path to Exile.
Yeah,
Let's hear from this one.
Okay, so this is going to be a tough one. You're right.
Yeah.
But this is from Amazing Spider-Man number 55 in 1967. That's John Romita Sr. again. I, in particular, have always loved Doc Ock's original haircut. I know that bowl cut was like, I think for people in the 60s, they would have been like, oh, he's a nerd, right? Like that was like a visual indication of that. But this is such a great, like super, super close-up dynamic shot of Doc Ock.
All right, I want to hear some guesses on this one. I don't think I heard it, so let's see. Lorthos the Tidemaker, also known as Doc Ock, armed and dangerous.
So one of the things that we talked about this at San Diego Comic-Con, we're very careful when we choose creature types. So Dr. Octopus is not actually an octopus, so we did not make him creature type octopus. But we couldn't pass the opportunity to make an octopus that is Dr. Octopus.
Yeah.
All right, for this next one, which is going to be a layup, guys. We're going to keep the John Romita Sr. train going with this piece of art.
Right? This one's got to be.
All right.
Everyone's got to be.
Tell us about this one, Sarah.
Well, I do know that that's not electricity.
Yes, that's not electricity.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what's this guy's name, Mark? You want to give them a hint?
Well, his name is the Shocker.
Huh?
Shock, there you go. All right. Yeah, every game has a free space.
When we first started working on Spider-Man, there were a couple low-hanging things. One was, okay, you got to make a J. Jonah Jameson that references Menace, and the other one was we have to have a shocker with shock.
Yeah.
So.
All right, next up, this is one of my favorite pieces in the set. I know I say that a lot, but this one hits hard, it resonates, it really feels good on the card. So let's throw the next piece of art up on the screen. Tell us about this one, Sarah.
I know, so cool.
Well, spoiler alert.
So at this point, I think we're in the dark ages of comics. This is penciled by Mike Zeck and colored by Bob McLeod. And the book is Web of Spider-Man 32. And yeah, somebody already called it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's Reanimate. It's, yeah.
But the rules text basically reads like a description of the art. It's incredible.
So this is from a storyline called Kraven's Last Hunt, where Kraven buries Spider-Man, and spoiler, he's not dead. But anyway, this is a really famous shot. So the fact that we got to use this on Reanimated.
Yep. No, it's perfect. All right.
Exciting.
Next up, let's see. This was what? This was Craven's Last Hunt. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, San Diego Comic-Con. So one of the things we did was we made a cycle of sagas. And that one of the sagas which we showed at San Diego Comic-Con was Craven's Last Hunt. And the idea is there's so many great storylines. Sagas represent stories. And that just seemed like the perfect marriage.
Yeah.
You want to talk about the thing next to it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's we also knew from really early on working on this set. You know, we have really like baby brainstorms at the very, very, very beginning years ago at this point, and we knew as a studio that we really wanted to try to figure out how to make Magic cards look like comic book pages, and sagas were like this perfect marriage of like giving us that graphic opportunity. But as simple as this looks, and as well as it's working, it did actually take a lot of work to kind of like tinker with it to get it to come out well. And the artists that we worked with here, Laniel Francis Yu and Sunny Go, both work for Marvel, have been for a long time, and they're just so good at using color and shadow to really like delineate those spaces really clearly.
And each comic panel represents a different part of the story. It's very cool.
Yeah. And we'll have another saga we're going to show off later.
Yeah.
All right, we've got 2 more of these left in our little game. Let's throw, in my youth, this was like the comic book art.
Yeah.
So tell us about this one.
Yeah, so this is Todd McFarlane drawing Spider-Man, and this was like a big moment in the character's design and the design of the webbing even. So Todd McFarlane, he kind of took like a little bit from Steve Ditko from the beginning, where he really like used Spidey's body in really like arachnid kind of ways and really like emphasized that strange physiognomy of what he's like doing as this Spider-Man. He also made the eyes really, really big, and that webbing design in particular is something that's been really iconic and has stuck with the character.
All right, let's hear guesses on this one. Yes!
Oh!
There you go. Nice. That is impressive.
One of the things we were trying to do is cover a lot of different eras. This is a really fun era of Spider-Man where they get into like the mythos of what it means, the spider totem, and like, was the spider an accident or was it always destined to bite him? And so this is a really fun storyline.
Yeah. All right, for our final one, we're actually moving forward in time quite a bit to something a little bit more recent. So let's throw the next piece of art up there.
Yeah. One of my favorite character designs of all time. Venom is just the combination of like total gnarly fear and absolute glee with this character constantly like exudes. It's just like it just keeps like it's like a pinball game in my brain. But this one was 2021. Ryan Stegman was the artist here, and J.P. Meyer, and then Frank Martin did the colors. And what could it be?
What do we think this one is?
He has wings.
Ooh.
I don't think I've heard it, but let's throw it up there. Skitterick, also known as Venom King in Black.
Yeah, the idea of making a venomous Venom seems too cool to pass up on. So.
All right, now these are the only one. This is the last one we've shown for today, but Sarah, there are going to be more classic comic book artists included in this.
Yeah,
correct?
there are more of these, and we have names on Magic cards crediting the art, like Mark Bagley, Mobius, Eric Larson, Sarah Pacelli. There's just like chock full of these amazing pieces in the set.
If you are a fan of Spider-Man artists, like we've got them in spades. All right. Okay, so people are going to want those bonus cards for sure, but we have a range of collectible and cool designs that we've done to create really cool cards. Why don't you walk us through kind of the new and shiny here?
Sure, yeah. Okay, so we are going to start by looking at one of the most powerful objects in this universe.
One of 6.
I said one of. The Soul Stone. So you have 3 beautiful versions to pick from. I'm sure you'll pull all 3 of them. The one on the far left is painted by Vulcan Baga, and he mimicked his his original like Mox compositions, right? So we're really like Magic and Marvel like together, chocolate and peanut butter in a beautiful way. The in-betweener is the one holding that Soul Stone, who has like a super sweet color block outfit. And then in the middle, we have our Gauntlet version. So you get Thanos, you get comic style, you get that sweet Marvel art. And then on the far, far right, the most rare, the most precious, this is the Soul Stone, like in the cosmos, and that card has been tricked out with so many print techniques and fancy things that it will feel just as precious.
Yeah,
as
this
the stone itself.
doesn't do it justice. Yeah. So if you're familiar with our headliner program, this is the headliner for this set. This is the only Infinity Stone in this set.
That is correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can say that. We can say
Yeah.
that. All right.
And before we're done, we will do all the Infinity Stones.
What else do we have, Sarah?
Okay, so another thing that we've done with original comic art, in addition to the bonus sheet examples that you were seeing, is that we are doing classic cover cards where we're taking an original comic book cover and we are turning it into a Magic card.
Yeah.
So on the front side of the card, you've got Peter Parker and Eddie Brock, and that's Peter Parker, the first time that he was ever bit by a Spider-Man ever in any universe. That's the art from that moment. He is a teenager at this time in his like depictions, which I find fascinating that in the 60s this is what a teenager looked like. But then so we've taken the actual comic books with their original wording and everything, but we've replaced the text with Magic rules text. So you get a miniature comic book cover to put in your deck. It's really cool.
All right, let's see the next one, the web frame.
Yeah, so here's a custom frame that we designed for this set. This is the web frame, and our in-house designer, Dalton Pencarina, really based the webbing on the frame on Todd McFarlane's design. It's really like detailed and really like gnarly. We really envisioned this frame, like as if the Magic frame was an in-world object, and Spidey is like attaching to it and swinging along and going around. I wanted to call it the sticky frame, but no one
Overruled her. Yeah, that's a different department.
Yeah.
Okay, what else do we have, Sarah?
Yeah, and so then we have some showcase panel frames. So these are related to that saga we saw before. This was another thing we knew from the beginning that we really wanted to do, was try to show comic grids on Magic cards as Magic art. Comic grids are such an important part of storytelling, both utilizing them and obviously breaking them, right? Those are the exciting moments when the characters like pop out and go over those lines. So again, we were really lucky to work with a lot of current Marvel artists who are experts with this stuff. And so these are just, 4 examples. I'm a big fan of that Venom half face, half, so gross.
All right, I got another pop quiz for the audience before we move on to the next card. So we said we were going to reveal another saga. If you're a Spider-Man fan and you hear the word saga, where does your mind go? Like in unison. Perfect. All right, let's see the Clone Saga.
Yeah, so here's the main set version. We saw Bill Sienkiewicz's art on the Craven Last Hunt saga as well. Bill Sienkiewicz's was a really important artist in the 1980s in comic books. He was one of the first people in the mainstream comic world to use collage and mimeograph and photorealism and really like play with the art style in a way that nobody had really done before. And he also illustrated Magic cards like way back in the beginning.
In antiquity, in Alliances.
Yeah, so it's really exciting to get him back in for this set. Like another one of those perfect moments of things kind of all coming together.
And we have showcase panel versions of this as well.
So in the main picture, the bad guy is cloned Spider-Man. The Jackal is cloned Spider-Man. And this is one of my all-time favorite moments in Spider-Man, where we're following Peter Parker as he's trying to figure out all the clones, and then we realize that he is a clone. It was a very, for the Spider-Man readers, that's one of my favorite moments. And we did know, by the way, when we started making this set and we decided to do sagas, it was a given that we were doing the Clone Saga, because there was no way in the world we're doing sagas and not doing the Clone Saga.
How could we let you all down? You all knew we had to do it.
People have bugged me about this online, like, you better be doing the Clone Saga.
We did. Another thing we did in the collectability space is, of course, this is the Spider-Man set. We had to focus on Spider-Man. And so let's start showing this video that runs through. Okay, we've got spectacular Spider-Man in the black suit, and then
this whole idea gave us a couple of fun things to do. One was use a bunch of Spider-Mans that weren't in the set. And another is to make...
And some of which are on the set.
And some of which are on the set. And to also riff on the idea of like variant covers that comic books do that people get really excited about, right? So there's 8 different...
We're going to come back to each one of
Yeah,
these.
there's 8 different versions of these. They're all drawn by the same artist, Roberta in Granada, who totally like knocked it out of the park. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go through these one by one. So let's move to the Spectacular Spider-Man.
Yeah, so as I was saying, Roberta really understood what we were looking for here because the pose is really important. Knowing we were going to riff it 8 times, we needed the logo on the costume to be really, really visible because they changed from suit to suit. We needed the webbing to be visible, and then we had the same background and the same setting for each card. But the art director working on this project, Aliana Rude, had this amazing idea to change the time of day and the time of year for the background so that the colors could shift card to card even just a little bit more and really like set off the suit colors on each variant.
Yeah, we're going to see that as we go through, including on our next one, which, Mark, I know is one of your favorites, which is the black.
Yes. I think this is one of my favorites. So one of the things that's real fun as a Spider-Man fan is just there's so many great moments. So Secret Wars was an event that happened many years ago. This character called the Beyonder took a whole bunch of heroes and villains and took them to fight each other. But while they were there, Spider-Man got this black suit. And then for quite a while, he wore the black suit, and then something was weird going on, so he decided to go get it checked out by Reed Richards. And then Reed Richards like, it's alive. And I remember that just blew my mind. So the suit would turn into Venom. That's where Venom came from, that he was alive. And the fact that Spider-Man rejected him is what made Venom now got angry at Spider-Man. So.
Yeah. All right, next up we have Spider Armor Mark 1.
It's beautiful. The disco suit. In springtime, I love the juxtaposition of the delicate flower petals with the shiny bulletproof armor.
Next up, a personal favorite of mine is the Stealth Suit.
Yeah, this is a really cool one. This one's at night, right? Which is a great way to, if night is in New York City, which is a bright time in New York still, it's a great way to set off the colors of that black suit.
All right, and then we have the Sensational Suit.
Clone Ben Reilly, looking very, very cool. That Spidey logo going all the way down. And the half-color boots, big fan of that.
And then we start getting a little weird with the 6 arms.
Right. The grossest one of the set, clearly.
Don't take random serums.
Yep.
He should have known that by now.
Mark, these last 2, I'm going to let you take these last 2.
Oh, sure. So apparently all my stories involve the Fantastic Four. So there's a period in time where Johnny Storm died, although, spoilers, he didn't. But Spider-Man joined the Fantastic Four. And while he was in the Fantastic Four, they made a special suit called the Future Foundation suit, which was this white suit, which I always really liked. And it matched, the rest of the Fantastic Four had white suits as well. But anyway, I've always liked this suit. It's one of my favorite suits.
And then the audience's favorite.
Yes. So after they find out that his suit is Venom, he can't wear it because it's Venom. And so he has to borrow stuff from the Fantastic Four to get home, and he puts a bag on his head. And they refer to this as the bombastic bagman suit. And so anyway, it's fun. How do we not do the bombastic bagman?
It's also the most unrealistic one because his feet are bare and clean, which is impossible. If he's running around the rooftops in New York City, that's not a thing.
We knew you'd like this one. And so while we're talking about collectability, we've got something to share that we're really excited about. Let's put this up on the screen. We've got a comic to give away with an exclusive cover featuring Bagman. Mark, how do people get this comic?
There are 2 ways to get this. The first is you can go to our booth.
Yep.
And while supplies last, you can get one at the Wizards of the Coast booth in the Arch.
Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Saturday,
so
Sunday,
not
Monday.
today. Yep.
And also while you're there, you can get a
welcome deck.
A welcome deck for Spider-Man. The second way to get it is, of course, to be right here. So when you leave, there's both the card and the comic. So.
Absolutely. We're glad you're here. All right. So let's hear a little bit. Who is excited for this set from what they've seen so far? That's what I like to hear. Okay. So we're going to tell you how to enjoy it. We're going to tell you when to enjoy it. So we're going to throw some dates up on the screen. Mark your calendars. The Magic the Gathering Marvel Spider-Man debut, it's today. It's right now. You're here. You're watching it. That's this thing. Previews start next week. We're going to do them all week. We're going to have the full card image gallery. That's going to be the full set. Is going to be revealed on dailymtg.com, again, throughout the week and on September 5th. Previews are going to be available around the internet at news outlets with your favorite creators. There's an article called Where to Find Marvel's Spider-Man Previews on dailymtg.com that'll let you know where all of those are going to show up. Or you can just wait till the 5th and take in the whole thing. Next, we have a slew of cool events. First up, so at your local WPN game store, pre-release events are going to be taking place September 19th through 25th. And if you happen to live near a Disney store retail location in Times Square, London, Disney World, Florida, or Disneyland, California, or if you want to make a trip, there's going to be a special launch event at those locations on September 19th. Going to be very cool, something we've never done before. Really excited for those. And then the global release, everywhere you can buy Magic, you're going to be able to pick up this set on September 26th. But it doesn't end there, because we are celebrating this set with a number of events. So Magic Academy, for those who don't know, is a great way to learn how to play Magic. So if you're one of those folks in the audience or watching at home who's really, who loves Spider-Man, huge fan of Spider-Man, but you've never tried Magic before, check with the local game store when they are running these Academy events. They're going to be taking place September 26th through November 13th. Great way to learn. And then, of course, we are going to be at MagicCon Atlanta. So, yeah, I'm going to be there. We're going to be there. We're all going to be there. September 26th through 28th. If you've never been to a MagicCon, they're amazing. It's people playing Magic everywhere, and Marvel Spider-Man is going to be all over that convention. If you're looking to play in a standard event, we have 2 spotlights, Magic Spotlights. So these are large, in this case, standard tournaments. They're taking place in Baltimore and Liverpool, October 24th through 26th for Baltimore, and October 31st through November 2nd in Liverpool. And finally, intended a little bit, Spider-Man The Final Battle, happening November 1st through 9th, is a new event. So this is for aimed at our competitive players. These are running November 1 through 9 in WPN stores, so check with your local game store. It's going to be a standard constructed event, and it's going to have the winner of the event is going to receive a special variant cover copy of The Amazing Spider-Man #1, 2025. And we're going to reveal what that cover, what that comic looks like later this week. Again, head to dailymtg.com, look for an article titled Where to Play Marvel Spider-Man. That's going to show off what that comic looks like, but look for The Final Battle at a local game store near you. We're almost done, but I didn't say we were done with reveals, because we're not. We've got a secret to share with you, a secret layer. We use that all the time, but we're going to keep using it.
Yeah.
So let's take a look. And Sarah, why don't you tell us what we are looking at here?
So this is the only place we did this in the set.
Not in the set.
Well, in the secret.
In the secret layer.
In the secret layer, yeah, that's what I mean. We made a series of cards that look like front covers of the Daily Bugle, which I love when we do this, when we try to make a Magic card look like something else. The trompe-l'oeil of it is so much fun. So each card, is the headline is the title of the card, and there's all these like fun little like Easter eggs all over the place of like different text, as well as the type line gets moved around to like, you know, mimic like supporting headlines and stuff. And yeah, we're really super psyched about these. Another thing that happened though is when we made these, we realized that throughout Marvel's history, the Daily Bugle has looked different the newspaper itself has looked different based on which artist was drawing it. And we realized even within the Magic set, we had it looking different. So once we created this set, we kind of retconned our own art to make it all look like this, so there was continuity through the set.
Oh, so in the main set, when you see the Daily Bugle in art, it's going to look like that.
Look
Very
like
cool.
this. Yeah, yeah. So these, they come in foil or in non-foil, and they are available as part of the Marvel Spider-Man Super Drop.
Yeah, so there are going to be more drops in that Super Drop. If you want to know more details about this one, about that entire Super Drop, head to magicsecretlayer.com and make sure you sign up for notifications. All right, that is it. That is all the reveals we have. So thank you, friends, for joining us today. You've been a fantastic audience. Really appreciate you all. Thank you for being part of this journey. Thank you to Mark and Sarah, and back behind the curtain to Corey and Jadine. I've been your host, Blake Rasmussen. Make sure on your way out, get your comic, get your promo card. You deserve it for being an amazing audience. Thank you. Have an amazing, spectacular, and sensational day. There we go. Thank you.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch, we don't just play, we live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displate. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displate.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer metal posters at Displate.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Let's see your best then, eh?
Sword play is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch, we don't just play, we live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displayed. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displayed.com.
This is Sloan Beaumont speaking. Yes, from the commercials. Listen, I was given the chance to run a massive research project out of the local park. So, no leaks, no teams, just calm, cool science. It's gonna be amazing.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown! This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer metal posters at Display.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Celebrate the beauty of capitalism by pre-ordering today. Play it day one with Game Pass.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the Father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown! This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Let's see your best then, eh?
Swordplay is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch, we don't just play, we live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displate. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displate.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer metal posters at Displate.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
PAX is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Let's see your best then, eh?
Swordplay is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch, we don't just play, we live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displate. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displate.com.
This is Sloan Beaumont speaking. Yes, from the commercials. Listen, I was given the chance to run a massive research project out of the local park. So, no leaks, no teams, just calm, cool science. It's gonna be amazing.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown! This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer metal posters at Displate.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Celebrate the beauty of capitalism by pre-ordering today. Play it day one with Game Pass.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown! This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Let's see your best then, eh?
Swordplay is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch, we don't just play, we live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displate. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displate.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer metal posters at Displate.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Let's see your best then, eh?
Swordplay is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch, we don't just play, we live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displate. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displate.com.
This is Sloan Beaumont speaking. Yes, from the commercials. Listen, I was given the chance to run a massive research project out of the local park. So, no leaks, no teams, just calm, cool science. It's gonna be amazing.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown! This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer Metal posters at display.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Celebrate the beauty of capitalism by pre-ordering today. Play it day one with Game Pass.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the Father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown! This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Let's see your best, then, eh?
Sword play is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch, we don't just play, we live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displayed. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displayed.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer metal posters at Display.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Let's see your best then, eh? Swordplay is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at Zenni.com.
evening. How are you? So this is going to be audience participation, and it's a little strange because I can't see you as well as I normally can. But how many of you came by the booth today wondering what in the world NASA's doing in town? How many of you were pleased that we are in town? Well, we are so glad to be here. My name's Marcia Lindstrom, and I'm part of the NASA's SLS, or Space Launch System rocket team, and my job is to go around telling the Artemis story, and I brought along a pretty impressive group to help me do that tonight, and we're going to try to speak your language, and you can help us do that. So it's an incredibly exciting time at NASA. There are more space launch vehicles being built and developed than at any other time in history. It is in a unique time of innovation and exploration, and we're going back to the moon. Did you know this? And then what's our next step? Mars, you betcha. So the future of human spaceflight is extremely bright, and it's happening right now, and we're prepping for Artemis II, which is the first crewed mission to the moon since 1972. I was just a little young pup of 8 years old at that time, but that's the last time we were there. We currently are scheduled to launch no later than April of next year. So we are talking, so 33 weeks, that's it. That's what we've got and to be ready for launch. Now I'm telling you about Artemis II, but I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. In November, on November 16th, 2022, we launched the SLS rocket with the Orion spacecraft aboard it from Kennedy Space Center at 01:47:44 Eastern. And we started to take that first step back to the moon. So before we get ahead of ourselves, let's take a little look back at that.
Our return to the moon will be different than the last time. We plan to explore more of the lunar surface and learn
Space
how
Launch
to
System
live.
is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its voyage to the moon. And here we go. And hydrogen burn-off igniters initiate. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together. Back to the moon and beyond.
We are all part of something incredibly special, the first launch of Artemis.
This view of Earth from a human-rated spacecraft not seen since 1972 during the final Apollo missions.
Distant retrograde orbit, we're going to be about 38,000 miles away from the lunar surface. We're going beyond anywhere we ever went for Apollo.
The Orion spacecraft is barreling its way back home after circumnavigating the moon and beyond in an elliptical distant retrograde orbit. Splashdown. Orion, back on Earth.
About that. So here's the first audience participation thing. How many of you saw that live as it happened? You are our people. How many of you have seen that in some form of video since then? How many of you have yet to see anything about Artemis 1? Go ahead. Okay, please get out. Just get out. Just go on. You know, security. No, we are delighted. We think everybody knows it's going on, and we discover all the time that people don't know that it's going on. So we're here to talk about that historic return to the moon and what's waiting for us out there, how modeling and simulations play a role in the architectural design, as well as mission management, and also astronaut safety. And we'll even talk to someone who has a little firsthand knowledge living and working in space. So help me give a warm welcome. We're going to introduce them one at a time. First, we'd like to introduce Tanya Andrews down here on the end. Tanya is the Deputy Chief of the Systems Analysis and Human Systems Integration Branch at the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. She'll tell you what that is, don't worry. With degrees in mechanical engineering and systems engineering, Tanya manages the human systems integration work for the Mars Ascent Vehicle, the Moon to Mars Lunar Architecture Team Concept, and she performs SLS Human Factors Engineering Analysis for Artemis. Her work includes management of the Virtual Environments Lab, where she enjoys involving interns in meaningful work to help better NASA's future with extended reality in engineering analysis. So that is Tanya Andrews. Next up, she's with us in Huntsville, Alabama, and then at Johnson Space Center from the Orion program, so the spacecraft, we have Seth Lambert. Seth is a visualization and simulation developer for Orion spacecraft program's strategic communications team. So he grew up in Seattle, hoping to go to PAX West, and he never made it. But here he is, all grown up, with a degree in game design and development. He started as an intern at NASA's Orion program in 2019, developing informative kiosk applications before moving into a full-time role developing spaceflight visualization and interactive simulations. So that's Seth Lambert. He's going to help us understand a little more about the spacecraft. And then somebody that I work with every day that's on the SLS team, Whitney Shepard. So Whitney is a technical writer in communications working for the Space Launch System rocket. It's no surprise she ended up there. She grew up a few miles from where we work right now at the Space Flight Center, Marshall Space Flight Center. Her job is to write about the rocket and its mission in a way that speaks to the general public. So taking engineerese and turning it into real peopleese. She is using the principles of game development to tell stories and design conceptual roadmaps that create engaging narratives. And she works hard to inspire the next generation of young explorers that we are calling the Artemis generation. And by the way, that's all of us. It's not just young explorers. So warm welcome for Whitney. And then finally, because you really can't do a panel about space exploration without having someone with some firsthand experience. So help me welcome Dr. Michael Barrett. So now sit back, because it's going to take just a minute here. With a BS degree in zoology, zoology, and board certifications in medicine and aerospace medicine, Dr. Barrett has the distinction of having flown aboard the Russian Soyuz, the Space Shuttle Discovery, and the SpaceX Crew Dragon. He's lived aboard the International Space Station and has racked up 446 days, 15 hours, and 21 minutes in space. He is also an aquanaut, where he used virtual reality for telemedicine during the Nemo 7 mission. And he's also, and I asked him how to say, are you a cave-a-naut or a cave-naut, or what's the real term? He said he just calls it caves. But that was with the ESA's, or the European Space Agency's, caves training. He's been a flight surgeon, a mission specialist. He flew as a pilot on 2 of his missions. He's performed 2 spacewalks. And then back here on Earth, he managed human research program at NASA's Johnson Space Center, helping to mitigate the most prominent health and performance risks associated with human spaceflight. And since that time, Dr. Barrett has worked payload science for the International Space Station. He's been extensively involved, he hates this, by the way, extensively involved in medical and human factors applications for new space vehicles in commercial crew, so SpaceX Crew Dragon, as well as the Artemis programs. And all of that around the medical risks and research efforts. And we really, really wish we could have brought somebody with just a little bit of experience, but the good doctor's just gonna have to do. So help me welcome Dr. Barrett. All right, so before we get into the real nitty-gritty, it's true confessions time. I am not a gamer. I know, it's disappointing, isn't it? It's horrible, it's disappointing. But I did bring along some enthusiasts with me, but Seth, talk to me a little bit about like your gaming experience.
Sure, absolutely. I'm an avid gamer, particularly fond of immersive simulations and narrative RPGs. To call out a few, Dishonored 2, Fallout New Vegas are really my jam.
So, Dr. Barrett, are you a gamer?
So I was really excited when the original Pong came out long before most of you were born. I survived medical school on asteroids and hold the record for Abbott Hall at Northwestern University in Chicago. But we kind of live in a gaming world at NASA. We don't have spaceships that we can just check out and go fly around, or spacesuits or robotic arms. So we spend a lot of time in high-fidelity simulators, which are basically games, the same interfaces, the visuals, the digitals you guys have, except we really sweat bullets when we do that because the implications are pretty dire. I will have one caveat. The most high-fidelity game I played without being in space, there's this centrifuge in Russia called the MOAC, and it has emulated the joysticks and the controllers for doing a manual entry. MOAC stands for Mother of All Centrifuges, by the way, because it is the biggest in the world. And when you make wrong control inputs, you're going to fill 8 Gs through your butt. So yeah, games to me are a very visceral reality.
Yeah. So now, Tanya, you're a little bit like me, but are you a gamer?
Does Tetris in the 90s count?
Tetris counts for me.
I am not a gamer, but we employ quite a few gamers in our virtual environments lab at Marshall Space Flight Center. So we recognize the need to have you guys there to simulate the things that we can't do here on Earth. But in fact, a few years ago, I took my son to take your child to work day. He's about 8 years old at the time, and I take him into our virtual environments lab, and he puts the headset on. I don't allow my kids to even have a gaming system. I tell them to go outside and play in the woods.
Boo!
I know. So he puts the headset on, and he's completely feeling betrayed by me, right? He's like, Mom, you do this all day? I'm like, no, I just hire people to do this all day. So I don't understand gaming, but I do understand systems engineering and the importance of being able to use the technologies that are developed through the gaming industry to apply to the many things that we need to be testing at NASA. So though I'm not a gamer, I have complete respect for those who can do the development of these games, and I'm so thankful to have that as a tool for us to use in systems analysis.
So we have given Whitney on our team, we've given her a brand new call sign, Lady Gamer. So Lady Gamer, what about it?
I've been a huge gaming fan all my entire life. I play a little bit of everything. My favorite subgenre is anything Soulsborne. Praise the sun. And but I do a little bit of everything. I love RPGs. I love horror. Enjoy it all.
Yeah, and so you can see from the image that we do have a good many gamers, and there's some aboard station, but we have a pretty big enthusiast aboard station right now, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Johnny Kim, who is also a physician astronaut, a really good friend of mine, and I've actually been working things with Johnny a lot over the last couple days, and I asked him casually what games does he like, and he very enthusiastically sent me this in like 30 seconds. As a kid, I grew up playing StarCraft, Counter-Strike, Warcraft 2, too many hours maxing out Final Fantasy VII to 100% gameplay. Played Diablo 2, was playing when duping stones of Jordans was as easy as clicking the ring. As soon as I picked up a different one, gamers will understand the reference. Sounds like you did. GoldenEye, Halo, Metal Gear Solid series, the list goes on. Before he launched to the space station, he was playing Minecraft, Diablo 4, Rainbow Six Siege, the latest Halo, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 with his kids. And when he's by himself, he enjoys survival horror games like Resident Evil, Res 2 Remake, Fortnite, Roblox, etc. It goes on. I'll stop there, but you get the idea. And he did want to emphasize that he uses both PC and Xbox. So
yeah, and so just Johnny. So you know, Johnny did all that and became a Navy SEAL and is a medical doctor. So as they have said, he could kill you and bring you back to life. So now we're going to kind of get into it a little bit. We're going to get back in your world, but we want to tell you a little bit about what's going on with Artemis. So why, Dr. Barrett, why even go back to the moon? I mean, been there, done that, did Apollo, why go back?
Well, so, you know, for this generation, the kind of the elephant in the room here is that we were there, and it's been a long, long time since we've been there. So late 60s, early 70s, those were our last missions, and a lot of us saw that momentum that we had and that it was built And it was really kind of disappointing to see that stop, just to be real honest. So decades have gone by, and what have we done since then? We've redirected our efforts, low Earth orbit, new vehicles, space stations, long duration. We have learned a ton, which has been really, really good. But when you think about what spaceflight is, it's a very elective thing to do. It's something that countries do because they have surplus resources and it's going to make them better. And we've developed a lot of technologies now that are going to make that whole effort better. When you look at geopolitics, everybody has interest in the moon because of resources, because of science, because of all sorts of advantages, especially if you're thinking about expanding into the solar system. The German scientist Kraft Erika said, if God had meant for us to explore space, he would have given us a moon. Well, we got one, right? That was the point of what he said. And so every factor, every geopolitical attitude right now is telling us it's time to go back. And the Artemis is our framework to do that right now. It'll be a series of increasingly complex missions, going around the moon, landing on the moon, building bases. And the idea is to get a foothold on the moon, to stay, and it's a part of our steps of expansion into the solar system. It's a big deal.
Absolutely, it is a big deal. And the last time we went to the moon, the computer that we lovingly refer to as our phone, and would have filled a room, not this room, but a room. No one had even heard of Waze. We explored about 6% of the moon. We landed on Apollo, the equatorial region, so about 6% of the moon. That's sort of like showing up at a deli in New York and saying, I've seen America. We have barely scratched the surface. So Tanya, do we know what awaits us at the moon, and what are we thinking?
There's a lot of possibilities when you're looking at lunar exploration. We are interested in the types of soil samples we can get. We're interested in the exploration of the different poles. This time we're going to be landing on the southern pole, which is very different than where we've landed before. We're doing a lot of studies right now looking at the shadows and how dark the shadows are, how the light angle is going to affect our visibility when we're dealing with the different scenarios of things that could play out for our missions.
Yeah, and what do you think the very first thing we're going to be looking for on the moon is? Okay, but to get water, we probably need power as well, right? So solar power. And one of the places that we're looking at in particular is Shackleton Crater. And it's one of 13 sites that have been identified now. And one of the things that allows is there are what we refer to as eternal peaks of light, so almost perpetual sunlight, immediately adjacent to permanently shadowed craters where we believe there is water ice, and it's still frozen there. And so you're right, we're looking for water because why? That's what? Air to breathe, water to drink, and liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen make what?
Boom.
Rocket fuel. Exactly. So it is really, the moon stands as a testament to our history, a witness to our history. So Whitney, how does living and working on or near the moon, how does that prepare us for Mars? Because that's the next step. So we've had people on the International Space Station for more than 20 years. I mean, what are we thinking?
Well, we have been so successful and we have learned so much with the International Space Station, but it's time to go a little bit further. International Space Station is in low Earth orbit and we're ready to go back to deep space. The moon is a very handy test bed for technologies that we want to prove on Mars, prove for Mars rather. So the moon itself, it's right in our backyard, right? We don't have to go terribly far to get there, and certainly not as far as Mars.
Yeah. And so, Dr. Barrett, I've watched a few things. I stalked you a little bit to kind of learn how you think. Are you scared?
Not creepy at all. No.
So you also consider the International Space Station to be a real test bed, not just for the moon, but also for Mars, right?
Oh, absolutely. We take baby steps, and although it involves a lot of energies and it's hard to get to low Earth orbit, it's still what we would consider a baby step. And eventually the moon will be considered that way too, but it's another place that's kind of hard to get to. But the ISS has a really well-equipped laboratory. It does a lot of things for us. It helps us do a lot of science into combustion, fluid, dynamics, physics, heat transfer, and my favorite is the human body in space. And we've learned a huge amount of information on that, but also to test life support systems and critical food systems and regenerative systems that we're going to need to go anywhere, whether it's a deep space cruise to Mars or the Martian surface. So in a way, the station is like our low Earth orbit wind tunnel. It's a place where we can test things and test them for effectiveness and reliability. We need things to work for years at a time before we're confident to go on to the moon and Mars. And so station has done that. It's given us a huge amount of knowledge as well.
And I think you referred to it as the ultimate destination for the scientifically curious.
I did, and it is. However, it's time to push that destination a little bit further.
Absolutely.
And having low Earth orbit platform and a lunar platform, which will become a surface wind tunnel for us. Those two in combination are going to give us the tools we need to expand.
Yeah, so we test the technologies on the moon and the International Space Station to use on Mars, but just to give a little bit of perspective, and this is where you guys get to play, how far away from Earth is the International Space Station? Shout it out. 90 miles is one answer. Anybody else? What's the answer, Dr. Barrett?
Well, 250-ish or so. It's about the same distance as here to Spokane. I would caution a little bit, and we don't think in just distances, because to get that distance involves huge energies and a velocity change of 17,500 miles an hour, which is most of the velocity change you need to get to the moon also. But 240-ish, 250-ish is about right.
Yeah, so my flight from Chicago here is about that 3-hour flight. So that's not too bad. Get some snacks, an audio book, you're good to go. So now, how far away do you think, and when we're saying this, I mean in average, because it's always moving, but how far away is the moon? All right, so Seth?
The moon's about 1,000 times further than the ISS, roughly 250,000 miles, which is about a 3-day return trip.
Yeah, so that's a long trip, but what of Mars? How much time do you guys, and we'll talk distance first. How far away is Mars that would be around its closest point to Earth? Anybody? So I'm hearing some good answers. Whitney, what do we say?
It takes about 9 months to get to Mars. That is one way. So you're going to be going 9 months with your best friends in a very small crew capsule. And then you're going to have to stay there for a little while, because you've got to wait, of course, for the planets to be close enough to minimize that distance. And then you've got another 9 months back. So a little more than an 18-month round trip.
Yeah, choose your friends carefully. The closest Mars ever gets to us is about 35 million miles.
Yep.
And the furthest is about 250 million miles. So it's literally another 1,000 times beyond the moon. So think of getting up to Earth, 250 miles, moon, 250,000 miles, Mars furthest 250 million miles. So 3 orders of magnitude each time you do that.
Yeah, and it kind of gives you some perspective about what's involved. So on that little trip, once you're on your way, you're on your own. There's even about a 12-minute communication delay. So I say something, you guys sit here and wait 12 minutes. You want to do that? And then you hear it, and then you answer me, and I wait 12 minutes. It affects everything. But we've got a sim for that, right, Whitney, to kind of get us talking about what the differences are with Mars?
We do. Since we haven't unlocked fast travel to Mars yet, we're looking at various ways to kind of test people's morale, make sure that they can cope with extreme isolation, and there is a simulation called CHAPIA, which is the Crew Health and Performance Exploration Analog. And what that means is that they took 4 people, 4 very brave souls, and they put them in extreme isolation for about a year, so that they had to cope with similar situations that people who are going to Mars are going to have to cope with. So limited resources, boredom, and they discovered something very interesting during that time when they were conducting that experiment, and that is that gaming basically saved these people's mental health. They became obsessed with games like Civilization and SimCity, and all these games that we associate with very long play times actually helped their mental health. It helped them their cognitive abilities, solving problems, and NASA is actually looking at creating own specific games for astronauts for training because it was so successful with CHAPIA.
When we do that simulation, guys, we'll take Tetris and Pong and all that stuff. So we'll keep it together.
So I should mention, we're locking another crew in there in about 3 weeks
Yeah.
for another 370 days.
It's pretty cool simulation, and you can keep up with that. So now we've given you sort of an overview of what Artemis is. It's that return to the moon, increasingly complex missions, test flights really, to get there. You've seen the highlights from Artemis 1, and let's talk about the upcoming mission. And I told you 33 weeks is about where we are from launch of crew back to the moon, April of next year. So Seth, you work on Orion's spacecraft team. What's the Artemis 2 mission, just like a high-level overview of what they're going to do?
Yeah, absolutely. So they're going to launch on a 10-day mission. It's going to take Orion and our 4 crew members on a free return orbit around the moon and back after performing a 24-hour high Earth orbit. During the mission, we're going to be checking out all of our crew systems, our life support systems, both on SLS and on Orion. We're going to perform a lunar flyby, and after separating from our upper stage, we're going to perform a rendezvous and proximity operations demonstration, which is going to be the first time that our crew have hands on the controls of Orion. It's going to be a manual piloting demonstration to make sure that our crew can properly pilot the vehicle in proximity with another vehicle, and that helps prove out the technology for future missions on Artemis 3, when we'll be docking with a lander.
Yeah, so we'll do a free return trajectory around the moon, so use the Earth's gravity to return. We did that on Apollo 13, not on purpose. That's how we had to work to get them home because of the anomaly that they had experienced. But that is the plan with Artemis 2. So that's how we'll be coming back home. We'll splash down off the coast of San Diego. So now, given Whitney and I both work for the rocket program, and Seth works for the Orion program, we might be a little bit biased, but the rocket and this spacecraft really, truly represent an unparalleled national capability. The rocket stands 322 feet tall, weighs in at 5.75 million pounds when fully fueled, and packs 8.8 million pounds of thrust off the pad. It is a beast of a rocket. It's the only rocket capable of carrying crew aboard Orion and the things they need on a mission to the moon in a single launch. And Orion is the only spacecraft that can get humans to the moon, sustain them on that mission, and then bring them safely home. We don't think that'll always be the case, but that's the case right now. So does anybody know the statistical rate of success for a brand new rocket, like on your first launch? What do you think the statistical rate of success is? I only hear that. I hope y'all can hear us. What did you say? It's about 50-50. We did a little bit better than that. One of our jobs, as I said, is to take engineerese and turn it into real language. So when the mission manager for Artemis 1 says words like, he normally uses words like nominal, he said eye-watering, staggering success with that Artemis 1 mission. And it's one thing to build a spacecraft and a rocket for an uncrewed test flight. That's one thing. It's a whole other thing to build a rocket for 4 souls to go to the moon and return. And we know these guys. We work with these guys. And really, Mike, the crew of Artemis 2, they'll be venturing around the far side of the moon, as we said, but they're your brothers and sisters in arms. Would you do us the honor of introducing them to us?
They look so formal. Sure. So on the left there, the tall guy, Jeremy Hansen, he was from London, Ontario. He's a Canadian. I hear at least one voice of support there. He's famous for saying that we got a token Canadian on there, so that if things go wrong, we can just blame Canada. But F-18 pilot from the Royal Canadian Air Force, an outstanding individual. Actually, I spent my week and a half in a cave in Sardinia with Jeremy as one of the international crew members on there. A good friend. We call him Weed. Next, Christina Cook, we call her Nana. She's an electrical engineer. She had the record for a while of the longest spaceflight for a woman on board, 328 days. She didn't launch thinking she was going to be up there for 328 days. Very resilient, took it in stride with a lot of grace, and did a lot of killer science on there. Victor Glover, we call him Ike, Navy test pilot. He has degrees in engineering and masters in flight test engineering as well. Just really outstanding individual F-18 pilot. one of my regular coffee mates, and Reed Wiseman on the right, their commander, with Ike being pilot. Reed, we call him Tonto, also an engineer. He actually flew F-14 Tomcats way back in the day. He looks a lot younger than he is, but he's incredibly experienced. I commend him for assigning me to the flight that I flew last year for 8 months on board. That was when he was chief of the astronaut office. Really good folks, really good at what they do, and really special in a lot of ways, because when you look at a crew that is taking a ship into the air for the first time, the first crewed mission, that group of individuals as a test pilot, a test flight crew, have more than just a normal relationship with the instrument they fly. It's almost like a birth kinship. So they are talking to factory workers, to software developers, to everybody who puts heart and soul into that rocket, and it gives them a very in-depth understanding of their machine and the people who run it. And we've seen that recently. It's kind of an interesting time in history, as Marcia mentioned, with Bob and Doug, who flew the first Dragon, and Butch and Sonny, who flew the first Starliner just recently. This adds a whole different layer of complexity in this beast of a rocket. So when they are lying on that thing getting ready to launch, they're going to be 6 layers deep in the details of running their spacecraft, but also in their relationships with all the people that put it together. So it's just an incredible, special thing to be on a first crew for a brand new vehicle.
Yeah, and thank you.
Oh.
So this is the crew that's going to test all of that out, and I'm showing you their mission patch. If you came by the booth today, we talked a little bit about it. That's them individually, but as a crew, they see their mission, they see themselves as pathfinders. Their measure of success is how much risk can they buy down to pass the baton to the Artemis 3 crew. So they took a little, you see the Artemis 2 there, but in their minds, for their mission patch, they wanted to take a play on that and say it's exploration by all, and what Mike said earlier about all of the hands that have touched these systems, and it's exploration for all. And that's how they see that mission and what their mission patch means. So now, Dr. Barrett, I'm going to keep you on the hook just a little bit longer. This is really your area of expertise. We know about the mission and how we're getting there and getting to the moon. We know it's not easy, it's not like just going, but we face a myriad of challenges, including the health of the astronauts. Can you talk to us first about radiation exposure?
Yeah, sure. And this is a great picture to segue that off into. Some people kind of think of space as a radiation environment. I don't do that with my students and trainees. It kind of is arrogant in a way. It kind of smacks of geocentrism, if you will. I mean, space is radiation. Radiation is everywhere we want to be. Earth is a privileged bunker against that radiation. We grew up with that, and so we think of space as that radiation environment, but it's really more that we live in this radiation-hardened bunker. And the sources of all that radiation, the first ones are the Van Allen belts that you see there, geomagnetic fields. We call them the Van Halen belts usually, but nonetheless, they do two things for you. They can expose you to radiation if you fly through them, or they can protect you from it if you fly under them. And the ISS actually flies under them. So we still get a good bit of radiation on the ISS, about 3 orders of magnitude more than a normal land limit, if you will. But it's a good bit of radiation. It would be a lot more. Once we get out of those Van Allen belts, that triples. We go from about, if anybody cares, about half a millisievert a day to about 1.5 millisieverts a day. And then you're exposed to two other things that are really in full force out there. One of those being solar particles, which can be a gentle solar wind, or it can be solar particle events, storms. And then the big enchilada for us is galactic cosmic rays. It just comes from everywhere, and they're big, heavy particles that carry a lot of energy. So why do we care? Because they can actually hit macromolecules like DNA that are very important to us. And so we worry about those a lot. So once you get out of those magnetic fields, number one, you've flown through them, so you've got a little bit of radiation exposure there, and number two, you no longer have their protection. So the Artemis 2 crew will be the first to venture outside those belts since the last Apollo mission.
And so, Seth, did we test for radiation on Artemis 1?
We did. The NASA Orion spacecraft is designed to keep our astronauts safe in that, high radiation environment. It's got 5,600 passive sensors and 34 active sensors on board to measure the radiation the vehicle. And while there was not a living crew on board, there were passengers. We had Munich Campos, who was wearing the Orion Crew Survival System, which has radiation monitors on it. There was also Helga and Zohar, two life-size female analog mannequins with sensors both inside them and outside them. And Zohar was wearing a radiation protection suit. And this research helped us develop new technologies ranging from protective gear to warning sensors and other protection devices.
That image is a little creepy, isn't it? But that's Helga and Zohar, and it did help us understand more about how to protect. So, Dr. Barrett, there are other dangers. Like I said, I've listened to a couple of your presentations, but of the impacts on the body and adaptations of the human body to those extreme environments. And I heard you say we actually become extraterrestrial beings.
We do.
So it's not just radiation mitigation, is it?
No, but it's interesting. Almost every system in the body changes. Your heart changes its regulation, nerves, bones, muscles, immune system, endocrine system, everything changes. And most of those changes are adaptive. They're actually good things. So when I use the word extraterrestrial, after a certain number of weeks, you shift so many things from the shape of your body, the distribution of your organs, your volume of plasma, red blood cells, and you become better. I mean, your body is telling you, I'm in zero G, I need to do this, and I'm going to be better. And it's pretty cool to be that adaptive. Then it's maladaptive when you want to come home, and then it kind of sucks. And so when you think about what the human does, we go through this door, we call it G-state transition. When you go uphill, you have to get used to zero G for a while. When you come downhill, you have to get used to 1G for a while. But some of those things are truly harmful. And so if we're losing bone and muscle, we need to exercise 2.5 hours a day to put that back, because we know we do want to come home. And there's a few other things that kind of last. But if any of you have ever seen videos of people who just landed after long duration flight, you know, they can't walk straight and they look like bowls of Jello and they might be a little sick, and you just say, man, they're a wreck. But what you're missing is when they launch into zero gravity, they're sometimes sick, they can't navigate straight, they bump into things all the time, their face is puffy, they feel awful, and the guys that have been up there for a long time look at them and say, man, you're a wreck. So we adapt both ways. It's pretty cool. But when we go to the moon, things change. Fractional gravity, we don't know much about it. Dust is going to be really difficult because it's going to be in the air that you breathe and in your life support systems. The physical loads associated with putting on suits and going out there and exploring the surface and the chances of trauma and the exploration atmosphere that we're going to use in a habitat. It has an extreme cold, a few degrees above Kelvin in some of these permanently shaded areas. So it adds new medical risks way beyond what we've seen now. So it's exciting for us to try to figure out how to prepare for that.
So now, Tanya, you're working with some pretty cool equipment to help us understand other human factors that must be considered in the confined spaces of microgravity. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, Mike and his team at JSC are looking at how the human body reacts. At Marshall, we're more concerned about the hardware. But we do that because we want to support the crew members, right? So we're looking at, how can we make sure the design matches the requirements for being able to do the tasks that we need to do? Do we have adequate tools? Is there clearance to actuate those tools? And it's not just the tools that the astronauts are going to be using in space, but also the ones that we use to assemble the vehicles here on Earth. I grew up blue collar, right? My dad was a plumber and electrician. So I've been in a lot of tight spaces with him looking at systems that just don't work as they're designed to work. And our technicians have to deal with those types of things as well. So with our design influence early on in the design cycle, we can make sure that things are assembled the way that they should be. So we don't have someone dropping a tool accidentally or fasteners accidentally and damaging the spacecraft before the astronauts ever have a chance to be on it. So the integration of all those different elements is a big job. SLS is being created all over the United States and shipped down to Florida for assembly. So we're making sure all those things can be assembled as planned. One way that we do that, though, is utilizing our virtual reality systems. when we're doing that design analysis. We can build little subsections of this, but we can do it much quicker if we pull the designs into VR. We look at how those systems are going together. The video you see here is augmented reality, obviously, but we do some of both of those things. And it's not just manned systems. The Mars Ascent vehicle is a great example of an unmanned system that we're doing the same analysis for. So think about all the places that humans are touching the project, not just the astronauts doing the operation, but the people it takes to assemble, integrate, and test the vehicle as well. And we want to make sure that that's done correctly from beginning to end.
She has a super cool lab, super cool. You can kind of see that. So here's an old joke. Go ahead and date yourselves. Anybody know how to get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, practice, practice. So thank you. Again, you're my people. We call practice sessions, of course, simulations, and NASA simulates everything to learn the things we need to learn to mitigate risk. Right, Seth?
Yeah, absolutely. So before we can send anybody up to do anything, we have to simulate everything we do. The simulations allow us to test situations in all kind of variables to help us buy down that risk. And we simulate things from medical conditions in space, blast debris. We simulate design improvements to vehicles and crew systems, and we simulate interfaces that the crew will be using in the vehicles.
Yeah, and so some of those pre-flight simulations are built in a very special building at Marshall Space Flight Center that we call the SEAL CITIF. You're welcome. Whitney, you work very closely with that team of engineers. Talk to us about that.
So there are 3 flight computers on the core stage of the SLS rocket, and these flight computers have a very big job. They communicate with Orion, they control the navigation, and they control how the engines perform. There's also software on the SLS rocket, and that software has 50,000 lines of code. So what do you do when you have a lot of software and you've got a very big thing you've got to do with it? You've got to test it, and that is what happens at Marshall Space Flight Center in the SIL CITIF. So the SIL itself is the Systems Integration Laboratory, and it has a very accurate environment of what it's like to have the rocket's avionics as well as the software systems. The lab itself includes the flight computers and avionics, but it also includes emulators for the engines and for the boosters and the Launch Control Center and Orion. At the CITIF, which is the Software Integration and Test Facility, that's where they actually test the SLS computer systems and the software itself. What they do is they create test scenarios, and they run those over and over and over. So they'll have a great day of a launch where everything goes perfectly, but they'll also test something when a not so good day, when something that we don't want to have happen happens, and how does the software cope and perform? And that is always really cool to see.
Yeah, so one of Marshall's highly specialized software tools is called, ironically, we named it first, Artemis, or a real-time environment for modeling, integrations, and simulation. And it's a suite of models, simulations, and hardware interfaces used for simulating avionics hardware and software through all phases of the mission, from pre-launch through orbit insertion. So Whitney, you mentioned they test all this. How many times do they test the mission? How many variables can there be?
Well, by the time we launch Artemis 2, we will have run that mission 100,000 times. So, prepared for anything.
Practice, practice, practice. So now, Seth, you're the bona fide gamer. You're the guy with the degree up here. You work in simulation and visualization. How do you apply that specific skill set in your work?
Yeah, so I've been the lead developer on 2 interactive products for the Orion program. The first of which is Arrow. It is a real-time telemetry-driven visualization that allows the public to track Orion and its journey on Artemis from launch to splashdown using downlink telemetry from the vehicle. And the other of which is a Orion piloting simulator that we're actually demoing here on the expo floor. If anybody has come by, thank you, and for everybody else, we'll be here until Monday, come by and use it. But so I work in very close parallel to game industry techniques. I use a lot of the same engines, software, development patterns. In fact, for any devs in the room, there is an enormous amount of crossover in the math that goes into developing a game and spaceflight. Notably, quaternions it's a concept used to communicate three-dimensional rotation in 3D space, and two of the primary use cases are in video games and spaceflight, because both are industries where we care about how something's rotated in 3D space.
Yeah, so even our engineers, when we were tanking the rocket for the first time, they had the numbers, they had all the graphs and everything. They wanted a visualization. So that's what you're seeing there, so they could watch it as it happened. So now we've talked about the mission simulations on the operation side, and I want to get to some questions, so we're going to hustle a little bit here. But Dr. Barrett, it's also on the astronaut training side. Talk to us a little bit about what kind of training you guys go through.
Well, generically, and I'll make this real quick, we spend a ton of time in classrooms. So back to school lectures, we never stop going to school. But then we spend a huge amount of time in the simulators, like I mentioned. We have simulators for the robotic arms, for EVA that we do. We have simulators for the high-performance aircraft we fly, which are T-38s. So there's a lot of that. But then you're also out there in the field learning about geology, and, well, there we are. That's Nana learning about geology, I think, in Iceland. We learn basic scientific techniques because we may be the first to see a new phenomenon, and we don't necessarily have guidelines. We have to have basic scientific knowledge and how to collect specimens and analyze them. So that's one of the funnest things that we get to do. And one of the super funnest things is expeditionary training, where we will go off climbing or sea kayaking, and we never do it in good weather. We never do it in warm weather. You get out there and just get really uncomfortable with one another, and you learn how to get along with one another in a small can for days to months at a time. So.
Yeah, and put down the joysticks and get in the neutral buoyancy lab at Johnson so you can simulate the 1/6 gravity of the moon and understand how things operate in that environment.
Yep.
And Tanya, we're not all alike, right? We come in all shapes and sizes, including the crew. We've got a crew member that's around 5 feet and one crew member that's around 6 feet. How do you account for that in mission design and training?
That's a great question. We actually have a set of requirements that address the different sizes that have to be accommodated. And those accommodations have to be made to fit a large variety of heights. We have to look at things like physical access. Can a person fit in the space? We also have to look at reach. I think Mike here could probably reach a lot of things that I cannot, right? I'm only 5'2". So I have step stools all over my house because whenever I need something, I can grab a step stool and climb up and get it. But if I were to go to space, I wouldn't have that problem. I could reach any shelf I wanted to in microgravity. The lunar surface is going to be a little different, however. We have partial gravity there. So we're going to have to think about different ways to deal with having to reach the top shelf when you're someone short like I am. But no matter how tall or short, we are figuring out how to make accommodations to make sure people of all sizes are able to do the mission at hand.
Absolutely. And so we were not able to bring any of the Artemis II crew with us because they are training, practice. But one of the main objectives for Artemis II is to test out the Orion. How does it handle? So we actually have a little video here from the commander and the pilot kind of showing you how they're going to fly Orion.
I'm Reed Wiseman. And I'm Victor Glover. And this is how we pilot the Orion spacecraft. I think we should show you how we actually control the vehicle. So we've been using terms like rotational hand controller. Rotational hand controller, we say RHC for short, and translational hand controller, THC for short. In an aircraft, you would have a stick and a throttle, but it's the things that you put your hands on to control the spacecraft. We will pitch, roll, and yaw. Those are the 3 axes in each direction. And then we will also go up, down, left, right, in, and out, and we will assess how precisely that we can control the spacecraft. But we mentioned earlier that the main controller of the spacecraft is software. And so the main way that we interact with the spacecraft is our
cursor control device, your absolute favorite. I know you love this
CCD.
thing. This thing, it looks awkward, it looks weird, but when you get to use it, it's actually a genius piece of gear, and I know it is your favorite. favorite.
Oh, it is. This is our primary way to interact with the spacecraft. And so what it does is it allows us to determine where we put our focus on the display. So I can move the cursor to a certain display, and then I can move the cursor around to interact with certain fields of data.
And it's one of the primary controllers because there are going to be times when we're under 4G, 8G maybe even, and we won't be able to lift up our hands and push the buttons on the display. So this is exactly how we will do it. There is far more information on these displays than we will need to fly this spacecraft normally. But if a system goes off, if something goes wrong, we can dig down into the lowest levels of the computer of all the systems here, and we can take a look, see what's failed, talk to Mission Control in Houston.
And then right next to the displays, you see switches and toggles and dials. And so we call those switch interface panels or SIP panels. If the rotational and translational hand controllers didn't work, we also have a backup to a set of switches.
I mean, everything they're using looks like the things you guys are playing with. Is playing okay, or do you say gaming? I shouldn't say playing. But it looks just like that. And Seth, a lot of the things you're doing with Orion, it's developing platforms that translate mission data to applications and media outlets. And I'm going to ask you to hustle through this if you don't mind. But talk to us about Arrow and the Moonboard.
Yeah, so Moonboard is a tool that our NASA TV team use. It's an interactive touchscreen board that they're able to take models of Orion and the various components of the mission, zoom in, explode them, track the trajectory of the vehicle, call up information about the mission in its current phase. And then Arrow, as I mentioned earlier, is software that I developed, and this is what we're seeing right now on the screen. It's taking downlink telemetry from Orion and using that to create a visual model of the mission from launch through splashdown. It's got interactive camera controls so the public can take it and view the mission at any point, see what engines are firing, what the solar arrays are doing, zoom out all the way to view the entire trajectory of the mission, call up milestones, and learn about the mission in its entirety.
Yeah, so it's getting you to be part of the mission, which is what we want you to do. This is your space program. It's not ours. It's yours. So being involved like that is very important. And science drives technology, as we said before, technology development, and a lot of the technology that's invented in space trickles down to users. And Whitney, you're going to have to hustle. But talk to us a little bit about some of those spin-offs.
All right, so as Marcia mentioned, a lot of technology that's invented for space actually shows up in gaming, and there's some stuff right on the floor that absolutely was originally invented for space and has trickled down to stuff that we can use. For example, the Advanced Spaceborne Thermal Emission and Reflection Radiometer, or ASTER. That is some data. The NASA launched a satellite, and that data itself came back and has a lot of really cool landscape terrain. So a lot of games, even on the floor now, use that data to create landscapes and valleys to make them more realistic when we are actually playing on a game. The insulation that is used to improve spacesuit gloves is actually being used in a lot of gaming chairs. So when you're having a long time gaming session and you're starting to get hot, it actually keeps you cooler. And finally, the technology that keeps your gaming headset sounding good when your friend across the country and you're co-oping and whatnot, that is actually was originally invented so that NASA could listen to astronauts as they travel hundreds of miles away. So that's pretty cool.
That's just a few. We publish a book like this every year of spin-offs, and you can always look it up. So Tanya, how do you incorporate gaming technology like VR when we're preparing our return to the moon?
This picture actually is a great example of that. I talked a little bit earlier about the extreme angles of the sun, and there's no atmosphere on the lunar surface, so there's no scattering of light. So when you're in the dark, it's very dark. And the light has an extreme glare. If you've ever driven into a sunset or the sunrise, that glare is right there at that low angle. So that extreme brightness and extreme darkness makes it difficult for our eyes to be able to detect what's really out in front of us. If I'm walking into that shadow and there's a large crater that I could fall into, then that could cause problems. But we're also looking at it from a worksite analysis standpoint, because what are we going to be doing on the moon? We're going to be working, right? So how can we make sure that we have the the right accommodations for the astronauts to be able to do that work. If I have a lander, should that lander have a front porch light so that they can turn it on and see at night? What types of lighting could the astronauts use potentially to be able to see in the areas they're working in? We also have to think about tooling, right? We have quite a few simulations where we can select different tools to think about what we would want to do with a certain task. And one of the main things our team does, we can build anything. We have some technicians that can build absolutely anything. But we can't turn gravity off. We haven't figured out how to do that physically yet. So in VR, we can turn the gravity off. We can also go to 1/6G like we see on the moon. So I can take an object and simulate how it's actually going to react in that lunar gravity, where it's not going to just picking something up and watching it fall. It'll fall slower. If I bounce it around, it'll bounce longer. So those types of simulations are the only way that we can simulate the reality of the gravitational differences between here and Earth. So it doesn't matter how cool it is, what we can build, we can't turn the gravity off without VR. So we're very thankful for the technologies that allow us to do that.
Absolutely. One of the things we do, a lot of you have asked while we're here, one of the things we do is outreach. And so what kind of outreach are we doing to engage the youngest among us to come along?
So just like she asked earlier, okay, how many of you are aware of Artemis? That's part of our job, is to make sure that the younger generation is aware that they are part of the Artemis generation. And we are currently working with something called the App Development Challenge, which focuses on high school students and community college students. And it is teaching them how the principles of coding and game design can actually prepare them for jobs in the aerospace industry. So hopefully in the next couple of months, we'll be doing a little bit more with that, but it's a really cool venture.
Yeah. And so now I'm going to ask these guys I'm going to ask you to give me the shortest answer possible. Seth, for kids interested in supporting space or adults considering career options and that love games, what kind of skills do they need to bring to the table?
Yeah, software development in C++, C#, JavaScript, and Python are industry standards, and that's the same thing that goes into games and developing the software that we use here at NASA.
So, Tanya, same question. What do you think?
I agree 100%, but also looking at things through the lens of systems analysis, right? What does the system need to make it better? I'm not a good programmer. Shocking, right? But I do understand the systems. So working together, Seth and I make a good team in looking at that system as a whole and how we can improve it from an engineering and a coding perspective.
Yeah, and Whitney, storyboarding,
end user experience, all that. I'm a writer, so I tend to think of things in terms of storytelling. I want to be able to tell the story clearly and succinctly and get the point across as quickly as possible.
So, and I'm going to ask Dr. Barrett in a minute because we want you to be able to ask some questions. But so this mission that we've been talking about all this time, it is historic. There's no way around it. It's extremely significant to our future. And we have been delighted to be with you tonight and this week to talk to you about it. And I'm going to leave you with a few words. Eugene Cernan was the commander of Apollo 17, last man to step off the surface of the moon. And he said, "We leave as we came, and God willing, as we shall return, with peace and hope for all mankind." Those were hopeful words. We're turning those into prophetic words, and we are going back, and we are just getting started.
And here we go.
1. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
How about that? So guys, you can keep up with us anywhere, and we've got about 1.5 minutes, but I'm hoping they give us a little since we had a little late start. But have we got questions in the audience? I think we've got mics on the outside, or you can shout it out, or if you want to move to one of these edges here. Yes?
Thank you for coming. I have one question. There's a lot of misinformation out there. Is there one thing in the past and one thing in the future that you can put on the moon or that we can see with a decent telescope to have definitive proof that we were there?
Well, if you consider the Hubble a decent telescope, we can actually we can see Apollo hardware
I should
with
qualify
the
that as earthbound.
the other thing is we put a laser reflector on the moon and we bounce lasers off of that thing periodically.
Is that publicly available?
Is it publicly available? The Hubble imagery is definitely publicly available, and the laser data probably is, but it's a bunch of numbers. But yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Over here.
With the VR integration program and things like that, is there any plans to have integration in the helmets or like HUDs or any advanced technology in the helmets, like in future missions?
Yeah, we have been testing that for a while. I think the second to the last run I did in our water tank, doing spacewalk practice, I had a VR display that I was testing out and trying to do my normal task and incorporate that. So we are testing these for the next generation station suits, as well as in particular the surface suits. You'd really like to not have to look down all the time or look at your wrist because you're carrying something or working with tools. So yeah, we are absolutely testing it. So are the Russians, by the way, and they've actually made a lot of good progress in the Orlan suit.
Over here.
This might be a question for Seth. How does Orion compare to Starliner and differ from Starliner, and what do you think about the future of Starliner?
Whoa, that is not a question for me. I'm Orion specific. I couldn't speak to Starliner at all.
Well, they're totally different animals. That's like, trying to compare a banana and a grape. Starliner is a low Earth orbit commuter. Orion is an exploration vehicle to go way beyond low Earth orbit, and very, very different animals. Orion's got a really good future. Starliner has flown. We hope it's going to be able to fly again, but totally different missions and really not comparable. Well, I'm rooting for both of them, I'll tell you that.
Okay, I don't remember which way I went. So it's over here now? Over here.
Hi, so I got to talk to you a little bit earlier about some of the outreach that you're doing between space development and the gaming community. So I want to talk a little bit more about that and hear kind of what kind of things is NASA or your team in particular doing to kind of reach out to like the gaming community to work on like that kind of development of those kind of educational things to get people interested in space, or if that's not happening, what kind of things would you want to see happen?
I will tell you, NASA has a world of educational outreach materials, design challenges to bring people in, the internship programs that bring us people like Seth. All of that is going on all the time. I would not. Is there something you think we ought to be doing?
Well, I know we have a ton of interns that come through our lab. I'm a mom. I love working with young people. We always have a half a dozen interns, it seems like. So intern.nasa.gov, and I'm amazed at the things that people in the gaming community are doing that these young people are bringing into us at NASA. It's really the way to get the newest intel, if you will, right? So we bring the spies in, if you will, right? The people who have been in the industry, and it is phenomenal at the things we can accomplish through those internships. And many of them, after they get back to school, will write papers, go to conferences, and spread the word of the good work we're doing that way as well.
And there are engineering design challenges, the Human Exploration Rover Challenge, which used to be called the Moon Buggy Challenge, where they build it, they bring it, they race it in Huntsville, Alabama over all kinds of crazy terrain. We also do student launch with rockets out in a farm out in northern Alabama where they launch huge rockets. And they're huge competitions that involve not just designing and building the rocket, but also the program management things that you have to do, your budget, talking to the public about your program, and all of those kinds of things that go on all the time. So it may not all be in this world, but it's certainly challenging young people all the time to get involved. So.
There's one additional program, Hunch.
Yes.
High schools united with NASA to create hardware. There are high school students that are actually welding the equipment that's being used by NASA. They're sewing the cargo transfer bags that are being used on the International Space Station. And it's all done through high school students and some from junior colleges. It's really amazing the work that they do.
And I'm going to go over here, and this might be, I can't see the guys back there, but I bet they've got a shepherd's hook after us. But let's come over here. Have we got a question?
Hello. We have one last question, and then after that, we can take extra questions in the lobby.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, so I think one of the biggest pieces of technology that's kind of being talked about right now is AI. How is NASA using AI either in development or assisting in like the Artemis mission or even like in VR and robots and stuff like that?
That's a question.
Well, I can start. I mean, broadly, I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
So, we were talking about what kind of skills people should kind of bring to the table. I absolutely agree, software, coding, those languages, but I would add AI to that. Because a lot of our software development now is being done with the help of AI and working with software developers, not only at NASA, but out there in the commercial world. Some knowledge of AI in helping to develop the tools is really, really important. But I would couple that with a deep knowledge of the surroundings and the systems that you're trying to emulate or you're trying to control. So you can't just be an expert programmer or an expert in AI. You need to understand the systems that you're trying to vet that against. Control systems, hardware, even medical. We're actually developing an AI model for diagnosing medical issues in space against the physiologic changes that I mentioned there. So those are just some of the places that we start with it, but it's going to be, and it is already a very large thing. But it is overdriving its headlights, I will say that as well. Every once in a while, I teach heavily, and I had the occasion to address a question like, can you fart propulsively in space? Why do people care? I don't know. But I looked at an AI answer for that, and it said that you can't hear farts in space, but you can sure smell them. Now, if you think about that, if you can smell it, that means there's an atmosphere. If you can't hear it, it means there's not an atmosphere, but AI didn't know the difference. And when you don't have a big, robust database for AI to learn things, welcome to spaceflight, especially humans in spaceflight, it is going to give you some gobbledygook answers. So you have to be extremely cautious and skeptical and train your models well. But that's kind of where we are right now. It's very interesting.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And we are going to end on a fart in space. So how about that?
Go for it,
y'all. It has been wonderful. Thank you for your interest. Thank you for your support. Follow us. Keep up. This is a golden age right now, and you're part of it. Thank you very much.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch. We don't just play. We live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displayed. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displayed.com.
This is Sloan Beaumont speaking. Yes, from the commercials. Listen, I was given the chance to run a massive research project out at the local park. So, no leaks, no teams, just calm, cool science. It's gonna be amazing.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer Metal posters at display.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Celebrate the beauty of capitalism by pre-ordering today. Play it day one with Game Pass.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenni.com.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the father.
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty.
Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenny.com.
Let's see your best then, eh?
Sword play is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
These worlds we dive into, they're alive. They're epic, and they're ours. We don't just watch. We don't just play. We live them. Bring your worlds to life with metal posters from Displate. Games, movies, shows, and anime you love. Collect official designs and let your fandom shine. Only at Displate.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenny has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenny.com.
The Imperium of Man has stood for 10,000 years, guarded by the might of the Space Marines and mankind's numberless armies. But they are beset on all sides, and the threat of chaos is ever present. This is your battle. Choose your side with Warhammer Metal posters at Displate.com.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenny has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenny.com.
Our ignorance is proving fatal. The encroachment threatens to drive our people out of house and home. But this divide has brought our two kingdoms to the brink of war. But it won't be for long.
Let's see your best then, eh?
Sword play is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenny has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off with code PAX at zenny.com.